Hello, hello. Oh, hold on. Can you actually hear me? Do I sound terrible? Do I now sound better? Hello, everybody. Hello, ghoulish misfit. Hello, myself. Hello, Aerith Winterfell, reincarnator. Anime Wiccan, welcome. Magistrate Iron Lung. I said Aerith Winterfell and Norman Gray and Deathshead. Welcome. Yes, new subscriber badges. Thank you for noticing. Am I still soft right now? Yeah, I think the music is loud. Okay, let's go through our hootenanny again. Am I better on 3? So first of all, I'm playing around with the badges. I'm gonna look at them. Oh, thank you so much for the big cheer, Norman. Really appreciate it. Well, okay, if I'm that quiet, how about that? Is that better? um so yeah, I'm gonna play around with the badges. I think I have my moth badges. Well, I have my moth badges, and it's kind of complicated, but basically I have a set of them that don't have the right sizes, and I have a set that does. And so the one that has like the cocoon and the bookworm and stuff does not have the right sizes, so I can't use those ones. But I have another set that has, the purple moths and stuff that are the right sizes. And then when I bought the Christmas overlay, I got some badges as a bonus with that. And so I used some of those to fill in the gaps. But I'm like, do I use the flowers? Do I use the moons and stuff? So I might, alter which ones are which, but this is how it is for today. Oh no, is there lag for everybody or just Anime Wiccan? It's green for me, no dropped frames. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. 2 big cheers right off the bat. Yeah, we have met our donation goal. And no lag for me, says Marx and Norman, and Deathshead says, I don't see any lag. Nice, that's good. The throne is open. The throne is open for you. You better snatch it up. Kiki? A kiki? And Mako, you also are giving a big cheer. How awesome! More when I get home. We'll have to check bank account. Well, that's already a lot. Thank you so much. And thank you as well, Anime Wiccan. What a lovely start. And Ghoulish too. Making it rain, truly. Oh, I feel like I need some celebration to put on screen. I guess your celebration is me telling you the subscriber badges aren't all that's new. Remember how I said that it might be fun to get like emojis based on whatever show I'm reacting to? There you go. there's Caitlin. I might want to get more. Caitlin's actually not my favorite character in Arcane, but those were my favorite emojis that I saw when I was looking for them. So I might either keep looking or commission some of some other characters. But yeah, you at least have some. You at least have an Arcane emoji. Same name, Anime Wicked. Oh, I thought it was a different name on the Discord. Gotcha. Kitty. Really? It's just a closed door. I know you like me. I know you want to be with me. Just because the
is closed doesn't mean that you have to go out. Do I need to sit with you? Is that the situation? Do you need me to sit? Kitty. Nope, you getting up.
Oh, let me get your box.
Let me get your box, babe. Oh, that silly cat, right, Bella?
Bella is on the table right now. Is she angry? Yep. Yeah, I see Anna Maniac 6893. I thought that was you as well. We're almost at 2 Encores. Wonderful. I realized I did not open up the Discord chat. That is a good name change, Wolf, on the Discord. He was, for the Mr. Prompt, the Fleeting Glimpse one, and now changed it to Bleeding Glimpse for the sheep. Nice. Marx, who is your favorite? Anyone who knows me knows I'm a Jinxes. Very fair, very fair. Well, take a guess. I don't think it'll be hard to guess who my favorite character is. But yeah, did somebody, oh yeah, Deathshead. I was like, I saw that hype train move up. Thank you so much, Deathshead. Silco, that's a good guess, but no. He's up there, but not my favorite. Ghoulish, I know, no arcane characters. Fair enough. That's pretty much it for my bits for a while. Very fair, but I appreciate it. Let's change our background. We've had it on this one for a while. Let's see. Do we want that one? Do we want that one? Do we want that one? Well, let's do that one. That's 2 Encores. Awesome. Speaking of, I might want to do a little tangent here. Let's see. How easy would that be to do? Good clue. I mean, they both say it, so you kind of, that gives you a 50-50 chance of guessing who it is. But that's a good clue. Let's close that. Why? Stop doing this to me. Stop it. Stop. I'm wanting to look up YouTube, and it's like all I can see, because it's a little closed, it's a little short, is just like, oh yeah, like YouTube. That's the first result that came up. I'm like, I assume this is YouTube. And then it's like, yeah, it's YouTube, but it's an ad for like an insurance company. And it's like, that's not why I'm here. I'm here for the generic YouTube. Yay. Okay. Oh, Marx, I'll flip a coin and say Victor. Yes, it's Victor. Kitty. Yeah, I was thinking that you guys would get it because of my Victor. Because they're kind of similar characters in some ways. But, yeah, it's Victor. Jace is interesting, and like, I hope this will function as an ad, but I start out in season 1 not really liking Jace all that much. And I end season 2 with really liking him. I guess I'd have to think if he's one of my favorite characters by the end, but he might be. But yeah, the Corrupty Boys, exactly.
Kitty cat.
But if you guys are willing, well, actually, let's just like announce first. So okay, Kitty, you came in. Well, can I close this? Actually, let's let you settle down, because the minute I close the door, you're just gonna be like, oh, it's closed. I want it open. Oh yeah, did me turning the dial help? Am I louder now?
It's a kitty.
I'll absolutely try to cosplay as Echo at some point. Oh, that's awesome. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, so if you don't know, I have multiple YouTube channels. So I have A Moth in the Archive is where the VODs of these streams and any other like writing group stuff goes. And then I have, there's not much done on it yet, but I have A Moth in the Arcade for my gaming content. And then I have A Moth in the Library, and this is for my reading, my classical literature content. So I will be regularly posting the edited chapters to Pride and Prejudice that I streamed a while ago over there. And I have A Moth in the Theater, and this is for my reaction videos. So I have been reacting to Arcane and Castlevania Nocturne, and so those videos are starting to go up. So, oh, it's all tiny. But as you can see, so I have my trailer, which we'll talk about in a sec, but my first video is out. I do want to make like an at everyone announcement at some point, but here is your announcement that this is my first video. It is out. But if you guys are willing, I kind of want to show you guys the trailer just here and now, just to kind of, I don't know, give anybody who's on the stream who might not have actually seen it, a little trailer for my reaction channel to see if you're interested in hanging out over there. Yes, I have a channel for VODs as well. Can somebody throw the link to A Moth in the Archive in there? Trailer. Amazing. But basically what I did is I was thinking about making like an introduction video for each of my channels, and I actually recorded some, but I just wasn't happy with them. I just felt like I was rambling on in them, and it wasn't very interesting, even if it was informative, and I was like, I don't know if this is the best intro. And then for the reaction channel, I thought about it, and I was like, hey, most reaction channels, as far as I know, they will film a video, edit the video, post the video. Okay, like next episode, film the video, edit the video, post the video. But I have recorded all of Arcane, all of season 1 of Castlevania Nocturne already. And so I was like, hey, one of the benefits of having all this content is that I have all this content to use. And so I was like, hey, I can grab a bunch of clips from the videos and put them all in one big out of context trailer. And so that's exactly what I did. I actually was gonna do it with like everything that I had, and I was really overwhelmed, and then I realized that I could just do it for a season. So I could do it for season 1, and then hopefully I'll be able to make one for season 2, that kind of thing. And so, like, I don't know exactly how things for this channel are gonna go moving forward, but I'm hoping that could be a regular tradition of me, of me making a trailer for each season that is about to go up on my channel. React to my reaction. I don't know if I'm gonna have much reaction. You might see which jokes are my favorite, because those will be the ones I laugh at. But I've watched it so many times that I'm not gonna have that many reactions. Thanks for the links. I have no idea what that image refers to, but it seems bad. Okay, can I close the door now, baby? Will you find that acceptable, kitty cat? He is on the throne. Alright. Nice. My response to the channel question is still dealing with lag. Gotcha. Yeah, feel free to note whatever you're reacting to with the lag and stuff. Alrighty, Roo. Okay, so let's turn on the volume, maybe turn down the volume, and let's play this.
Look, here's our cool world. Okay, moving on. Ooh. We got a mad scientist up in here.
Oh, man,
it's a nose hair trimmer. So I shall use it to trim my nose.
I don't know.
Look, here's our cool world. Okay, moving on. Ooh. We got a mad scientist up in here. It's a nose hair trimmer. So I shall use it to trim my nose hairs. Uneaten sandwich.
Yeah.
My sandwich.
Yeah, so it hopefully when you watch it on YouTube, it should not lag that bad. I think it's just that I'm streaming, and you might be able to hear my computer complaining, but my computer's like, there's too much going on. So sorry, it's a low quality showing of the trailer, but a showing nonetheless.
I wonder if that is part of where I started to like him. Let's get started with this foreboding music. That is in fact foreboding.
Oh, that good stuff.
Honestly, Stanwyck Padidley is an inspiration. What is that called? Like, I want to say like bang and dash, but it should rhyme. If that doesn't showcase how rich Topside is, I don't know what does. Oh, are you not plugged in? I'm sorry. Bang, but can't hang. I don't know if that deserves a standing ovation, but... Ooh, love the vibes. Oh, these are good vibes. Smash and dash.
And little Heimerdinger, he's so cute.
Imagine the audacity. That's very different, because your mom kind of sucks. Well, don't you leave your blood on the railing, Victor. Unsanitary. Is that cannibalism? Because that feels like cannibalism. Man rapping. That's all you need to know.
Hello, Bella. Cute kitty.
Man, how did I not remember she was a stone cold killer? Yep, I do need to make weapons. Let's go to war. Little man happily walking by in his BDSM mask. You do you, little man. I just want to watch the cool magic. I don't want to watch sex. Don't do an overlay, okay? I just want my good mad scientist times. I just want my good SFW, safe for work mad scientist times. So you think I'm dangerous? He is, but that's not really the point here. You're making a mess, hubby. That's spooky. I don't love that. Hopefully, I as a child would have the smarts and wherewithal to, not walk up to him. But, I kind of want to pet his axolotl.
Hi, kitty cat. Oh, you're just a fluff ball.
Well, you need an explanation for why he smashed and dashed. How dare you out-manipulate me? His diagnosis is dying. This is not a good place for your dying lungs, Victor. Especially with his little dying hands. Accept the transmutation and you're good. Wow, alchemy's the best. It's like, my dude, what's on the floor? Things ain't gonna go so well. Don't act like you're struggling. You're the one who motioned for this to happen. My headphones are tangled, and I don't like that. All right, let me tell you this, showrunners. Either I get my cool rap sequence, or no deal, I'm not gonna be on your show. So, take it or leave it. If you're gonna kidnap me, at least give me a clean bag. First rule of actually being tough, don't write tough anywhere on your person. Don't write it twice, and don't spell it wrong. Everything's awful, I hate my life. And then I went outside and took a walk and looked at the beautiful Swiss Alps, and then I was okay. We don't need these youngins out here doing stupid things that they don't really understand and ruining the world for the sake of progress. In what situation is he gonna lose his testicles? Are you planning to cut them off? Is Heimerdinger planning to cut them off? This is Jace, head of the council. Well, now you ruined the ambiance. That's the worst crime here. But, how long has poor Caitlin been here in her stanky bag? Ugh, people in the Undercity, they're dangerous. Hey, I'm from the Undercity. Yeah, you're dangerous. I don't like this angle. This makes me uncomfortable. We're nerds. We're gonna lay down and die. Yeah, we are firmly in the mad part of science. Is he gonna turn into a robot monster? A purple monster? A tree monster? Is he, by some miracle, not going to turn into a monster? I don't know, but I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it to punch people.
I don't know that we're ready to go to second base with Death on our first date. I don't know about that. My character's like this and super strong. And it's like, well, my character eats characters like your character. Well, my character eats characters that eats characters like my character, like your character. Well, how are you throwing out that kind of logic here after everything you've done to meet your girlfriend's mom? She meets you blindfolded and naked. Oh my gosh. Like, well, who is this boy? What happened? Why is he dead? Also, is that a giant brain up there? Which is horrible. I hate it. 0 to 10, don't like. Miss Medarda. May I cop a feel? And that is another phrasing that I really like as something that can deliberately be misinterpreted. Season 1 has been great. I will see you all in Season 2.
There you go. I don't know if I should clap for myself or not, but I feel like we need some kind of conclusion to that. Yes, exactly. Marx, I don't know if I'm ready to go to second base with Death. Matt looks away nervously. I was totally thinking of you when I used that clip. Let's see, yeah, that's that one. So, did you laugh? Did you like it? What was your favorite one? What were your favorite reactions in there? I'm trying to think, like, so I guess I could say, like, my favorite ones are the ones that continue to get me even after I watched it so many times. It's just the way that I say that, people from the Undercity. That, I don't know, my phrasing there really gets me, especially after me saying stanky bag. What was the other one? Oh yes, that expression. I have it in the thumbnail. I don't know if I can get it back, but where it's like, you meet your girlfriend's mom blindfolded and naked. Immediate cut to horrified reaction. Smash and dash, exactly. Mars says that was really fun, I think. Thanks so much. Mars, I love the smash and dash jokes too. That's great. So I will tell you, so many of those are from episode 7. It's certainly not all of them. There is at least one clip from every episode. I think there's multiple clips from every episode. But the most are from episode 7. I remember walking away from episode 7 thinking, like, I think that was a good one. I think I had some good jokes in there. And granted, I have not, like, rewatched it in its entirety yet, but, you know, from the fact that I was able to get so many from it, I think I was right. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I hope that I didn't commit the sin of using my best jokes in the trailer. That was definitely not the intention. So the way I did it is I kind of just, like, scrubbed through the episodes and, like, looked for me laughing or looked for stuff that I, like, remembered that I had made a joke at that point or had a good reaction there. And used those. So it is possible that I've used my best ones, but I hope not. There's one that I know I didn't. And there's one that is a joke that becomes a thing throughout my entire watch, the entire rest of my watch. And I very purposely did not use that one. And that one also is from episode 7. I really thought that one was earlier because I used it so much. I talked about it so much. But no, everything was from episode 7. That one was also from episode 7. And I'll say for the dozenth time, I kind of want to pet his axolotl. Exactly. That one was one of my favorites for sure. That one, I really like weird nerds. We're gonna lay down and die. Out of context. I like well, that's very different, because your mom kind of sucks. I like those kinds of ones. So I wish the axolotl one was harder to guess the context, because I'm assuming that you can guess the context on that one. But I think that one's pretty funny. It's just like, axolotl, where? I kind of want to get like an axolotl petting emote because of that too, but I don't know if I should get it after that episode airs. But it's episode 6, so it's gonna be a hot minute before we get there. I don't remember if the Smash and Dash one, I mean, I could look. But I don't remember if the Smash and Dash one was from episode 7. It might have been 8. But yeah, so please go watch my first video. I would really appreciate if you would do so. I would really appreciate if you gave it a like, if you gave it a comment. It has some views, but no likes, no comments so far. So I'd really appreciate if you would be willing to do that. And like I said, I should hopefully give like an actual ping to the Discord as a whole tomorrow and stuff like that. Thank you, Marx. Really appreciate that. Yes. I assume about the axolotl petting emoji. Yeah, so I don't know how consistent my schedule is going to be able to be, because like I was actually planning to post that on Monday, and then I got cold feet and I was like, I just feel like the intro is too long, and so I shaved some time off of that and stuff like that. I don't know if it's still too long, but I assure you that the intros for future episodes will not be that long. But anyway, so what I plan to do is I plan to do a Pride and Prejudice episode and then a reaction video episode. I plan to alternate on the weeks. Like I said, I don't know how successful I will be, especially because like the episode 1 I had already edited a while ago, and this was all just like finishing touches, and some I have not edited at all. And so I don't know if it'll be like, no, I need a month to edit an episode, but that's the plan. And the Pride and Prejudice videos seemingly are way easier to edit, so hopefully, like, I don't know, again, I don't know for sure, but hopefully even if I can't get an Arcane video up, I can still be like, okay, you get like 2 Pride and Prejudice ones in a row or something like that. Oh yeah, I wanted to alternate with the video games as well, but I feel like I need to, this is already enough work, and so I feel like I need to stick to these for now. I also don't know if I'll do like a break week. I might do like Pride and Prejudice, Arcane, break, Pride and Prejudice, Arcane, break. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but you know, I don't know if I'm just sounding very disjointed right now, but the point is, there are more videos incoming. There are more Pride and Prejudice and Arcane videos incoming. I really hope you like them. I really hope that you're able to watch them and put some love on them and stuff like that. Thank you for the big cheer, Anime Wiccan. Appreciate it. But I already have like 10 hours of videos I've saved in tabs and put off watching this week. That's fair. I mean, I would be happy to just be in the running if I'm the 11th hour and like it takes you a month to get to my video. I'm still happy to be there. Alrighty, so welcome. With all that out of the way, what is this stream? This stream is for the writing group. So every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all post 350 word microfiction to the Discord. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are encores. No. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So, in order to be in the guaranteed section... Oh, my poll has died. My poll has completed. I see we have a very clear winner on the announcements chat. Council. You should probably take a look at that. Alrighty. So, hello, TLBG14. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really cool that Twitch does that for you. It makes me happy. And we have now a more specific date for the anniversary. It's March 22nd. So if you want to be in the guaranteed, then you can go over to the server shop and check this out. So the $3 month tier is the bookworm tier. You get access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions each week if you so desire. Then the $5 tier, Cocooned in Silk, it lets you have all those things, and then you'll also be in the guaranteed when you are picked to be read, and you can submit 3 submissions. And then for the $10 tier, then you get access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7-word prompts instead of just 5. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat automatically goes directly to the pool, provided there are no issues with it. And then you can have a universe tag upon request. You do have to request that each week. But you can have a tag for your universe. This really makes me, every time I look at this, I'm reminded that I have not put the Cocoon and Silk to 6-word prompts. It makes me kind of just want to, do it now. Council, remind me later. Remind me after the stream or something. Oh no. So that's how you get to be a guaranteed, and then how to be unlocked as an encore is that happens through cheering, as everyone has so wonderfully done so far. Oh yes, I put it up on the screen without meaning to. So you can I am totally messed up. It's very appreciated when you do that. The people who get their stories appreciate you unlocking them, and I appreciate your cheers. So it's a lovely thing to do. And right now we have what was said. Over 2.5 encores. Well, how awesome is that? So our list, our prompt for today is sheep in wolves' clothing. Yes, you heard that right. It's not wolf in sheep's clothing, it is sheep in wolves' clothing. Very interesting prompt. I greatly enjoyed it. I enjoyed it maybe a little too much. So our list for today, in the guaranteeds, we have Marx, Documancer, Hellenic Taoist, and myself. Then for our encores, we have Galler, Greg, Reidrev, and Sam. And right now we have Galler and Greg unlocked, so that is wonderful. TLVG14 says, I'm new to writing. This is indeed the place for you, then. Yes, you are in good hands. We do like food. Yes, I haven't said that in a while. All right. Let's see. So, I guess I can talk about this too. Why not? We're here. I'm realizing that when I do stuff like that, I make king noises. I don't know how many of you watched Owl House, but I make king noises. So... What is that? That's a cute little goblin. Where'd you get that? So... We are going to have a spring event very, very soon. And I would like to make it a contest because I really want to test the contest idea again, because I feel like it was very hectic and stuff in the Halloween event, and I really want to try it again. I don't want to just completely discard the idea. And honestly, I really thought about it because of these moths that I showed on screen. I actually showed the Galaxy one. But I might put that in the running too, I don't know. But because of these little moths, aren't they springy? Aren't they springy? I feel like they would be an awesome prize for a contest. And so I'd love to be able to get them for you guys. And I like knowing, like, whatever stories I'm reading on stream, like, of course there are benefits to a randomizer and just reading them based on what the fates decide, but I quite like doing a contest and having it be like, yes, like, this is the person, this is the story that everybody voted for, this is the one everybody loves, and then we all come together to read it on the stream. I really like that, and so I'd like to be able to try that. Oh yeah, and the other reason, I'm reminded of all the reasons that I'm wanting to do this. The other reason is because without a contest, the word bank doesn't really mean much. The word bank is just for fun. It's not really for points or anything. And so I kind of want to implement the points again if we can. So yeah, so basically I had all these options for how we could... what we could do to make it a bit easier than last time, potentially. And so the options were that only stories by authors who read and reviewed every story are even eligible to be read on stream / win the contest at all. 2, for reviews required to be eligible, as usual for holiday events. Find a way to briefly note that you read every story. No need for a full review on everyone, but when you vote, you need to put detailed reasoning for every story in your ranking so I know you read them all. For reviews to be eligible, the time you will have to review will be 1 week plus however much time I need to read and review all the stories. If I am the only person who reads and reviews all the stories, I will be the only voter. If others join me and read and review all the stories, they will become voters along with me. 4, for reviews required to be eligible, the time you'll have to review will be 1 week plus however much time the council needs to read and review all the stories. If only the council reads and reviews all the stories, they will be the only voters. If others join us, them, and read and review all the stories, they will become voters along with us, them. If we do this one, I might not require that I myself do it, just the others in the council to take some pressure and stress off me. 4 reviews required to be eligible. If 5 or more people review all the stories, this will become a contest. Otherwise, it will not be a contest, so it's conditional. 6, you have another idea. Put it in events chat. 7, please don't make this a contest. And the people have spoken. The people have voted for the council to vote for the winner. Now, this was an idea suggested in the council, but to be fair, it was only suggested by one person on the council, and I kind of just threw it up there to just be like, I don't know that this one's gonna win, but I feel like it's a valid idea. So I'm gonna need to check with the council and make sure everybody's cool with this before we proceed. But that is very much a clear winner. It got, 5 more votes than the others? But the next were all stories, and if 5 review everyone. Those 2 could work together, actually, if we did that instead. But so that will now be the plan going forward, as long as the council is okay with it. Ghoulish says, I mean, I voted for it, so yeah, I was thinking about that. I didn't tell them this, so I can't go by it now, but I was thinking of saying, like, council, as long as you all vote for the council one, then it will be viable. But yeah, so I need to get the word bank finished up and set out the partners, the partner sign up thingy, and get all that ready to go. And then we can do that. Oh yeah, I was thinking that I wonder if it would be a good idea to do. I don't know exactly how to implement this, but so you have like the moths, right? So you have the Goblin Core one, the Sakura one, and there's a Galaxy one too. I mean, there's multiple. There's also like a normal one, but I was wondering if it would be a good idea to have it be like, okay, you have the word bank, but your story's like overarching theme or vibe or like something really important to your story should be related to the moth that you want. So like the themes would be Midnight or Galaxy, Sakura or Cherry Blossom, and Goblin. And so then it could be like you have the word bank, but like, I don't know, like the enemies need to be goblins, or like everything needs to be surrounded by, you know, the setting should totally be within the Sakura trees or something like that. Do you guys like that idea of like, okay, word bank, but now pick your theme based on the moth you want? And like, if you want any of them, like throw them all in there. But yeah. Thank you, Corian. Appreciate it.
Mothman game.
Mark says, I kind of like the themed prize thing. That could be cool. And Corian says, I kind of like that idea. Which says, I don't hate that. All right. People are liking the overarching story theme idea. Nice, nice. And I don't know, because, like, it was pointed out to me, like, some people are international, and that costs a little bit more. So I don't know how many, like, I would do. I don't know if it would just be, like, the winner wins, and they get whichever one, you know, they themed their story around, or if it would be, like, there's one of each. I'm not sure how many prizes I would be giving out yet, but yeah, many thoughts. Anyway, and that sounds like fun, honestly. My best friend is an astronomer by hobby, and I think she'd like the Galaxy one. I might write for that one, too. That one. Oh, you want to write to get your friend a moth? That's so cute. That's really sweet. That's interesting. Though, like, would it need to take place at night, or would there have to be, like, star-themed characters in the tale? It could be either or something different. Like, I think, actually, let's head over there. Let's head to the moth place. I have the link right there and ready. Okay, so here's this one. Okay, so it's called Midnight. So yeah, so with that, so like Midnight actually works a little better than Galaxy, I think, because you could do like a Cinderella type tale where like, when the clock strikes midnight, the spell will fade, or the spell will be cast, or something like that. Like, it would just mean that midnight needs to be important to your story, and so that could be that it takes place at night. That could be that you have a star-themed character. You could have a character like Erebos. You could have a specific thing happening at midnight. It just needs to be important, because like if we're going with this themed idea, because I could just throw midnight in the word bank, and if it was just in the word bank, then just being like, oh yeah, we met at midnight yesterday, and just saying that in passing would fulfill the requirement. But if it's like a full-on theme, like this needs to be a big deal in your story, then it would be like, okay, like whatever the event is at midnight, that needs to be very important to the story, if that makes sense. I don't know how I could make it easier for people who are fine with any of them, or who want any of them, because then that might be difficult to be like, midnight, goblins, and Sakura all need to be important. So I don't know if that would be a good challenge for the people who want them all, or if it needs to be toned down for those who want them all. But yeah, it would just be the idea of it just needs to be important somehow, rather than just a word used, if that makes sense. And it said, I have several stories written for Midnight Ball because I love that prompt so much, and I could use one of them for the core of the story, since it seems like that prompt will never be rolled. Yeah, I love that prompt too! Granted, we're only 2 people, but I'm like, wait, if other people love it too, why is it not winning? Sakura are a symbol of fleeting life, so I feel like you'd have to be careful with that one, though, because if you just, like, wrote the whole story about fleeting life, I would just be like, which moth do you want? I don't think I'd know. The princess is kidnapped by goblins at midnight and taken to a cherry orchard. I kind of love that. I kind of love that. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I think we've had plenty of intro. Let's actually get started with the story. Ghoulish says, I'll keep submitting Midnight Ball. Nice. You could, I mean, Gritch, like I said, I don't know if it's only Deathshead and I who love it, but you could submit it for the transformed one prompt to have it have a higher chance of winning. I mean, people in the chat can say if you love it or if you're like, I don't love it, and here's why, you know. But all right, let's do this. Oops. Do that. Okie dokie. His milkshake brings all the girls to the yard. Overly familiar by Marx. 329 words. Matt looked up as a woman entered, closing the door behind her. She smiled at him. She had fangs. She started removing her top. What are you doing? Matt sighed. Her grin widened. Showing you what I can offer. Please stop. Let's start with who you are and how I can help you, and work from there. Her smile was instantly replaced with shock and just a hint of sheer, unadulterated horror. I'm sorry, oh great Death Horseman. I'm Celeste. If my appearance isn't to your taste, I can alter it. No need. You're very pretty. Please sit. Celeste sat down in the chair across from him, staring at Matt, trembling with unblinking eyes. Be calm. I'm not going to hurt you. Celeste took a deep breath. I didn't mean any disrespect. It's just frightening that you don't even wish to see my payment. What's frightening is you all thinking I take sex as payment. Her eyes widened. You don't? How did that idea even get started? Nat threw up his hands in exasperation. Your familiars are all beautiful women. Matt rolled his eyes. Okay, angels and deities are attractive by default, so that's not fair. And demons seem to come in either super hot or nightmare fuel. I got lucky. You only see beautiful women in an official capacity. That's because you all only send beautiful women to see me. Not my fault. Celeste raised an eyebrow. Aphrodite? I brought her back from the dead, so apparently that makes her eternally indebted to me. If you know a loophole in deity logic that would free her from that, please let me know. If you brought her back from the dead, then her life literally belongs to you now. Matt threw up his hands again. Celeste paused. My vampire coven is very small. We can't protect ourselves from the influx of demons. Matt sighed. The demons are my fault. I take responsibility. Your coven is under my protection. That's it? No payment? There's never been a payment. There are those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. I just realized that I think I did not write down the content warnings for a lot of these, so my apologies if I forget on one of them. I don't think, yeah, this one didn't have one. Yay for the cheers. I also had to endure I'm a bee. What? I don't get it. So Marx had some questions. He said, I'm not gonna lie, I just had fun with this one, so I don't have a lot of questions. Did everything make sense? Any glaring questions? How well did I do with the prompt use? Okay. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Anime Wicked. Oh, gee, this is amazing, and I desperately want the full story. Well, Marx posts every week with pretty much every week within this universe. So, keep reading, I guess. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Oh, it's too big. Oh no. Oh, maybe if you remind me, maybe at break I'll be able to look up king noises. I'm sure there's a compilation of king noises that I could find. There is a lot of that story, yeah. And I go, oh yeah, definitely looking for that. I would say go to the Universal Archive, but I assume it's gonna take Marx a while before he can post in there. Deathshead, Max, do you mean Marx? Marcus, Galler, you, Antihero, and me have written for every single Amita prompt, and Mako, and CM Weller. I don't think anybody's written for all the Tail Foundry prompts plus all the Amita prompts, but Marx, CM Weller, Mako, and myself have also done a lot of those. I think I started at I know exactly what prompt it is, so I can figure it out. 57. I started at 57 and have not missed a one since. I didn't originally start writing in my universe, though. I started writing one-offs, and then I started writing Victor and Peter, and then I started writing Savion like a year later. I don't, are we... Oh, there's the ad. Well, is the cat going to get mad if I pet him? Oh man. Okay, well, we'll do cat time this time.
Oh, yes, he's so cute. Hello, baby. Hello, Fluffy Boo. This is pretty rare lately. It's pretty rare that we get the bow. Pretty rare that we get the bow. You're such a cutie. You know that? You're the baby.
Ooh, which Caitlin is that? Why are you crying? Why is Caitlin crying? I guess I'm realizing that's a problem with those Caitlin emotes, that they're a little small. Mark says, I know I've missed a few Tail Foundry prompts after I joined. Not a lot, though. When did you join?
Hey, kitty. Meow.
See, this is why I really want to go back and write for all the prompts that I haven't written for, just to say that I wrote for every prompt. Now, granted, it wouldn't be, within the time, but I want to be able to say that I have written for every prompt that we've ever done. It's just a struggle to find the motivation to do that on top of our normal weekly prompts, and also, a big draw to the weekly prompts is getting reviews, and so just writing into the void for the other prompts doesn't sound as appealing. Oh, you haven't written for every prompt, Marx, or Mako. Mako, I mean, I've missed 4 since I've joined. Shame. Well, you should go back and fill in those 4, like I was saying. Marx says, my first was Better the Devil You Know. That feels perfect for your universe to be your first prompt.
Kitty. You're so cute.
Huh. That was a little bit later than I thought. That was 40. So, you entered 17 prompts before I did. What was your first prompt, Mako? And what was CM Weller's first prompt? I have a quick universe question while we're on break. Do I have to have the posted stories in the compilation Google Doc laying them in chronological order, or can I use longer author-preferred versions? Oh, good question. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I was... Actually, yeah, so... Other people feel free to weigh in if you don't like this solution. But I was thinking that what I would do with mine is do the posted version and then the long version. And so I think that's probably what I'd say for you to do too. Like, keep the posted version in there just so it's there, people know what you posted, but also then post the long version so that people can enjoy a longer version if they so desire. Mako's first was, what's the catch? Okay, what's that one? And Wolf, where did you join in? Because I think, are you our oldest member? Not in age, but as in, like, you've been here the longest. 37. Okay. Gotcha. So you were exactly 20 prompts ahead of me. Norman, we asked him what our first prompt was. Mine was A Walk in the Dark. That feels so late. I feel like I've known you longer than that. Where was that one? I don't remember what year that was in. I just remember that was like, that I felt like, I remember that I wrote about like Savion and talking to the shadow, and I remember it feeling late, like I was writing that scene late. 124. Gotcha. Yeah, that does feel like, I totally would have thought that I met you earlier than that. Oh, Luna's been here longer than you. How long has Luna been here? Anyway, Wicked, I joined a little before the Flesh Horse came into being. Very fair. Yeah, you were there. You were there for Armageddon, weren't you? I remember that. You were one of the people who stayed for all of Armageddon. Oh, that righty-roo. Yep, good sense. Stop it. Aerith, I've been here since 2019 sometime. Well, in the Universal Archive, 2019 is the first year. So you were here since the first year too, Aerith? Amazing. That's totally fair. As I said, alright, if you're wondering why I haven't commented, it's because it'll take me a while to pull all my stuff in proper order. And I was curious about that since I have a lot of stories with longer versions / posting versions. Very fair. I think I've said it's gonna take me, like, at least months to get mine up because, like, A, in all the other stuff I'm doing, I need to make time to actually work on it, and then B, yeah, it's gonna be some time for me to get all my stories in order and collect the short versions, the long versions, put them together, and then I have to do 4, I guess, because one would just be for like miscellaneous personifications that don't have like a full story, and then one for Victor, one for Peter, and one for Savion. Laggin was something else, yes. Documancer, couldn't tell you how long I've been lurking. Oh, were you lurking long before you actually started chatting? Magistrate Arnlong, I think Luna has been in Tail Foundry before me, and I started prompt number 10. The forest will change you. Oh wow! So you're our winner so far of the earliest. Maka says the first stream / prompt I watched was Tempting the Behemoth. Nice. Documancer, yeah, I've been lurking since Tail Foundry. I feel like you posted in the Tail Foundry days, hadn't you? Or had you not? Say prompt 100 something, very fair. Alright, well anyways, this has been very fun to discuss, but I must go to the story. Alrighty, room. I was very surprised with this story, but in the end, it was very fun. I'm honestly super curious why you picked this one to be read on stream over the other one, because they're both good, but I felt like the other one was a lot deeper, and this one's just a lot of fun, and so I feel like I would have guessed you would pick the deeper one to be read on stream. So it's very jarring how it starts, but I think that works super well for the story because that's exactly what's going on. That to us, we're like, oh my gosh, like what's happening? And Matt's like, how with this again? And that would be kind of hilarious if he responded like that, if he was just done with it. From the beginning, it was just like, oh, this shit again. Could you imagine? Could you imagine it being in Celeste's point of view, and like you're like, yes, you walk in, you start removing your top, and then the person just goes, oh, this shit again. As always, I'm very curious for people who don't know Marx's universe. I was about to say Matt's universe, which is accurate too, but for the people who don't know Marx's universe, were you confused anywhere? The Death Horseman thing, I feel like it makes total sense to me because I know your story, but I also feel like it's not super necessary for those who don't know the story, because anybody who doesn't know the story will just know, like he is a businessman in a supernatural world who everybody thinks takes sex who as payment but doesn't. I feel like adding Death Horseman in there might give newcomers questions and be like, why would the Death Horseman take sex as payment? Why is the Death Horseman helping people? What's happening? This is always something I find kind of terrifying in your universe, that is just like, oh wait, my appearance isn't to your liking, let's just change that. Oh yeah, so I'm wondering why one of her responses is unadulterated horror, because like I totally get her being shocked and confused and like what? And if she thinks like he's not pleased with her appearance and stuff like that, then she'd be like, oh no, I need my coven protected, like let's figure out how to pay him, kind of thing. But none of the reactions that I can think of that make sense to me for that, none of them would I describe as horror, especially not unadulterated horror. I would think of it as more shame. It could be like, oh, like, cover up, shame. Or like, I'm ashamed of my appearance, I need something better. Or I'm not pleasing to him, being ashamed of that. It could be, let's see. Yeah, it could be just her, like, changing tactics. Like, yeah, instead of her being horrified, like, I could see her being like, oh, wait, I need to figure out how to pay him. I need to figure out how to change my tactics. Let's alter my appearance, like that kind of thing. It could make more sense if it was clear that she thought he was going to basically zap her. If she's like, oh, no, I'm not pleasing to him. He's going to kill me, and maybe that's why you put Death Horseman in there. And maybe the fact that I'm not getting that is just because I know Matt. But the situation is very casual. Nothing about the situation read to me as like he's giving off signals he's gonna kill her. And so if that was the reason for the horror, that makes sense as a horrified reaction, but I didn't really get that. So something that you could have done, actually kind of related to my joke, to help with that, is if he seemed frustrated from the beginning, because at the beginning he's just like, what are you doing? Please stop. Let's start with how I can help you. But if he did start with like, this shit again, that would make more sense as to why her reaction is horror and stuff like that. That it's like, oh no, I have deeply mispleased the Death Horseman, rather than like, he's just like a little annoyed. And like, yes, I do know that she's saying like it's frightening that you don't want to see my payment and stuff like that. I'm trying to think more about that. I don't know. Like I said, I guess it just my brain is not really getting there of the sense of like I arrive, I'm ready to show my goods, I'm ready to show my payment. And he's like, "No, stop. Let's talk about how I can help you." Then like I understand that she might be scared of like, "Oh, like can I not pay him right?" But he clearly is expressing, like, I still would like to help you. He's not, like I said, he's not going, like, oh my gosh. Like, he's not being mean about it. He's just a little miffed, and he's openly expressing, I would like to help you. And so yeah, so I'm not fully connecting why she's so deeply scared, and not just scared, horrified. And not just horrified, unadulteratedly horrified. But so if you don't know, this story started off as an NSFW story, and so I'll talk more about that in a bit, but one side of that is that makes this story very funny, because I'm sitting here going, well, he might have in another universe. Like, it's kind of funny that you're playing with the idea that, like, yeah, in the other version of the story, he probably totally did. And now this time he has to, like, go against that and be like, sorry, I'm SFW Matt. You're gonna need to hop one universe over for NSFW Matt. You know? And I do like, you know, that this is, you know, to a new reader probably quite jarring of, like, it's frightening that you all think I take sex as payment. And then her response is not to be like, oh, that's what we thought was going on, but just be like, oh, you don't? Like, truly just deeply confused. I don't know. There's something I like about that. That she's not even trying to just be like, well, sorry, you know, she's just like, this is rocking my world here. Let's see. Oh yeah, so to continue to talk about, I guess it was sooner than I thought, to continue to talk about the NSFW version, I feel like I'm of two minds about it, because on the one hand, it makes this story more funny, that it's like, well, hey, in the other version, he was Sexy Times Matt, and so this makes a lot of sense as to why people would be thinking that, because one universe over, that's actually what happened. But on the other hand, I feel like that might detract from this story a little bit, because I guess for me, you know, and this will, you know, come up a bit later, but if you don't know, I'm ace. And so as someone who is ace, that, like, I don't know, like, I guess you can appreciate this even if you're not ace, but I guess I, as someone who's ace, appreciate when stories go the non-sexy route. I guess is that what I would say about that. Is that I appreciate the non-sexy route more than most people. And so especially in a situation like this, where it's like, it could be the sexy route, but we're choosing to not go that route. We're explicitly going against that. I personally really like that. And so I guess for me, there's, like, a little bit of detraction of, like, he's like, no, like, I totally don't do that. I'm not into that in this kind of way. And then I'm like, well, in the other universe, you would be. So I guess it kind of takes some of the impact away for me, that it's like, well, like, sure, he's not into it here, but there is another Matt one universe over who would be. But as I have here, but was he banging everybody willy-nilly in the other universe? Was it just his familiars who he was banging in the other universe? Or was it a situation of, like, yes, hot vampire lady, yes, Cinderella, yes, whatever other ladies come for my services, I will happily accept, you know? I do like his response of, like, they're beautiful because they're angels, deities, and demons. And, like, sure, demons can be horrifying nightmare fuel, but mine's the hot kind, you know? It's not my fault. It's not my fault they're hot. That's extra funny considering how people can alter their appearance in this universe. And so it's like, it's not my fault they're hot. I didn't make them that way. I could, but I didn't. They came that way. They came pre-packaged hot. I feel like for this line here that I got a little confused at it because I didn't realize that, like, he's responding and then she is continuing her argument. Like, I at first thought that she was kind of, like, going along with what he said or what was I thinking? How do I phrase it? Something other than continuing her own argument, I guess. And the thing about it is that the way this is phrased, you only see beautiful women in an official capacity, reads to me like you never see beautiful women outside of an official capacity. Like, the only place that you see beautiful women is in an official capacity. But I think what you meant is in an official capacity, you only see beautiful women. So, like, in your official dealings, the only people that you make dealings with are beautiful women. And so I think a phrasing like, the only people that you officially let in are beautiful women, you know, like, I don't know exactly how his thing works, but it seems like he accepts walk-ins and stuff like that. Like, hi, Matt, Death Horseman here, ready to solve all your demon problems and help you out, you know? And so it's like the only people who I've seen go in your doors, like the only people that you seem to let in are beautiful women. And so then that makes even more sense, to say, like, no, I let everybody in. It's just only beautiful women who come, and not in a sexual way. It's only beautiful women who arrive at my doors. I let everybody in. It's not my fault that the only people who show up are beautiful women. And I do like him being like, hey, you have, like, the goddess of you know, love and sex, like, around you somewhere. I don't know exactly where Aphrodite is in this situation, but it's like she hangs with you. And it's like, well, I just brought her back from the dead. That's all. And I like him, like, wanting to get out of it and her being like, no, that's not how that works. I like the action of him throwing up his hands, like, all of his actions of, like, rolling his eyes, sighing, throwing up his hands, like, really add to the scene, make it very dynamic and stuff like that. And I really like the ending a lot. Like, I've always kind of voiced that line more quiet and serious. I don't know if that's how you intend it, but I do think that there's a rather beautiful, I don't know, like, message and stuff in there. And so, yeah, I love that she's like, well, I'm here for help. And he's like, great, I provide that. And she's like, but what about the payment? Like, okay, we've established you don't take sex, but, like, you must take something. And he's like, nope, I'm just a good guy. Like, nope, I just want to help people. Like, or, like, it's more about, like, it's my responsibility. Like, it's my mess. I'm gonna help clean it up, you know, kind of thing. I'm also curious. I don't know that I've read if you've done a story explaining about the demons. But my hypothesis is I know that he lets Lucy out. Does he just, like, open the gates of hell and go, "Be free, demons!" Is he like, "Oh, you poor souls, you poor demons," and like think they're all like Mara, and it's like, "Yes, be free, people, the people of hell," and then they're not the people of hell. They're like, some of them are, but some of them are the monsters of hell, and now they're hurting the people of Earth. And he's like, I can't really put the cat back in the bag, but I will try to help the people of Earth. You know, I will try to help. Kind of thing. Oh boy. I think this was a good one to start with because I was already in a hyper mood, and now this is just I just continue to be in that mood. But let's see what folks have been saying. Is that seat ever empty? Sometimes, occasionally. And granted, that they only fill it when I'm in here. They don't really come in here unless I'm in here. Oh, yeah, y'all have talked about naming things. So it must have been. Now I can't remember what it's called. I know The Power of a Name. That must have been it. Mark said, "I think I had so much fun writing it that this is what I went with." Well, to be fair, we had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun going through it just now, and more fun than I would have had talking about the other story, so maybe there's something to that. It said, "It reinforced that this setting is a harem anime." So you thought that this was the NSFW version with the familiars then? Mary says, "Well, she came in there with one payment in mind, so if he didn't want that, she runs the risk of offending him, and everyone is terrified of Matt." Gotcha. Okay, so everybody's really scared of him. I see. Yeah, I think that emphasizing that, like, I don't know how you could do it because, well, actually you have 20 words, so maybe you could have. But you could have, like, her kind of, like taking a deep breath outside. Well, is it from Matt's perspective? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay, I was gonna say you could start with her outside the door taking a deep breath and being like, "Okay, I'm going to meet the horseman of death. Like, better not piss him off." And then we go in and he seems pissed off. That could work. But yeah, if it's in Matt's perspective, I'm not quite sure how you could convey that she's like that she's scared before she even goes in, that she's like, the death boy. That is why you put Death's Horseman in there. Gotcha. Panic. I want to know if Celeste was disappointed in the end. Yeah, was she excited to offer the payment? I'm sure. Damn it, I was expecting Death Horseman sex. Drat. Winged kitty. Hello, Hellenic. You have come at a strange time, but then again, is there ever not a strange time in these streets? Coolish. Oh no, she's trying to pay with boobs again. Why do they always try to pay with boobs? You know, that is a good point. I wasn't really gonna say it, but after that, I will say, I don't know, like, you know, as someone who is ace, I'm not super familiar with this world, but she does say, it's just frightening that you don't even wish to see my payment. And so there is kind of an element there of like, your boobs are the payment? Like, rather than like your body and an experience with this bod, you know, that's like an experience with this bod is the payment. But there is a little bit of an element of, you don't wish to see the boobs? Like, I was ready to like cut them off, give them to you. Like, thank you for the subscription, Hellenic. 1 year. Yes. Oh boy, I walked in on something interesting. Exactly. Mark says, funny fact, he almost exclusively has sex with his familiar, so this sort of situation doesn't happen. 3 is enough. I'm good, fam. Fair enough. 3 is enough, woman / angel / deity / demon for me to handle. Thank you, Do. You're also walking in. Everybody's walking in on a wacky time. But thank you so much. Sorry, fuckboy Matt is one universe over. Kaylie over here making Matt sound like Jack Harkness. I guess I am. Hellenic character. It's not my fault the demons are hot. Our author, it's mine. That is how it feels sometimes. Mark says, as far as I recall, as much of the NSFW I've written, there's only been scenes for the familiars and Lilith, which was an extenuating circumstance. Well, that's curious. I was not expecting that. Mark says, I'm so happy Kaylie made that a dem. And Coolidge says, I'm assuming that's it's only beautiful women who come, and not in a sexual way. Kaylee's tongue-locked me. Very fair. Orphan Celeste was out here expecting the wham bam thank you ma'am service. Mako, I think you mean smash and dash. Exactly. Marx, Lucy was effectively Hell's battery. Freeing her opened the gates. Well, I'm curious because that sounds like she was what was powering Hell, and so that would just mean that Hell shuts down when she's out. And so that sounds more like the demons are extra trapped, or like now they die because there's no power to keep Hell running. Not that they are like let out. So what does that mean? Matt works pro bono. That's not what pro bono means, man. What would that? What's the prefix for, like? I mean, I guess it'd be. I was gonna say anti, but I don't think it's anti. It's like minus. I want to make a joke of like Matt works no boners. Like he has a no boners policy. But there's a better way to say that, I'm sure. A harem doesn't necessarily mean an NSFW. It doesn't? I thought that's what a harem anime was. That it's like, yes, if you're in a harem anime, the sexy times are happening. Anyway, and that fits the theme so well. I just love how subversive this story is. Yeah, and it is a great use of the prompt that, like, people think he's a wolf. People think that he is hungry in a certain way, like the wolf. But actually he's a sheep, and it kind of is in multiple ways of, like, you know, again, not having that particular wolfish hunger, but also just, like, him genuinely being a nice guy. Oh yeah, and that's also why you had the Death Horseman thing in there, isn't it? That like, she's scared of him as the Death Horseman, but actually he's a nice guy. So there's, like, 3 ways that it's in there. That's very cool. Oh, is Celeste sent because she was the hottest vampire, or because she drew the long/short straw? Mark's hottest vampire. That's funny, because I thought she was the leader of the coven. When she said my coven, I assumed, like, she's the leader of the coven, and so she was the one that needed to go. That's interesting. Sorry, as in Lucy powers the gates. Wait, so she powers the gates that keep her locked in? How does that work? A is also a negative prefix. A boner. I feel like that doesn't come across right, though. Mako, I'm pro-asexual but highly romantic harems. Do you mean, like, asexual as in, like, no sex in the story, just romantic? Or as in, like, all the characters are asexual, but they're in a romantic harem? Pro bono, not pro bono. I know that it said pro bono. That's the joke. Harems can be pure. It's just that all the popular ones are horny. But, like, okay, well, now I might regret this, but now, like, I feel like I need to look up the word harem, because I thought the word harem implied sexual. So we have noun. The part of a Muslim palace or house reserved for the residence of women. Okay, so that's not necessarily sexual. 2, the women in a Muslim household, including the mothers, sisters, wives, concubines, daughters, entertainers, and servants. Okay, so that's just like, that's not necessarily sexual either. 3, animal behavior, a social group of females as elephant seals, accompanied or followed by one fertile male who denies other males access to the group. Okay, that's how I understand it, but that's hilarious that it is only used for animals and specifically for elephant seals. Do other animals not do this? Is it just the elephant seals? And then, for facetious, sometimes offensive, a group of women associated in any way with one man or household. Huh. Interesting. So, yeah, I didn't realize that harem was, like, specifically for, like, Muslim stuff, or animal stuff, because I totally thought harem was the word that you use for, like, the king's harem. Like, the king, you know, of any culture has a whole swath of concubines. What is that called? That's called his harem. And like I said, like, the elephant seal denying other mates and being like, they're all my mates. Like, that feels like my understanding of a harem is the king is like, they're my concubines, only I have sex with them, but they're not my wives. You know, like, this is my harem. Hellenic. Technically, a harem anime just requires that a lot of women be vying for your affection, not necessarily for your body. Gotcha. Wait, you're thinking hentai. Harem is just one protagonist having a collection of partners. It comes from ancient concubine custom. Well, I mean, I think I already explained, but it's the ancient concubine custom that is confusing me, because I assumed it was like, the harem is the people that the king has sex with. Are they wives? Are they concubines? Is it consensual? Nobody knows. And people should care a lot more than they do. But that's the harem. It's exclusively all the women that he has sex with. Narc's harem could just mean that there's multiple options. They aren't necessarily chosen. I see. So it could just be like a bunch of women throwing themselves at a dude, and they might want his soul, they might want his body, and they might not all be chosen. Deathshead. Most harem animes I've encountered would honestly be less awkward if the main character were effing the ladies. Interesting. Yeah, just multiple suitors that are pining for the protagonist. What, so is Persephone, or not Persephone, why did I say Persephone? But what is her name, though? Odysseus's wife. I remember Odysseus and Telemachus. But what's the wife's name? It must start with a P. That must be why I'm thinking of Persephone. But Odysseus's wife, who has all the suitors at the door, that she has to, like, literally fend off. Is that a harem anime? I'm actually doing the butterfly meme. Is this a harem anime? Yeah, the historic harems are my problem. Marx, a powerful being has to be in the cage, and as long as they're in that cage, which only Matt can open, the borders of hell will be up. Interesting. So Bob set that up intentionally, that he's like, only the person who will create the apocalypse, only he can open the cage and start the apocalypse. And then there's harem story genre, where there's one guy and a bunch of girls who want to be with him. I mean, that sounds like what you all are describing. Hellenic, yeah, the modern understanding of harem is a product of Orientalism. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, fair. They might be his wives. Many cultures recognize polygamy, especially amongst the ruling class. I mean, and granted, like, I'm basically mostly just going off the Bible, but, like, all the time in the Bible, it's, like, his wives and concubines. So there's a clear distinction in the Bible between the wives and concubines. Is it still called a harem if it's the opposite? If it's a bunch of guys going after one girl. Huh. Mako, everyone's a cat girl actually got kicked out of a harem story group because they didn't meet the standards. I think they had more than one male protagonist. Interesting. You have to have exclusively female characters and one male character to fit the harem standards. Fair, honestly. It was usually to preserve the royal line. So anyway, it does have to do with sex. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some Chinese emperors had hundreds of wives. That's fair. Penelope. I was gonna say, it's not Eurydice. Yeah, Penelope. That's it. Okay. It starts with a P and it ends with an E. I feel like I understand why that's where my brain went to Persephone instead of Penelope. Eurydice is for Orpheus and Eurydice, like the guy who can't, he's like, I'm gonna go to hell or underworld to get my wife, and then he's like, but I can't turn around or else I'll lose my wife, and then he turns around and he loses his wife. Right? It's just called a reverse harem when it's a bunch of guys after a girl. Gotcha. Reverse harem, one girl, many hot guys. Sounds like a trailer tagline. Mika says, hell is like a bubble dimension held together by Lucy. When Lucy is gone, the bubble pops and all the demons have to go somewhere, basically. Mark says, yes, opening the cage is the steel to the apocalypse. That's Harvey's wife. Yep. Oh, boy. Gotcha. Hellenic has offered for more info on the roots behind the West modern concept of harems. And its roots in Orientalism. See, and then we have a video here. Gotcha. Interesting. Marx, I didn't expect my story to spark such interesting definitions. Do you mean discussions? Yeah, same, honestly. I just thought I'd be like, this story is fun. Here are a couple critiques and questions, moving on. I did not expect to go in depth into what a harem is. But it was still very fun. If somebody has easy access to the butterfly meme, make it. Make a meme of Kaylie, Penelope having a bunch of suitors. Is this a harem anime? But a great story, Marx. Very enjoyable. And I applaud you for being able to write about the topic of sex in a way that I can handle and read for the stream. So, good job. It just shows you're a good writer. That's right. Marx says, aw, thank you. You're welcome. Alrighty, it's Documancer's turn. Marked by lightning. By Documancer. 350 words. The sidewalk thumped as Randall strode behind a flock of people. He pressed his sunglasses closer and winced at the cityscape noises. Some birds chirping relaxed his shoulders. The birds strayed from a robin, much like the apprehensive crowd in front of Randall. Occasionally, someone would take a peek, as though they were testing their courage. Randall attempted to nonchalantly pass the flock of people, but a stranger crossed his path and bumped into him, knocking his sunglasses off. They clattered against concrete, and a shattered echo followed. Randall focused on the perpetrator, and she screamed. His eyes plumed gray like storm clouds. Hers were just brown pools. He straightened up, but her flock scattered. The stranger who bumped Randall beelined across the street. Cars slammed their brakes and honked like angry geese. Randall sighed and approached a glass door. Fresh sourdough soothed him as he entered, but a stocky customer fussed at the register. Randall approached them with his shoulders rolled back. The customer turned with fury, but it dropped immediately. You! Randall grinned in malevolence. Yes, she marked me. You damned the city because of her. Better run before my jinx smears all over you. The customer scrambled out of the bakery. The baker smiled like he always did. Cinnamon buns today? Randall shook his head and took a table clinging a wall. More citizens of the metropolis came and went for fresh goods. Randall shifted in his seat, listening to the radio news about unnatural weather behavior. One girl in particular threw a horrendous tantrum. Randall squeaked his seat back. The squeak reached the child, and she stopped in mid-tantrum when he leered. His irises swirled much like a tornado. She gaped and approached him, then tugged his sweatshirt. "Why are your eyes like tornadoes?" He snorted. Of course kids wouldn't know. "A storm witch is hunting me." "Why?" "I upset her." "You should say you're sorry and give her flowers." A pair of heels rushed to the girl and scooped her up. "The jinx won't touch your daughter," he assured her. Regardless, the woman bolted. Throw up those... I was about to say taloids. So, actually, here's what happens. I saw marked, and I know that my words are M words, and so I was about to say mark, and then I'm like, I can't say mark, what am I supposed to say? And then my brain went to taloids. Throw up those moths and monsters. That would be funny if I said throw up those marks, because we have a mark. We have at least one mark to throw up in the chat. Do we have, like, an emoji? Marx should make, like, I don't know, like, say something, and then everybody underneath him should put just, like, hands lifting up emotes. Oh no, I broke Kaylie. Did I... What? Oh no. Oh crap. I had a ton of comments on this story. Oh no. Okay, this might make it more difficult, but hopefully I can remember what I wanted to say. Hi, Marx. Oh, okay. I now need to close it because it makes me uncomfortable to know there are supposed to be comments there and there aren't. Alrighty, well, I definitely enjoyed this story, and I think it's a great, intriguing, and unique take on the prompt. I feel like it always, how do I phrase it? So, like, our stories to the group are meant to stand alone, right? And so, like, especially, I think, I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Benji kind of encouraged people more on the side of not doing universes. I think he was more on, like, hey, like, try to make them one-offs and stuff like that. But personally, I encourage universes, and, like, in no small part because, like, that's how I use these prompts, and so I understand, at least for me, like, yes, of course, I'd still enjoy writing through these prompts if I only wrote, like, yep, this story for this week, totally different one next week. Like, I love writing, so I'd still enjoy that, but I enjoy them so much more getting to write about my characters, getting to hear people's reactions to my characters, and getting to develop my characters and stuff like that. But it's these kinds of stories, because as far as I know, this is a one-off, that, like, remind me why we all write universes, because I read a story like this and I'm like, hi, I'm ready for more. Hi, this is cool. I'd like to hear more about this universe. Like, that happened with Mako and Autumn's story and the Valentine's thing. That happened, like, in my review of Sam's story this week. That you can unlock if you cheer some more. So yeah, like I'm just reminded recently how, like, yeah, this is how and why so many of us write about universes rather than one-offs, because you write a story like this and then, like, hopefully both author and reader are going, these characters are interesting, this world is interesting, more please. Documancer says, if the prompt calls for it, I don't mind expanding universes. Awesome. Anywho, so let's ask about the title first. I actually did not catch this until just now, but he's marked by storms, not by lightning. And we'll talk about it in a bit, but I got some wrong impressions for how he was marked, and I just realized, because there was one point where I thought he had like a lightning, like covering his eyes, like a lightning scar. And I realized that I think that title might be part of why I thought that, is that I was thinking he was marked by lightning, but he's actually not. He's marked by wind. He's marked by, I know that storms have lightning in them, and maybe this is being nitpicky, but especially because I had that confusion, I wanted to ask about that. I have mixed feelings on using the word flock of people, because I think my immediate reaction was positive, of like, oh, like a flock of people, like a flock of sheep, like that's neat. That's a neat way to make the comparison. And that is something that I would, I'm trying to think if I should say my critique before I go back to my praise. I guess I'll say the critique and then go back. So the critique for it is that, especially because it is a strange word for people, not too strange, but it's definitely like, oh, like that's a unique word to describe a crowd of people. And so especially because you use it multiple times throughout the story, it does stick out a bit, and so it does have a little bit of that, like, okay, I know this word is there for the prompt, and so that is the critique for it. But it is a creative word, it is a good word, and in general that actually is advice that I would recommend for how to use these prompts, because I haven't talked about it in a while, but I kind of have this thing of, for me at least, I don't love it when the prompt is just used directly. Like in these stories, like it depends, and we'll talk about, because nobody used this prompt fully directly, but some did use those words. And so if in one of these stories someone was like, oh, look at Randall, he won a sheep in wolf's clothing, then I'd be like, oh no, like that's way too on the nose, and so, but sometimes it can be hard to not use the words for the prompt. And I think that this is a great way to, or at least a great thing to consider in how to convey these things, especially with a prompt like this, where it's like, okay, something needs to metaphorically be the sheep and something metaphorically needs to be the wolf. And so, sure, like you can literally make a sheep and wolf metaphor, and that might be totally fine, but you can also go take a layer back and go, okay, I'm going to use words that are used for sheep and words that are used for wolves to give people that impression. Because maybe, like, I know that for some of these stories that it's difficult to, it can be difficult for the reader to get, okay, like what was the wolf and what was the sheep? And so if you're like, I want to make it clear to people, but I don't want to use the words wolf and sheep, this is a great way to go around that and be like, okay, let's put some messages in people's heads. So like, let's put the message of, hey, flock, that's a sheep-like word, maybe the people are the sheep, I do think that is a recommended thing to do. Now, I guess the critique would more than anything just be, I would only use it once, and I would use it in the middle. I think that would avoid the issue of me going like, okay, like, there is a little bit of the issue of like, I know it's there for the prompt, but I do like it on principle. So I don't know much about birds, but are robins disliked in the bird community? Why am I saying bird community? Like the LGBT community? The bird community? The furry community? Well, no, I was about to say kingdom, but no, kingdom is larger than that. What is it? Species? Phylum? I don't know. But are robins disliked by other birds? Because as far as I know, like in my limited understanding of birds, I don't know that. I wouldn't have thought that. I would have thought robins are totally fine and neutral, that they're not particularly disliked by other birds. And so this line definitely threw me a bit. I definitely was, especially because strayed is a little bit of a strange word there. I I was a little like squinting at it a bit. I might have had to read it, twice to understand what was being said there. Now, don't get me wrong. I really like the image. I really like the image of like, hey, we're comparing the people to the birds, and that's another, flock comparison. But the people are like the birds are straying from this other bird, and the people are straying from him. I do like that, but I do think that a bird like a hawk, or like a predatory bird, would have, immediately made more sense to me. Now, granted, maybe that's your point. Maybe your point is the birds are all straying from a harmless bird. That, like, okay, if he was being compared to a hawk, then that would mean he's actually a danger. But if he's being compared to a robin, well, then maybe he's not actually a danger. Like, then maybe that completes the comparison better. But because, as far as I know, that's, like, not something I've seen birds do, then that adds a little bit of confusion. I do like this image of people kind of being like, and then they're like, I want to stay away from him, but also I'm kind of curious, also looking back at him. I'm curious, though, if his eyes are the only indicator of the curse. Do they recognize just him as a person? Or they're like, yeah, I know Randall. Because there is a little bit of a strangeness to, like, oh, like, when his eyes are covered, they know something's off about him. They're straying away from him. They're taking peeks at him. But once the sunglasses come off, then they're running across the street, and cars are like, swerving. And so, like, there is a little bit of an oddness there to me. That, like, okay, if they know that that's a big cheer. Thank you for that big cheer, Anime Wiccan. Really appreciate that. How many is unlocked now? Is it 3 or is it 4? I will look at your actual comment later. I just want to go through my thoughts first. And this is why I don't look at the chat, because it throws off my groove. But I do really appreciate it, to be clear. Just says 3, 80% to 4. Oh, only a little bit to get to 4. How awesome. I really need to get going, though, because it's already 5 and we're only 2 stories in. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so presumably the reason that they would be straying from him is because they know he's cursed by the Storm Witch. And so it feels a little odd for them to be like, oh, look at him, he's cursed by the Storm Witch. Like, let's stay away, but also, like, curious. And then when it's confirmed that he's cursed by the Storm Witch, then they're screaming and running, or at least they're beelining across the street, and, cars are slamming on their brakes and everything like that. I do like your description here of they clattered against concrete and a shattered echo followed. I think that's a neat description of his glasses breaking. I do feel like I'm a little surprised that he doesn't even, like, try to retrieve them, that he doesn't even look to see, like, okay, are there still frames, okay, is it just, like, it got popped out, I can pop it back in, I know everything I'm saying would cost words, but, granted, I guess just saying something like, Randall grimaced, just something like clattered against concrete and a shattered echo followed. Randall grimaced. I think that actually might flow a little bit better to me, to be like, okay, like, it's hopeless. He doesn't need to check if he can, if they're still in any way wearable. So I think, I don't know, I think some of the easiest or biggest confusions happen with this paragraph here. So Randall focused on the perpetrator and she screamed. So I know what you're saying, that, like, the perpetrator of the bump, the bump happened and his glass is shattered. Like, she is the perpetrator. It's not necessarily the wrong word to use there, but especially because everybody is afraid of him, I think perpetrator is a bit of a confusing word to use there. And then Randall focused on the perpetrator and she screamed. Could mean the perpetrator screamed, or it could mean Randall focusing on the perpetrator screamed. And so I think that could be a little more polished up. Let's see, how could you rephrase that? I guess you could just say, like, the person who bumped Randall screamed, or like the person who bumped Randall saw him or noticed his eyes and screamed. And there is an ad coming. Yeah, I know that the perp is the person who broke his sunglasses and ran across the street. I do know that. Well, I guess I'll just say, this was one I read to my dad, and he got very confused, and he ended up thinking that Randall was a girl at that point, that he had that thought of Randall is the person who's screaming, somebody else is the perpetrator, you know, but then, like I said, but then there's also, like, this confusion of, like, oh, okay, the perpetrator, so his eyes, okay, the perpetrator's eyes, hers, our main character who screamed, that got him very confused for the rest of the story. And so I feel like that using a different word, like I said, especially because he's the one everybody's afraid of, and so you're going to kind of assume, oh, the perpetrator's the person everyone's afraid of, but in this case, they're not. And so I think a different word and something more just like the person who bumped him, the bumper, could alleviate that confusion. All right, Ad, where are ya? Why are we fist bumping? I don't know why we're fist bumping.
All right, kitty. All right, kitty boo. You want some pets? You want some pets?
So, let's see, how do I introduce it? You know how I've been wanting to, like, sing more songs during our ads, so that we have, more something fun to do during our ads. There's this song that I don't know if this happens to you guys, but there are a couple songs that have just gotten programmed into me as, like, if there's just, like, a moment, I was gonna say, like, a moment of silence or a moment to myself, but that sounds like I do it anytime there's a moment of silence, and it isn't. I don't know what triggers it. I just know it'll be random times when nobody can really hear me, that, like, it'll trigger me to just start singing a certain song to myself. And there are two certain songs that this in particular happens with. And one I don't think I can sing, because it is the lullaby from Dr. Greyman. I haven't watched Dr. Greyman. I want to, but I listened to Amelie, and it's her cover of that lullaby. I love that song. And the other song is Loch Lomond. And I was thinking, I was like, oh, it'd be so cool if I could sing Loch Lomond to them. But I was like, oh, but I'm sure it's not public domain. And it totally is. And I don't know why I didn't connect. It's a folk song. Like, it's a folk song. So, yeah, like, it is a song I could sing to you. But of course, like, I'm like, oh no, but I haven't practiced. So I'll probably try and sing it to you. As long as I can work up the courage, I'll probably try and sing it, during the next ad. But yeah, I didn't specifically practice the whole song for you. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Or says, yeah, lol, you made a comment about having your groove thrown off. I made, as an Emperor's New Groove reference, and Anime Wiccan got it, hence the fist bump. That was the intention. The intention actually was originally an Emperor's New Groove reference.
I see a torty.
I see, Hellenic kitty. How lovely. Alrighty, Roo. Let us return to the story. So that was the confusion that my dad ended up having, but I ended up having a very different confusion, which is that I actually just thought that this was a generic description because, like, gray eyes, like, I don't know how realistic it is, but it's absolutely just like a normal eye color that I've heard described, at least in fiction. And so especially because it's a simile, it's a like gray storm clouds, I was just like, oh, like, pretty description of his eyes. I definitely did not think that was the curse. I did not think, no, his eyes are storm clouds. Like, his eyes are tornadoes. It is not a pretty poetic description of like, oh yeah, it's like a storm. It's just, it's like literally what the curse is. And so I was still waiting to learn what the curse was after that. I was still like, oh, okay, like, he got pretty gray eyes, and she got dull eyes. She got dull brown eyes. Okay, I don't know why we're talking about this now, but all right. And then, where was the part where, I can't remember. Hopefully I'll find it as I'm continue looking for it. But I remember there's a specific part where I was like, oh, okay, so he has like a lightning mark, you know, because I didn't think that his eyes were the problem, were the curse. And so I definitely think at least saying his eyes were gray storm clouds would help that. I don't know if I still would be like, pretty metaphor. But that would have definitely helped. I don't think you necessarily need to say this. I know this is like a comparison of like his eyes are wackadoo and hers are normal, you know, but I didn't really get that. And so I think I actually think that saying, even with the simile, even saying his eyes plumed gray like storm clouds, he straightened up, like, as the next line. I think even that could have made me go, oh, like, there's something noteworthy about them being like gray. As is it read, like I said, it read a bit like, oh, okay, we're describing their eyes, all right. You know, because they both get described rather than his are the noteworthy ones. They're the only ones that need to be described. And then I'm curious, kind of related to what I said before, are the cars slamming on their brakes because they've seen his eyes, or are they slamming on their brakes because somebody is beelining across the street and they're like, watch it, lady, you know, watch where you're running, kind of thing. I do like the baker a lot. I really enjoy that he's like, oh, bakery, and the baker's like, hey bro, we'll talk more about the baker in a sec, but I do like that this is his happy place and stuff. This I have a lot of critiques for the story, so I don't like saying this as kind of another critique. I'm literally only saying it because I think it's funny. It's fine. The line is fine as is. I just am in a very jokey mood right now, but I assume because you didn't have the words, you didn't say the smell of fresh sourdough soothed him, just fresh sourdough. And so there is kind of an element of like, the sourdough, it pleases me. Like, it's not about the smell, it's not about the taste, it's just him, the sourdough, you know? And you know what? Fair. Sometimes I too am like, chocolate. just the fact that it exists makes me happy. And so my personal other biggest, I think, biggest critique for the story would be, that was very clear for me at the beginning that I was like, oh, okay, so like he's the sheep in wolf's clothing. Everybody thinks that he's this terrifying, terrible, cursed person, but he's just gonna be a nice guy. He's just gonna be a normal person. Like, that's great. But the first words that we hear him say are said with malevolence. It's not even like a, that sounds like it could be malicious. It is specifically called out as malicious, as malevolent. And sure, I get that he, I get that he has been dealing with this for a while, and so at this point he might want to mess with people. That he's like, okay, like, I tried to be nice at first, but now I'm gonna mess with people. I get what he's saying, and I get why he would say it, but for me, it's a bit of an issue for the prompt and for something later, but because I'm going, he's the sheep, and then here he is being malevolent, and so I'm like, okay, so people are afraid of him, and they're afraid for a reason. Like, they're afraid of him, and he's actually malevolent on the inside. And so I feel like if you had, like, again, of course, like, you don't really have the words for this, but just to explain, if you had an interaction that was positive, or you had an interaction where he was like, oh, sorry, I guess you could have worked it into the bump, that you could have had him be like, oh, like, sorry, or like, maybe she dropped her purse and he tries to help her, or something like that. Like, he does something nice. Then the middle interaction is negative, and then the end is positive again. I think that would work better. But just having it be very neutral. He's just walking across the street. He just tries to go around the people. He gets bumped. And so none of that is showing for sure that he's like a good person inside. None of that is showing he actually doesn't want to harm anybody. It's just like neutral. It's just, this is happening. People are scared of him. We don't know if that's warranted. And then the first things he says is explicitly called out as malevolent. Now I'm going, oh, wait. So, like, actually, he means to be mean. Like, actually, they're actually right to be scared. And kind of related to that, did my comments just appear? There they are. Okay. We don't know if this is true. We still don't know if it's true by the end. And so, like, he's being malevolent, and then the guy says, you damned this city. And so I'm like, okay, he is malevolent. It's very likely he did damn the city. He's kind of seeming like a wolf on the inside. Now, granted, like, I want to be clear that, especially by the end, I do get it. I get that you genuinely were going for him being a sheep on the inside, especially with the whole situation with the kid, and we'll come back to that at the end, but I do get that that is what you're going for, and I get that he's just kind of miffed. He's just kind of done with it, and there's one other reason I think he does this, but I get that, but I just think it's a poor introduction regarding this prompt, if that makes sense. So the other thing that I think is going on is I think that the customer was being mean to his baker friend, and so he's mean back. And so I think the issue with that is that when I saw, but a stocky customer fussed at the register, I thought that one of two things was happening. I thought that either he immediately saw Randall and he's fussing. Like, he saw Randall and he's, like, dropping his coins. And he's like, oh, it's the cursed boy, it's the storm boy, he's here. Oh, no, my money, that kind of thing. Or that he's just like, oh, sorry, like, that he's basically dropping his money of his own accord. That he's like, I'm such a klutz today, I'm so sorry. Because fuss, to me, is a benign to neutral word. Fuss, to me, doesn't read as, like, he's throwing a tantrum. It doesn't read as he's being, like, mean to the baker. It just reads as he's like, oh, I'm fussing, like, oh, no, I'm anxious. Oh no, like that kind of thing. And so I read it as either fussing about Randall or fussing just at the register, not him being a meanie. I think, but I realized, after multiple reads, that the customer turned with fury is meant to show, oh, okay, so he was being mean. He was being rude at the register. He was being furious. And so I think, fortunately or unfortunately, that would be a very, very easy fix. All you would need to do is change the word fuss. That, and let's see, now of course I need to think of a word to change it to. I guess just yelled. I guess just a stocky customer yelled at the baker, or yelled at the register. Sounds like he's yelling at the register, literally, but, a stocky customer, you could say, you'd have to change the later one, but you could say a stocky customer threw a tantrum at the register. Yeah, made a big stink. That totally would work. A stocky customer made a big stink. But yeah, if you needed one word, I think yelled would work perfectly fine. Even if you kept it yelled at the register, I still would probably take it as like, oh yeah, he's at the register and he's yelling, Yeah, I get that. I mean, I can see if I can find other stuff, but I'm sure that you could do that with just one word, but a different word than fuss. Oh, it doesn't want to load. Yeah, so like that would help Randall seem like a better person, if it's clear that, oh, hey, somebody's making a big stink, somebody's yelling up at the register, and he's, stopping them. That would help. But the fact that it just seems read to me as, like, he sees Randall, and he's like, and then Randall comes up, and he's like, hey, malevolent. Then that extra is like, oh, maybe he's not a good guy, And again, I also think just taking out the word malevolent would help. I think just saying, like, Randall grinned. Yes, she marked me. Sure, it might still have similar problems, but at least not calling him out as malevolent in the first dialogue we hear him say, I think would help, And so, like, even though I have a lot of critiques for this section, I do really like this phrasing of before my jinx smears all over you. And, like, again, we'll talk about it more at the end. But, despite the confusion that it causes, especially if this were in a longer piece and I was able to get to know Randall better beforehand, then I do kind of like that as a taunt of like, oh yes, you guys are all afraid that my jinx is gonna, smear all over you, so I'll play into that, that kind of thing. I do really like the verb smears there and stuff like that. I really like this a lot. This is such a great way to use your words wisely, to just say he smiled like he always did, because you could have just said the baker smiled, and we might be like, okay, so maybe the baker knows him, or maybe the baker's grateful. But adding the word always in there shows us, oh, hey, so the baker, Randall, comes in here all the time. The baker knows him. Okay, so this is our first really good indication that Randall's a sheep, because the baker is fine with him. Like, he just did this malevolent thing, seemingly, and the baker's like, hey, cinnamon buns today. So that shows that's not his real character. And then cinnamon buns today also shows that he comes in here all the time. I do really like that a lot. I do really like this verb of clinging to a wall as well. I think that's great, of just this image of like he's really trying to huddle back in that corner. That not only is he essentially clinging to the wall, he's finding a table that's clinging to a wall. I like that a lot. Though I will say, I'm kind of wondering why he's here if he doesn't want baked goods. Because he shakes his head. He says, no, I don't want cinnamon buns. And he doesn't even say, no, but an apple fritter, please. He doesn't do that. And so I'm kind of sitting here like, this was a lot of effort to get here. Like, you had to deal with the people on the street. You had to deal with your sunglasses being broken and people running away from you. You had to deal with that customer. And now all you came here to do is listen to the radio. Randall, you can listen to the radio at home. Like, if the only reason that you wanted to come here is to listen to the radio, you don't need to go through all that effort. Just do it at home. And so I feel like just having him nod or say yes would work a lot better. You don't even have to have his cinnamon buns come to him in the story. You can just have it be that he's like, yep, and then all this happens. All the rest of it could happen before his cinnamon buns come out. You know, that would work perfectly fine. I do like the indication of he's listening to the unnatural weather behavior, so he's listening for the storm witch, for the curse, so that is potentially, I mean, I guess that's neutral. I was gonna say that's potentially another indication that that he's a sheep, that he's like wanting to assess the problem and help. But I guess listening to the radio, you could be a villain and listen to the radio. You could weird things out of context. You could be a villain who's like, yes, my storms, they have attacked, you know?
Kitty boo. Okay, you're on the throne for a good amount of time. You can go if you must. Adorable kitty. Yeah, right, Bill? Hi. You're so cute.
But regardless, even if it doesn't fully indicate that he's a sheep, I do like that, he's doing that. I do. Are we lagging? And then, this is a bit nitpicky, but, so there's a little bit of an awkwardness to this phrasing, because we have more citizens came and went for fresh goods, and that's what connects to one girl in particular. But especially because this just seems like a throwaway background, like, oh yeah, citizens came and went. And we're focused on Randall, like, okay, that doesn't matter, back to Randall. It does feel a little weird to go from, okay, Randall, he's listening, one girl in particular, because one girl in particular refers back to something. It refers back to, there are people, or there are girls, and one in particular is doing something. And so I think that either saying, you know, Randall shook his head and took a table, clinging a wall. Randall shifted in his seat, listening to the radio news about unnatural weather behavior. More citizens of the metropolis came and went for fresh goods. One girl in particular threw a horrendous tantrum. I think that would work fine, because it's connecting, okay, we have a bunch of citizens, we're talking about one in particular. You could also just say, like, a girl came in and threw a tantrum, you know, rather than one girl in particular, because that's implying one out of a bunch, but going just like, a girl showed up, came into the store, and threw a tantrum, you know. I do really like the kids not knowing. I do like the innocence of the kids. That does feel pretty accurate to a lot of things, that the adults are prejudiced and have their prejudices and those sorts of things, but the kids are just like, what's wrong? Like, this is just a dude, you know? And so, let's see. So this is just a dude. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I do really like that the kids are. I see something bad is going on in the chat. It's distracting me, but I need to look away. I like that the kids are innocent. I like that you're highlighting that, and that, you know, all the adults are out here doing their thing. And that is cool in terms of the sheep metaphor, because a sheep metaphor is often used as like, oh, like, you just follow the herd, like, you're a sheep, as kind of an insult sort of thing. And so I like the like that kind of imagery as well, of like, all the people are this flock of sheep who are all following this mentality that maybe they shouldn't. They're all agreeing with the rumors that, you know, he's cursed the city and he's this terrible person, but actually he's not. He's fine. He's a normal guy. Well, I don't know how normal he is. He seems like he's trying to do his best to be normal. I do really like her being like, hey, like, she's offering solutions right away, and they're very cute solutions of just like, oh, say you're sorry, give her flowers, and stuff like that. I really like your description of a pair of heels rushed to the girl. I like, you know, the metonymy of that. I think that's very cool. And I like that, you know, no matter what he's saying, the woman's still bolting and stuff like that. But to return to the earlier part, I think that this also, this section is a secondary issue for me because you just said to that guy, like, what, either 5 seconds ago or 30 minutes ago, yeah, my jinx is totally gonna smear all over you. Now, yes, we can, especially on a second read, understand that he doesn't mean that. He's just like, oh yeah, everybody thinks this, I'll play into this, and I'll get him out of this door. But you can't be telling people at one point, my jinx is totally gonna smear on you, and then another second later expect someone to believe you when you say it's not gonna touch her. And so I feel like, again, that's another reason why maybe, like, I guess that could be just a reason to take out the middle section and just have him be fully sheepy the whole time of, like, you know, some interaction happens and he tries really hard to be like, wait, no, I'm not gonna hurt you, but they bolt. And then at the end we have the kid and it's like, oh yay, like the kid is being nice, okay, I'm not gonna hurt you, oh, but you know, she still gets taken away and stuff like that. And so I think that would have worked well because he's really fighting to be a sheep, that he's really fighting to be like, hey, I promise I'm a sheep on the inside. But for him to be like, hi, I'm totally a wolf, even if he means it, like, sardonically, then for him later to be like, no, wait, believe me, I'm a sheep. It's like, it's kind of a cry wolf situation, isn't it? Where it's like, yeah, I'm totally gonna hurt you. My curse is gonna hurt you. Wait, no, actually not, though. It's like, oh, well, I can't believe you if you're telling people that you're gonna hurt us. You know, that kind of thing. Again, I know it's sardonic. I know that he doesn't really mean it, but the people don't know that. Like the people, the crowd, or whoever else is in the shop won't know that. And what he's doing is just playing into these rumors. And so if he really cares about, you know, dispelling the rumors, if he really wants people to believe him when he says the jinx isn't going to hurt them, he shouldn't be saying that, even sardonically. If that makes sense. But I really like this premise of, you know, I don't know what he did to upset her, but again, assuming that he's the sheep, I'm assuming that it wasn't anything that bad that he upset her, but he didn't actually do anything wrong, or it wasn't that bad or anything like that. It wasn't curse deserving behavior. And so I'm interested in why he got cursed, and I'm interested to see where it goes forward, if he's able to reconcile with the Storm Witch, or if she's the villain to defeat. It would be cool to see him, you know, it would be cool to see, like, somebody believe him, like he gets a sidekick of some sort, who actually believes him and helps out, you know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is that, like, I feel like there's a lot of different reactions one could have to this kind of treatment, right? And so one reaction is to be like, wait, no, like, I'm actually good, I won't hurt you. And another reaction is to become jaded and be like, oh yeah, I'll totally, you know, hurt you, you know, I'll, like, well, they don't believe me. And it, like, both could exist. Somebody could try really hard to be like, please believe me. And then when nobody believes them, then they become jaded and are like, okay, well, I'll just play into it because nobody believes me anyways. I guess my issue is just that it doesn't work to have them at the same time. That to have somebody be jaded and then 30 minutes later be like, wait, no, believe me. It's like, well, you played into it. You decided to go the jaded route. that kind of closes the door to having people believe you, if that makes sense. So I didn't preface my thoughts at the beginning. Maybe I should have, but when I first walked away from the story, I was like, oh, that was so good. I was super engaged by it. I was super into it and intrigued and everything like that. And this is definitely one of those stories that the more I sunk my teeth into it, the more critiques I found. But I do want to make it clear that overall, I really enjoyed the story. And like my first reaction, I didn't even see a lot of these critiques on my first reaction. I was just like, oh, like this is so fun and interesting and good. All right. So. All right. I think there's a lot of discussion. Oh yeah, I see. I love that her answers give her flowers. Yes. Lifts Marx like it's his vomit spot. Oh yeah, the Wii is the perfect emote for that. As correlating lightning to a storm, you don't get lightning from sunny days. I mean, that's true, but and I didn't find the point where I thought he was, literally marked by lightning, but I guess it's just when it's a mark. A mark is a very specific thing that you can see on somebody's person. And so I think saying he's marked by lightning and then it's like, well, that's actually not the mark. That's not what he's marked with. He's marked with a tornado. I do know that like tornadoes would often come with lightning. But lightning is not the mark, if that makes sense. I did go kind of heavy-handed on the flock of people. At one point I called them a herd. Another, I called them a sheeple. A sheeple. Yeah, that would have been too far. I ended up with flock. Fair enough. I think using in the middle word would work on flock. Yeah, exactly. Hellenic says, depends. British robins are absolutely hated. Interesting. Robins are actually vicious and territorial to other birds. Okay, so that was just my limited bird knowledge failing me in that situation. I was debating on canaries or robins. I still would have had the same question with canaries. This is a couple years back. There were two birds nesting at the end of our block who swooped down and attacked anyone who walked around the corner. Were they robins? Oh, I see. Hellenic says American robins are chill. Is that the issue? That I'm in America. I'm with the chill robins, but in Britain they're not so chill. Documancer says, yeah, I didn't want a bird that was obvious, like a vulture or a hawk. That's fair. It is kind of the balance of these stories. Like, I totally understand not wanting to be obvious, but I think in some situations it's better to be obvious. So I definitely think I would have had no problem with you saying, like, the bird strayed from a vulture. Like, that would have worked very well for me. Vulture could maybe work better because, again, limited bird knowledge. But vultures are scavengers, so they're not necessarily going to, like, attack other birds. But hey, they do eat meat, and they're not like the other birds. And so I could see other birds kind of being like, I don't know about this guy. Even though it's not like a hawk or like, granted, I don't know for sure, but assuming like hawks attack other birds and stuff like that, that if they're like around a bird that attacks other birds, they might be explicitly like flying away rather than just like, I don't know about this guy. So I think vulture could have worked quite well there, and I wouldn't have been like, oh wow, what an obvious metaphor. It just would have made more sense and would have worked better for me as a metaphor. Blue jays or crows, that might have worked. Yeah, I've kind of heard of blue jays being like territorial. Thank you for the cheers, Anime Wiccan. This is the nice beefy cheer. They say, I love this story. I'm wondering more about his perspective of being marked. Also, I'm gonna pop out occasionally because I've got other things going on today, but hopefully this gets another story up on deck. How awesome. A car was serving because the guy who ran off across the street to get away. Okay, so it was about that. 3 Encores, 80% to 4. Oh yeah, we talked about that before. Like says, I actually really like how you got the birds mentioned at the start of paragraph 2 and then the flocks of people in paragraph 3. Good theming. So Hellenic liked it. And I do think that for my critique earlier of having just like the middle one, I think if you didn't have flock here, because going flock, birds, flock feels heavy-handed, but if you just say crowd here, then birds, then flock, I probably would have had a similar reaction to Hellenic. Okay, the sunglasses snapped too quick for him to grab them. Yeah, I was kind of more thinking of him grabbing them after they're on the ground, but maybe that's dumb. The perp, the person who broke his sunglasses. The person who bumped him was the man who ran across the street. Oh no, that's extra. That's extra confusing. Oh no. So, yeah. A stranger crossed his path, bumped into him, knocking his glasses off. The perpetrator. Like, that seems like one person. A stranger did this, a stranger bumped, a stranger knocked. So it's the stranger who did that. So I'm not really seeing a third person there. 3 people. Randall, her, she broke the sunglasses. The guy who bumped him and cornered him from getting past the flock. Her, she was in the flock. Yeah, so you said, but a stranger crossed his path and bumped into him, knocking his sunglasses off. They clattered against concrete and a shattered echo followed. Yes, that does kind of imply that somebody stepped on him, but you did not state any person being there, and that can imply they just fell. Like, all they did was fall. They shattered when they fell. And so that doesn't to me read like there's a third person. That just reads as there's one person, they bump, they knock it off. If you wanted there to be 2, you would need to have a subject. You would need to have a person, like, there is a subject, but you need to have a person there rather than just like they fell and it was nobody's fault kind of phrasing. Yeah. The eye of the storm, nice. Bloomed like storm clouds. That's a good one. Again, I still would recommend the like being taken out. I mean, I don't know if saying something like gray storm clouds bloomed in his eyes or plumed in his eyes, that might work better. Just something that's not a simile. Something that's literal. I ran out of words, but I see the humor. Yeah, the sourdough. He leans into the malevolence to get the dude to lead. He might mess with people. Ghoulish, she seems more like a goat than a sheep. Well, tell me more about that. The little girl was the positive interaction. I ran out of words and used malevolence. I'm curious what it used to be then. Yeah, I mean, I think I answered why it was an issue for me, that, like, yes, you have a positive reaction, but it's kind of a problem together for me. Darlings, man, stupid sick brain finally came up with an idea for the prompt just the second, based on a roleplay I'm doing all week. Well, you can still write for it. You can still submit it to the backups, and even if you don't submit it to the backups, you can still post it. He actually didn't damn the city. Interesting. Like, I don't know if that was needed to be said, but because it's we just hear he damned the city and we don't get any clarification on that adds to him being wolf-like, so I don't know if it would have been good to clarify that. Correct, he was protecting the baker. He was fussing about his order being wrong. Fuss is a negative word to me. He made a fuss about his order. Well, like, people in the chat can feel free to say if you agree or disagree, but even just saying he made a fuss, he, like, fussed about his order, especially saying fussed rather than made a fuss, That to me definitely reads more as like, oh, sorry, like I ordered waffles and you gave me pancakes. So like, you know, can we maybe like remake that or something like that? It's that sort of thing, rather than like, oh, I ordered the waffles and how dare you hand me pancakes. I don't know if I switched them that time, you know. I guess fuss is small to me. Like, fuss is the rumblings of starting to like yell at someone, but it's not like actually a problem yet. Made a fuss, that could work better, because made a fuss is like, I am making this your problem. I am making this a problem, rather than the verb of like fussing over something. Like, let's see, I don't know if dictionary will prove me wrong, but fussing is like, I see fussing used as like, there's a mom and a son, and the son is going to prom, and like the mom is like patting down his suit and like licking her finger and like wiping gunk off his face and stuff like that. That's her fussing over him. That's how I hear the word fuss used as a verb. Okay, so the first definition is an excessive display of anxious attention or activity, needless or useless bustle. Okay, so I think that first definition already is what I'm thinking of. It's the anxious energy. An argument or noisy dispute, so that's more of what you were saying. A complaint or protest, especially about something relatively unimportant, so that's what you're saying as well. To make a fuss, make much ado about trifles. Okay, dictionary. To complain, especially about something relatively unimportant. To disturb, especially with trifles. Annoy, bother. Okay, so it sounds like we're both right. It sounds like neither of us had the wrong definition, but both our definitions are correct. Berating, yeah. The stock customer berated the cashier. That would totally work, yeah. Give me the money, sir. I'm not talking to you. Give me the money, you stupid machine. Talking to the cashier, yes. What? Oh gosh. Someone starts rowing on it because they want storm eyes too. That sounds, especially after Mark's story, that sounds sexual. He was listening to the radio. I actually just go to cafes because of the ambiance. Well, so that's fair. That's totally fair to want to go to the ambiance. But the ambiance to him is meanness. The ambiance to him is people being mean to him and rude and scared of him. That feels like a bad ambiance. Like, even if the cafe is nice, like, if you're just there for the ambiance and your ambiance is people being mean to you, I don't know why you would go there. Treat that though, easy enough of a fix. Oh, yeah. I see what you all were talking about in the chat now. That was very weird. That's really funny, because I will often, when I see a new person, I will stop to say hi, and I didn't this time. I don't know if that ultimately was good or bad, but I didn't even understand the question now that I fully see it. I was trying to show these different dynamics, but I guess I did it too fast. Yeah, very fair. Look at me! Look at me! Look at me! The type commenter. Marked as in jinx. People can see the jinx. I mean, I feel like I'm just gonna keep repeating myself, but like, if I said, hi, I have a lightning mark somewhere on my person, you're gonna think that I have a lightning mark somewhere on my person, and if I show you and it's a tornado, then they're gonna be like, oh, that's not lightning, Kaylie, you know? So, like, I know that, like, Jinx and Mark are, like, you know, could be synonyms here. And, like, I guess, you know, jinxed by lightning might work for me, because that's less saying, like, I have a lightning mark. It was not a lightning mark, you know? So maybe jinxed would have worked, you know? Sheeple would have been funny if a bit obvious, yeah. Falcons eat other birds. Gotcha. I could probably tweak the bird to crow, vulture, etc. Something for me to play with. We're likely not seeing the third person because of the use of a definite article rather than another indefinite article. Where is that? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. So, like, a stranger is the article there. I'm not sure. Well, it made sense to Doc. Doc says that makes sense. I might have just used the wrong sensory word at the time. Well, I mean, I kind of already said it, but the subject here is the glasses. So the glasses are clattering against the concrete. The glasses are shattering, and it's like, oh, I guess, like, maybe you're talking about a shattered echo. But even so, like, yeah, the glasses are doing this thing, and then a shattered echo. It's just, like, neither of those things have a person attached to them. And so it's not, like, somebody threw the glasses clattering against the concrete. It's not somebody shattered them. It's just that they are clattering, and we know that they're clattering because somebody bumped into him. And a shattered echo follows, and so I don't assume from that something new happened. I'm just assuming it's all one action. Bump, knock off, they clatter, they shatter. And so it doesn't read like there's a new thing introduced, if that makes sense. So I was like, you're right, when I work tonight, fair enough. I have to Jenga some words around for made a fuss in there. Well, like I said, you don't need made a fuss. You can just say berated the cashier, and that would work just fine. Because if you say bumped into a man, the perpetrator, then it's referring to the same character. Exactly, yeah, that, we have a stranger, and then that's the only person, and then the perpetrator, well, then that, okay, we now need to look for the last person we saw. The last person we saw is this stranger. Ah, yes, the ambiance of society's hatred for me. Sips tea. Amazing. Yeah, I keep thinking of Harry Potter Scar for sure. Wolf says, regarding to the song thing, for me it's a folk pirate metal song called The Longing. Well, hey, nice to know I'm not alone in that. I have to clean them things up then, Documancer says. Very fair. And as always, I hope that my critiques were not too harsh. Like I said, I did very much enjoy the story. I'm interested in these characters. I'd love to read more about them. Yeah. No, that's why I didn't want to do a lightning bolt. Yeah, very fair. I mean, your tornadoes are great. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. All right. Hellenic is here, yes? I believe... Yeah, you arrived a while ago. Alrighty. Alrighty, room. From Fold... Oh, wait! You had questions, didn't you? And then, because I didn't read them because the comments got lost. I'm trying my best to work on transitioning information without omitting important details. Do any parts seem to be abrupt or forced? If yes, what would help? I almost read that as, would that help? Like, would it be better if it was more abrupt and forced? If yes, what would help? Are there any parts that are fluid? Are there any spots that are missing too much needed context? Which parts work? Does the prompt work for the story? Okay, so I think I did pretty much answer those. Alrighty, Root, and you guys can feel free to answer them more in the chat. Okay. Yes, you know what this story needs? More abruptness. Alright. From Fold to Fold, Man in Rags, by Hellenic Taoist, 349 words. Hear me, O Erebus, and answer our call, the coven's new high priest intoned as flames rose out of the pit. With one voice, the rest of the thronged vampires lifted their hands and recited, Open the dark portal for your children to pass. Child of sleep, intoned the high priest. Came the response, Rise from sleep and hear your supplicants. King of dreams, rise from dreaming and hear your supplicants. Chief of the beasts who freeze sleeping mortals, look favorably upon our sacrifice. The fire, which leapt out of the pit at least 6 feet in the air, was blown out like the flame of a candle, plunging the glade into darkness. The vampires waited wrapped for the darkness to break. Out of the mists, a towering form coalesced. A pair of lidless stars gazed from beneath a shadowy hood. The night itself bent like cobwebs, adorning the ragged shadow's outstretched wings. At length, Morpheus spoke. I don't recognize most of you, but it's clear you have something of mine. Not one body spoke to answer the king. Only the priest stepped forward, like a doe into a clearing. Here I am, Lord. A wisp of a smile suggested itself beneath the watchful stars. You've been away too long, my love. The priest smiled peaceably, and suddenly it was revealed that he had a head of a golden ram. Treachery! Cried one of the assembled into the shocked stillness. Why, you're not a vampire at all! The ram grimaced sheepishly. It's true, I have deceived you all. It was the only way I could think to get home safely. He looked up to his husband then, clutching his tattered robe like a child entreating its parent, and pleaded, But my love, their coven adopted me as one of their own. They've shown me true hospitality. Precious lamb, hummed the angel of dreams. Then to the throng, See how my bride chooses to bless you. Not one of you shall ever be caught in the sun. Then Morpheus disappeared with his bride, leaving the vampires to contemplate their blessing. Throw up those moths and monsters a cheer for this story if you loved it. Make a happy affiliate anniversary. Couldn't have prompted that on mobile. And a cheer. Thank you so much. And then 98 bits to unlock 4. And then we got some bits from Ghoulish and Magistrate Ironlung. Thank you so much. That is all 4 unlocked. That is awesome. Yes, yes. The Caitlin popcorn inside the tentacles. That just, I don't know. It just feels like inside every tentacled horror is a girl eating popcorn. Alrighty, Roo. Well, you usually have notes, but I didn't see any on this one, so if you would like to add notes in the chat, then feel free to do so. But very interesting little tale here. Love the vibes. Alrighty, Roo. Well, let's just begin. I think the chanting works quite well. I think, like, this is a good way to just get right into the setting. Like, we start with the chant. We have a coven, a high priest, flames in the pit. Like, all the setting is just given to us right away, and we can really see what's going on with just a few words. That works very well. I feel like the chant works. Like, there isn't... Well, I guess the one thing I'd say is, did you mean freeze? Because I really don't know what freeze means there. It felt, I don't know. It felt like a strange mistake to make, and so I didn't want to just change it to the S, because I felt like it seemed like you wouldn't do that intentionally, or that you intentionally wanted the word to be with the Z. But I don't know what that means. Like, why do sleeping people need to be frozen? But other than that, like, I think the chant really works. I don't really have a problem with it, except that I feel like it goes on a little long, because ultimately none of this is important. Like, your children to pass sounds like they want to pass, but the only person who passed is his husband, not his child. And then, you know, okay, this one's fine. This is fine. Don't understand this. What sacrifice did they make, you know? So I think just simply, like, hear me, O Erebus, and answer our call. Rise from sleep and hear your supplicants. Even just that, I think, would have done its job, and you would have had a lot more words to play with. Or just, like, hear me, O Erebus, and answer our call. The phrase, the tone. The Coven's new high priest intoned as flames rose out of the pit. With one voice, the rest of the thronged vampires lifted their hands and recited, rise from sleep and hear your supplicants. King of dreams, rise from dreaming and hear your supplicants. Like, that also could have been just fine. So, yeah, I think it went on a little bit long, and you could have used the words more at the end. But I also don't think that the chant is bad. And I do like, you know, the sleep and dreaming, child asleep, king of dreams. Really interesting stuff. Absolutely love this paragraph. This is my favorite paragraph in the piece. I love a pair of lidless stars gazed from beneath a shadowy hood. That's so cool. I don't know how literal you were being with that. I don't know if it's like, well, he has normal eyes, but they're glittering like stars, or if it literally looks like stars. Either way, it's a beautiful image, and I'm totally imagining, like, this shadowy figure with, like, a cloak of stars that has, like, 2 stars for eyes looking upon them. That's such a cool image. And, like, the night itself bent like cobwebs adorning the ragged shadows at outstretched wings. Oh, fantastic. I love that phrasing, that imagery so much. That's so beautiful. So, at first you say Erebus, and then you say Morpheus. And I think Morpheus is, like, the king of dreams, and then Erebus, I feel like Erebus, like, guards, I feel like, at least I remember it in, like, Lore Olympus guarding, the underworld, or guarding Tartarus. It could be something related to sleep, or it could be... Okay, it's darkness. Okay, the god of the dark region of the underworld and the personification of darkness. Okay, yeah, so Erebus is the god of darkness, and Morpheus is the god of dreams. They're 2 different gods. And so, like, you start with the first line, them calling to Erebus, and Morpheus is the one who shows up. And so, when I first read it, I was like, oh, okay, they got a messenger. Like, they were looking for Erebus, but they got his messenger. Like, okay. There was also a thought of, okay, did they get the wrong one? Like, they wanted Erebus and the wrong one came. And so... like, even if you were like, oh, like, they're kind of calling out to both of them. They're calling out to Erebus, they're calling out to Morpheus. It's all just kind of a chant to multiple gods, or a general chant sort of thing. I don't feel like that really works in a 350-word story. That the point of the story is we're calling Morpheus, we want him to come. He is our husband, we need him to come. We need him to come here. And so I feel like the only thing it adds is confusion to use 2 different names in such a short story. And then I did actually, well, I don't know. I did actually think that Morpheus was going to be the sheep in wolf's clothing, that we have this dramatic chant. We have the sacrifice and stuff like that. Hello, TG Vargas. Welcome, welcome. I don't know what you mean about history. This is a story written by someone in my community. Every week we have a prompt, and we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt, and then at the end of the week I read some of the stories from the week here on the stream. So this is by Hellenic Taoist. And then, so I expected Morpheus to be the sheep that they have the dramatic chant. They're talking about a sacrifice, and I kind of expected him to show up and be like, I don't need no sacrifices. Like, okay, I don't need all this drama, you know, and be, or like he just arrives and he's humble and he's kind or something like that. Which I guess maybe you could say that's still true. But we'll come back to that. But I do like him being like, I don't know a lot of you, but I know you, you know, but you have something of mine. And I do like that he's saying you have something of mine. Kind of sounds like, oh, like they have an object. And then it's his husband. I think that's pretty great. Not one body spoke to answer the king. Only the priest stepped forward. And then the priest speaks. Is the priest not a body? Even if the priest is like spirit and he doesn't actually have a body, I feel like that's kind of an awkward way to explain that, because it just sounds like not one body spoke to answer the king. The priest answered the king, you know? And so, I think just going straight to like only the priest stepped forward like a doe into the clearing, I think that would have worked fine. I do really like the doe image. That's a very, I can imagine the like timidness to it. Though granted, considering this is his husband, I don't know why he's so like, hi, you know, so like shaky and timid about it. That I do like the image. I guess like the first time I read it, when I didn't realize this was his husband, I was kind of thinking he is terrified, that he's like, hi, you know. So yeah, don't know why you're using kind of a very like timid, shaky image, but I do like the image and I do think it's very evocative. Hello, Bitzer. Oh yeah, what was your first prompt for the group, Bitzer? Yeah, Wolf said Erebus is the god of darkness. The doe comparison was to evoke gentleness and purity. Gotcha. I don't know how much time I have before the ad shows up. I can see that, but I guess for me that like, yes, that's there, but it definitely conjures either in addition to that or other than that, it conjures this like, I'm wobbly. I'm wobbly on my legs, you know. Deathshead was the monster of your stories. Nice. Bitzer doesn't recall. It's running now? Why is it not on my screen? Oh, there it is. Well, I'll check for the other cat real quick.
I don't see him.
Oh boy. Said I'd do it next ad, but I just feel self-conscious. I haven't sung at all today, and I've been all kind of squeaky in the throat, and so I'm like, I want to practice during the break. There's no cat in view. The cat is on the table.
I mean, she just sneezed. I don't know if she's waking up.
Yeah, okay.
Kitty. Oh, it's the rich.
You wanna come in front of the computer, or are you gonna lay back down?
Kitty boo boo boo, kitty boo, kitty boo boo boo, kitty boo.
Seems like she's staying at the table. It's so hard to see the popcorn. It looks like Caitlin's doing this. Like, I can try and do the chorus part once and practice more at other times. I don't think so. Mr. says, I think it might have been a moth in the archive. You were absolutely here before that. You were here for the Tail Foundry days and years, I think. I think you were there for years. No. You'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Well, there's your first try. I think it got better at the end, but wasn't great at the beginning. Yeah, I'm talking about the group. What was your first prompt for the group? Let's see. I think the priest is / has a body. I really like watchful stars. I like you continuing. Oh yeah, and the wisp of a smile. This whole thing is great, and that conveys this tenderness and just like chuckling, tender little smile. That's very, very cool. Okay, so the Golden Rampart. So I have Rampart. I have such mixed feelings about that because, like, on the one hand, it's mythical, it's cool, it's interesting, and, like, despite it being a very obvious use of the prompt, in some ways it's a rather unique use of the prompt because, like, I don't think any other story this week had this kind of character in it, and, like, especially if you've already created this character before this prompt, like, that's pretty interesting character design, and it makes me think of the golden fleece that the Jason gets. I don't know if that's meant to be like this is that ram. But on the other hand, the fact that I was expecting Morpheus to be the sheep in wolf's clothing, then when it's like, oh, actual sheep, like, oh, he just is a sheep, there is kind of an anticlimacticness to that as well. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, not that big a deal, but it was revealed. How is it revealed? This is kind of the thing of passive voice, where it's like, does this work? Sure, yeah. It's really not, like, it doesn't trip up the story that much or anything like that, but it does feel weird that it's like, how did that happen? Did a breeze fly in? Did another vampire rip their hood off? Did he pull his hood off? Did Morpheus wave his wing and the hood fell off? We don't know. It was revealed, you know? And it was revealed suddenly. I really like shocked stillness as the descriptor there. And I do like kind of the specificity of, like, the vampires are the wolves, and, like, him being a different creature that's literally a sheep is the wolf in sheep's clothing. There is something kind of fun about that. I see what you did here. I don't know if I like it, because it's a little on the nose, but I see what you did there. Also, how does a ram grimace? I am rather interested in, like, this character and this plan. Like, I am curious about the fact that joining a coven of vampires was the only option, was the only way to get home safely. But it's very interesting. He looked up to his husband, then clutching his tattered robe like a child entreating its parent, and pleaded. I have mixed feelings about that line because it's a really evocative image. Like, I can totally imagine the softness and the innocence, the gentleness of just like, hey, like, they help me out, you know, kind of thing, and the care and love in that, and so I definitely can get that. But also I feel a slight discomfort to a, you know, married couple, a romantic and sexual relationship, being compared to a parent and child relationship. Now, granted, I know that the daddy kink exists, but still, and again, this might just be a me thing, but I see that and I'm like, not loving the image that's putting in my head, you know? I'd be curious to know more about the blessing here, that, how Morpheus is able to guarantee that, like, how, I don't know if it's kind of a fate thing, that he's able to change their fates so that they will not be caught in the sun, if he puts some sort of, like, spell or protection over them, that it's like, even if they do go in the sun, they'll be fine. Very curious about that. And then leaving the vampires to contemplate their blessing. I only noticed this, like, my third read, but, I don't think that that's what they'll be contemplating. I don't think they're gonna be like, wow, we're so blessed. I think they're gonna be like, what the heck was that? You know? What just happened? I'm also curious how somebody who's not even a vampire became the Coven's high priest. It does say he's new. But I feel like, I feel this might be, like, nitpicky, but I feel like it would make more sense if he was, like, a newbie to the Coven, or he's like, oh, this Coven, they want to summon my husband, I gotta join them, you know? It feels a little odd, somebody who literally has a full-on ram head, looks nothing like a vampire, was not only able to infiltrate the vampires, but become their high priest. And again, only noticed that on, like, my third read. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Kiki. Coco.
Alrighty.
Oh, you want out now? Okay. Okay, baby. Oh, the other one's coming. One kitty leaves, the other kitty stays. Coco. Baby, I'm not coming with you. You gotta pick. Bobo has gone into his box.
Alrighty. Not my most inspired piece, but I enjoyed writing it. I'm curious what you mean by inspired there. Yeah, freeze is intentional. Morpheus holds dominion over sleep paralysis demons. Oh. So okay. Oh. That's very interesting. So I actually read it as Chief of Beasts, the Chief of Beasts freezes sleeping mortals, not the beasts freeze the sleeping mortals, and he's the chief of them. Now, granted, even if I got that, I might still have been confused, but now that makes a lot more sense. Did I mention one of my first writing group pieces had a number of nonsense words, and it got read? I was about to say I don't remember that, but that was Benji's time. Basically, the concept is that calls to Morpheus and Hypnos have to be routed through Aramis since they live in a corner of his home. Oh, that's funny. That they basically are calling the landline. They're calling the home phone, and they're like, hey, Aramis, can your son Morpheus, talk to us? Aramis is the king of underworld, encapsulating sleep, death, dreams, and demons. Gotcha. Interesting, I didn't know that. Google says, I find it ironic that the god of sleep always has his eyes open. That was pretty dang good. What? What are we talking about there? Oh, are you talking about the song? Oh, that's very sweet, if so. What hurdy-gurdy is that? I don't remember what that is. Is that an instrument? You have burgers now. First prompt was by the fire. Whoa! So you came to the group literally the prompt after I did. Oh, that's wild. So I totally thought you were there before me because, like, he just arrived immediately after, and I was like, oh, this person's always been here. The sheepish part was unintentional. God damn it. That's so funny. Yeah, because says I didn't realize I was here longer than you. Ah, gotcha. It is an instrument. Nice. Well, I like it now. I like it much better now that I know it wasn't intentional. Then it works better. Morpheus is Nyx's grandchild. He can swing it. He can swing, keeping the vampires safe. I love that phrasing. Never said they'd be contemplating with gratitude. That's fair. That's a good point. That they're there to contemplate what happened, and the blessing was part of it. But they can be like, what the heck was that blessing? They could just be like confused about it. Hello, Galler. I'm next, and then the break, and then you. Yeah, we haven't finished the supporters. Yeah, the stories in Man of Rags universe are all supposed to be sort of dreamlike, so what continuity? I must have missed you saying there wasn't continuity. Well, Morpheus, Erebus can't come to the phone right now. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep. And Hellenic says it's my persona and gives a picture. Nice. You rang, says Eddie. Alrighty-roo. Very interesting, very dreamlike story from Hellenic. Let us go on to my story. And the funny thing about my story. So I've said before that I tend to pick my worst story of the week because that's the one that I have, or the one I consider my worst, and or the one I've gotten the least amount of comments on, because that'll be the one that I will have the most comments on, the most questions on.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Because, on my own stories, I'm generally not going to be saying, like, wow, I did such a great job about this part. And even when I try, it feels very awkward. Or when I try to, like, point out the things I think I did well, not, wow, I did so good. I hope I never talk like that. But... So, like, one that I don't have as many questions on, then it won't make for as interesting a discussion. But this one, I was like, oh, like, I really like the story, and I wanted more feedback on it. So I picked it, even though I thought it was my best of the week. And then I practiced it, and I was like, I might not have much to discuss about this one. But now that seems like a boon because we're running late. And I don't think we want a story of mine that would take an hour. So let's do this. Oh yes, and like feel free to comment on the story as I'm reading and after I'm reading. This is probably just going to be mostly discussing your comments. So. Comment what you liked, comment your critiques. I don't know. I want either like, neutral, like, whatever you have to say it, or leaning on the praise side, I guess, for this one. Yeah. Leaning on more praise than critique. But then again, the critique would give us stuff to talk about. So I don't know. All right. Humane. The Ballad of the Monsters, Lestair. I prefer the term anti-hero / Kaylie. 350 words. My brother slumps, hair covering one eye, taking intermittent bites of muffin. It's weird and warming to know Savion likes sweets now. A fact so light and ordinary. Before, I only knew a memory of a monster. A wolf. Unkempt and imposing, eyes and words drowning in hate. His snarl echoing, "If you become human, you won't be my brother anymore." When's finished, he reaches his hand toward me. then freezes, stares at it, and draws it back. Can we go to the library? He asks quietly. He doesn't like his voice. I wish I could tell him. It's what I think hope would sound like, if it could talk. Of course, I smile. We clean up, heading over. I lean against a bookshelf, but lose my balance. He catches me, his eyes full of concern, his touch like a butterfly just out of its chrysalis, testing its wings. Are you okay? I nod. His eyes are so different, but still his. He chooses his book, touching it like he's afraid he'll break it. Would you... He lifts it. My hands are full, I smirk, raising a crutch. Blame the bonehead who couldn't control his magic. His eyes fall. I'm sorry. His voice is so small. And no, I didn't... I stop myself from touching his arm. I was joking. After everything, he became human for my sake. I wanted it, but braced myself, expecting him to be meaner than ever. I can't believe how soft you've become, I murmur. What? He blinks, taken aback. Soft? I chuckle. You were mean. You were rude and cold and cruel. Anytime I managed to talk with you, you were angry with me. Now, you're gentle. I've had to be gentle before, he mutters, but his eyes linger on his hands. I don't just mean physically. You yell and get upset, but you're also sensitive and sorrowful and caring. He jerks his head up. I wasn't before? No! I shake my head, breathing out a chuckle. His mouth falls open. His hand gravitates towards it, but stops. At least, I tilt my head. I couldn't tell before. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. But we have everything unlocked, so you're only cheering if you loved it. That's the only reason.
Kitty Bitty. What is it? I don't think you want out. I just let you out and you wanted back in. Thank you for the happy skellies, the happy sharkies, and the happy turtles. And the cheers. Thank you so much.
Take my Bezos bucks again. Take all my Bezos bucks. Referring to subscribing. Amazing. Thank you for the cheers. Since we have everything unlocked, here's the last of my bits just cause. Aw, thanks. Mako, you're gonna regret that next week when we're 100 short of unlocking anything. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should say something, but I would recommend that since we have everything unlocked, I of course appreciate your bits always, but I'd recommend saving them for next week when they can go to a goal. Mako, ooh, why did I not register that chrysalis line before? That's great. Thank you. I was very proud of that line. Where'd it go? Yeah, so originally there was nothing about his touch. The line was just like his eyes full of concern, and then there's a little more to this. And then I was like, well, like, Lestair would very much notice when Savion touches him, and like I hope that was clear in the story. Like throughout the story, there's a bunch of times when Savion's about to touch something and doesn't, and then at least once Lestair's about to touch him and then doesn't, and so that's throughout the story. And so the one time that Savion actually touches him is when he's about to fall.
Hi, I'm Kitty.
And so Lestair would very much notice his touch, and so I was like, I feel like I should go for a touch image instead of an eyes image. But I like the eyes image, so I fudged it to get them both in there. But yeah, I was trying to think what to go for, and then I came up with the idea of a butterfly, and it was like, it's a very soft touch, but then it also has the image of like, he's somebody who just transformed, like his hands are new, like a butterfly's wings would be new. So I was very proud of that. Oh no! That's not good, Ghoulish.
Hi. Oh.
I have some extra bits anyway. Aw. Is that an Ambessa one? It is an Ambessa one. Where'd you get that? Hello, Sam. That shit has to take off soon. That's fair.
Oh, okay.
What do we have? It's over 8,000. Count towards next week. What do you mean over 8,000? I don't think anybody's gonna cheer 8,000 extra, but I assume you mean like, you know, in general. I remember long ago that Benji told me not to do that, and I remember when he told me that, I was like, oh yes, this makes so much sense. I will stop doing that. And now I'm not quite remembering the reasoning, but so probably not then. But yeah, I'll think about it, I guess. Oh yeah, and make an argument is that would be a pain to keep track of. Yeah, it does rarely happen though. That is a good point. Whoa! Greg says, out in Seattle for a concert. We'll watch video later tonight. I used to live in Seattle. Seattle mentioned. Sam may have to leave soon. That's too bad. I mean, they're all unlocked. So even though Sam is at the back, do we want to...
Kitty.
Do we want to read Sam's before the break, just to make sure that we can read Sam's while Sam is here? But let's finish talking about mine. I feel like I really pulled out the big guns with this title. I'm a little scared that I used it before, but like this is something I think about for titles of Humane. I think that this was the right story for it because it's showing it's human, but also like humane, tender, gentle kind, you know? That's it, nothing against it. Ghoulish, go for it. If you're willing, that would be very gracious of you. Okay, cool. So we'll finish talking about my story and then we'll just go straight to Sam's. And so, I mean, I said it before, but if you have any comments, questions, praise, critique, feel free to say them. So yeah, I felt like I pulled out the big guns there because that's like his whole thing is that he's human, but then the word humane has an extra meaning. But the whole point of the story is like how soft and gentle he is. So I felt like it was a time to pull out the big guns. Let's see. Oh yeah, so I remember I did not write down questions on this one, even though I intended to, but I think I talked about how I've been reading, rereading Before I Fall, which is a story that's written in first person present tense. And, because that when I would read and I've talked about this before, that people talk about inspiration and there's kind of these two camps of somebody who's like, I need inspiration to write. And then this other camp who's like, oh, don't wait for inspiration to write. Just sit down. And I'm in the middle where I'm like, make your own inspiration. And so I have been, reading a chapter of, well, not really a chapter, but a section of the book before I write, most days recently. And it's been super helpful. It's been making me feel really inspired. And so, but it also puts my brain in a mood. It puts my brain in a mode when I do that. Or it's just like, yes, I have been reading in first person present tense, and so that makes me want to do the writing in first person present tense. And so even though Lanai and Lestair are characters that I don't usually write about in first person, and I almost never write in present tense except for Kronos and Kairos, then I just felt like it, and so I did it, and I totally thought I was gonna fix it afterward, that I would make it third past later, but I was like, nah, I like it. I like it. I'll keep it. I wanted to say something along the lines of, we don't know how to tell him it's chocolate, but it's like the only thing he eats, so we can't tell him. But yeah. Were you able to get the proper impression of, just how mean Savion was before today? And do you feel like I successfully showed his softness and gentleness now? Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to shove a bunch of things into one story, and so we have like, I don't know that. I think the muffin was just introducing it. I guess the liking sweets might be a softness of sorts. But yeah, we have him catching Lestair. We have him touching the book like he'll break it. He's asking if he's okay. He's saying I'm sorry. And stuff like that. So I hope I was able to get enough in there to give enough of both in there to give the right impression that he was super mean, but he became very soft, or is acting that way. I don't know exactly how to ask about this, but did this line work for you? The hope line. Did this transition go by too fast? I was trying to figure out how to better transition from, we're in the cafeteria, we're gonna go to the library, we're on our way, we're at the library, we're leaning against a bookshelf. You know, I wasn't sure if I needed more of a transition there. And then I'm curious if this was weird or confusing. It's just that, and I don't know how clear it is from this story, but Savion doesn't like touching things in general. And so, like, if he can give his book to Lestair and have him carry it, he's gonna. And so Lestair is like, no, use your hands, you fool. Use your hands, carry your book. I'm curious if this is like the only time in the story. Well, no, I do mention them becoming human, so that's magic. But this is the only time I directly mention magic, and like, I don't say why he's in crutches. I just say that somebody couldn't control his magic, and it's hopefully clear that that's somebody is Savion. But I'm not sure if this was a poor thing to include, because I don't know if it required more context than I gave. I don't like how many ellipses are in this paragraph, but as you heard me read it, I read it like that. I wrote it like that, and I read it like that with that many pauses. I'm curious how you took this line. I really went back and forth on where I wanted to go with this line, because originally it was, I had to be gentle with my claws too. Because he had these monster dagger claws that were like not normal for a wolf, and so like if he made a little pillow bed for himself, he could easily scratch up the pillows, and so he'd have to be very careful and gentle with his claws and stuff like that. And also, like, his magic is super volatile, and so like you could say that he had to be gentle with his magic as well. And so I just kind of made it something general of, like, you know, I was kind of struggling with the whole idea of like sheep in wolf's clothing is like, your essence, who you really are, is a sheep, but you're in the outfit of a wolf. And so, especially because Savion was a literal wolf and stuff like that, and he like the meanness and the anger was real and stuff like that, then I was struggling to figure out how to convey, like, his character, like, who he really is inside is sheep-like. And so I was trying to hammer home of, like, I've had to be gentle before, was also trying to convey, like, this isn't entirely new, like, this is who I am. And kind of the same thing with that last line of I couldn't tell before. I was torn between if I wanted the last line to be, have you always felt this way? Or like, have you always felt this way inside? I felt like that was clunkier than this, but I felt like that conveyed the prompt better. So I'm curious if you guys would have liked that better. But that's what this is meant to convey, of the idea of like, regardless on if the meanness and the anger was real, like, the sensitive, sorrowful, and caring parts of him were always there. It's not that his whole personality has completely changed. It's just basically that, I think I had a comment here on a phrasing. Yeah, that he had this kind of mask of ferociousness off. That he took this mask of ferociousness off. That And it's complicated because it's like, it's not like it was completely, totally fake. It's not like it's like, oh, I'm totally just a scared little sheep and I'm putting on this mask. But it was more like there were all these layers in the way of who he really was, if that makes sense. That, like, the pride, the arrogance, the anger, the hatred are all in the way of seeing, like, what is his actual character? Who actually is he as a person? And so that's kind of the idea I was going for here, that this character is sensitive, sorrowful, and caring, and always was. But it was covered in layers of anger and hatred and ferociousness. And it was not all just like it was not all a facade or like, oh, I'm scared, but I have to put up this front. It wasn't all like that. Like, he really does hate humans. He really does have a lot of hatred and stuff like that. But it also is still this mask that covers his true character, if that makes sense. I'm curious, and you might not be able to answer because I did read it to you, but the way I read this no, would you have got that just reading it to yourself? Or if you did read it to yourself, did you get that tone or did you get something else? It wasn't meant to be mean. It wasn't meant to be like, oh, no, it was just meant to be like, how could you think that you seemed sensitive, sorrowful, and caring? You were not. It's like, that's not at all the what you portrayed, and so I hope that came across. But yeah. Did I convey the things I wanted to? Was anything confusing? Was there anything in particular you liked? All those things. Vessel love, how ironic. This is true. Taking a shower. If the midstream break is open when I get out, I'll try to answer. Fair. Well, it might be Sam's story that's open. No, I thought it was a play on the word, like, humane, like he was a wolf, he had fur, like, a mane. Is that not a common word that people know, humane? I'll look up unless you're making a joke there. Humane, characterized by tenderness, compassion, and sympathy for people and animals, especially for the suffering or distressed. Acting in a manner that causes the least harm to people and animals, of or relating to humanistic studies. It's a little different than I actually understood the word, but that makes sense, that it's like, humane is like tenderness to humans, tenderness to people and stuff like that. Which I guess is still true of this story, that he is, towards Lestair there, at least, there is a human element. Hellenic, I can't possibly answer that question fairly since I've gotten so many hints at his meanness from other stories. That's very fair. I mean, granted, I don't write a whole lot about Wolf Savion, but I feel like it was probably more than hints. It was probably him directly being mean. I liked it, says Mako. Nice. Yes, that is the point. Harris says him really liking chocolates is ironic considering how they can be poisonous to dogs. That's why I love it. That's kind of the point, is that, like, there's so few human things that he likes, and so I like that this is one of those things that, like, how do I describe it? That, I don't know exactly how I'm gonna introduce him to chocolate, how that's gonna go, but I kind of imagine it as sort of like and like, I didn't completely see what was going on. I'm sorry to talk about this again, but kind of like a Lupin, and the Dementors thing of like, have some chocolate, you'll feel better. And so I imagine that Victor is like, eat this, you'll feel better, and does not tell him it's chocolate, because he just knows. He's like, yeah, I think you're gonna like this. And he does, but if he knew that it was chocolate, like if he just saw chocolate in the store or something like that, then he would be like, oh, like that's only humans can eat that. I could never eat that before, so I'm gonna avoid that. But the fact that he's given it without knowing what it is, then he's like, oh yeah, like this is really good. I actually really like that. And so then the idea is that by the time he learns that it's chocolate, he tries to avoid it, but it's like, it's really good though, that he just can't stay away. Yeah, exactly, Mako. I believe that is the joke, yeah. I wasn't totally sure what was meant by the gentleness line, at the end here. A lot of the lines were about gentleness. Oh, this one. This is what you probably meant. Gotcha. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I meant by that line besides like the claws and the magic, because I think I had something else there. It could refer to like a mental gentleness towards like Lanai and Wisteria when he had them over, but I don't know. See how becomes a caffeine junkie. I'm just throwing this idea out there. Could be accidental, like he orders a coffee with chocolate and oh, I see, that's what Ghoulish was replying to. Like the opposite happens instead of liking the chocolate, he likes the caffeine. Could be. I feel like coffee is such like an acquired taste that and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like most people, especially if you're a kid, when you first try it, it's like, ugh, gross, bitter. But then as an adult, like you like the way it makes you feel, and so you get used to the taste and grow to like it. Savion, time to learn about chocolate curry. Consume 2 poisons now. Amazing. Chocolate bit. For those who've seen the episode of Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, where Spock gets turned fully into a human like Spock to bacon. I have not seen that, but that sounds hilarious. But I did have the Norman, caffeine sustains me. It is all. Yes. I mean, you always see me drinking coffee on these streams, so like I like coffee too, but I guess maybe I don't know. I might be the odd one out that I don't like warm coffee, but I like cold coffee. And so I like coffee that tastes like chocolate. And maybe that's what you meant. Maybe you meant like a frappuccino or something. But I still don't really like mochas and stuff. But I feel like most people have an initial dislike and then grow to like it. Aerith says, coffee just makes me sick to my stomach, sadly. Or anxious or nauseous. Oh no, that's not good. But I did have that story for like My Little War Crime where they get pumpkin spice lattes. Ghoulish, I hate coffee. The smell is nice, but I hate the taste. Fair enough. Yeah, I do like this. I always liked the smell, even as a kid. Whenever I would go through the coffee aisle, I'd be like, yes, smell the beans. But, anywho, thank you all for your comments on the story. I hope that you enjoyed it. Let's go on to Sam's story. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is that part of the reason I'm always drinking coffee for these streams is that I don't generally notice a huge difference in tiredness to me. Like it's rare, but there are days where I go without coffee. It happens. And I don't really notice a particular increase in tiredness on those days. But like earlier on, when I was like starting to stream, I think I like intentionally wasn't drinking coffee because I like was trying to give myself more time to prep. And then I would be so tired, like more tired than I already am at the end of streams. And then one stream, I did get coffee beforehand, and I was like, wow, I feel like I have so much energy, like I can face the day. And so now I know it's like, even if you don't feel it, you need it. Or at least you need it on stream days, as unhealthy as that might be. Spill the beans. Yes. I do love me a coffee, says Foggy. Nice. All right, let's do this. Lose 3 feet, gain an apprentice. By SamRI. 350 words. The girl threw herself onto the ground, screaming, and Asher chuckled in amusement. And that, folks, is why you don't try to pickpocket the greatest sorcerer of our generation. Change me back right now! The girl screamed. Not yet, he chuckled. Sorcerers curse things for a reason, kid. I am not a kid. I'm 17. Actually, you're about 6 at the moment. Not to mention 17 is still a child. You got a name, kid? Why'd you try to rob me? Change me back! Not a chance. Are you done thrashing around or what? The girl screeched and threw herself at Asher, limbs flailing. Before she could so much as swing her fist in his direction, however, Asher snatched her by the ankle, holding her upside down at arm's length. Let me go! The girl flailed in his grasp. Calm down, and then we'll talk. She flailed in his grasp for another few seconds before going lax. What's your name? Asher asked, as he placed the girl back on her feet. Astrid. And just why are you robbing people in the middle of the woods in the dead of night, Astrid? Astrid glared daggers at him, but after a moment of silence, she broke eye contact and mumbled, "'Cause I needed some extra cash for food." Asher shot her an unimpressed look. Kid, I could have helped if you just asked me. That's what they always say. Astrid took a step back, distrust on her face. Take a look at yourself, would you? Do you think I'm like other people? Astrid growled at Asher, stamping her foot. Fine, lesson learned. Don't pickpocket a mage. Just chain me back already. Ugh. I can't, actually. The curse will fade in 3 days. Until then, you're stuck like that. He sighed. Not that this isn't fun, but we need to wrap this up. We got places to be. We? Yes, we. I'm not leaving a child to starve alone in the woods. Not a child. Sure, kid. Astrid groaned as she followed after the sorcerer. That's gonna get old eventually. No, it won't. Throw those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. So I did review this story in the group, so I may be repeating myself or saying less than I usually do, but hey, maybe that works in our favor because Sam is on limited time or has already left. Make I'm reminded of an old Home Improvement episode where the eldest son had his first job. He comes down and pours from the pitcher of coffee. The dad is like, oh? Son says, yeah, working man needs his coffee. And he starts scooping sugar into the coffee. And scoops and scoops. The dad, working man's gonna be able to apply to work if he puts any more sugar in his coffee. Amazing. Anime Wiccan, I return! Another good story. Bungo Muffies. Amazing. I remember a random TED Talk where a guy came on just gushing about how our coffee beans are dead and you need to have the live unprocessed beans and how it's the superior coffee. Then he tried to sell his coffee processing machine to process live beans and make a better coffee. It was weird. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I greatly enjoyed this story. It was dynamic. It was fun. I liked it a lot. So first thing to discuss, I honestly didn't really notice when I did my review, but the fun of sinking my teeth into these stories. Lose 3 feet, gain an apprentice. I just kind of was like, yeah, like, she's short. She's shorter now. Okay, she lost 3 feet. And the sorcerer gained an apprentice. All right, like that's fun. However, I don't think that most 17-year-olds are 3 feet taller than their 6-year-old selves. I feel like you guys could look up or offer me numbers of like how tall the average 6-year-old girl and the average 17-year-old girl is. But I would be surprised actually if it is 3 feet. And lose 3 feet, gain an apprentice is kind of like a command of like, oh, well, if you lose 3 feet, you'll gain an apprentice. Implying that the person who loses 3 feet will also be the same person who loses an apprentice. But in this case, it's not the same. In this case, it is a different person who loses 3 feet versus gains an apprentice. Yeah, Mako puts in 3'11" and 5'2". Yeah, so that's like at most 2, right? Looked at that when I did my review. Gotcha. So I think the title is creative, and I like that the title shows, hey, this story's gonna go somewhere. You're gonna get an apprentice. Like, that's neat info. But there are just some technical issues with it. The beginning works very well. Like, it's super interesting. Like, the girl threw herself on the ground is such a dynamic intro. And then, like, having him just go, and that, folks, is why you don't try to pickpocket the greatest sorcerer of our generation. Then, okay, we have the info on what just happened, and it's done in a natural way. I believe that you know, this sorcerer could be a showman and give us an as-you-know piece of information, but not make it feel as-you-know-y. And then change me back right now. We're like, oh, okay, so, like, okay, what happened? Okay, the sorcerer changed her into something. Like, each line, we're just more and more curious to keep reading, and I think that's always what you want your story to do. A bit nitpicky, but I did realize pickpocketing is what happens in cities. That you're gonna like slide into a crowd and grab, you know, the wallet out of the pocket and then keep going. You don't really pickpocket out in the woods, I don't think. Definitely there are thieves that are in the woods, but I feel like they tend to lost my train of thought. It's more of like you're getting mugged, like you're getting, you know, attacked or something, rather than like, let me just slide into your pocket and slide out, you know. That's gonna be much harder to do when there's only one person on the road. I like, you know, sorcerer's curse things for a reason. It's like, hey, I did this for a reason. Like, us sorcerers, I know maybe we get a bad rap that we just curse things for fun, but hey, not really, or at least not me, that we have our reasons, and right now I'm teaching you a lesson. And then I like the timey-wiminess. I think, like, we talked about this a couple streams ago, that I have a character that does stuff like this, so it's interesting to see somebody else play with that idea. But I do think it's a pretty interesting and unique curse that, like, the go-to would be, like, turning her into a toad. And so I like, and that would have worked fine, but I like that you went with something a little more unique. However, one of my critiques for this story is that I think the prompt is difficult to find. I don't know if it would have felt on the nose to turn her into a wolf or a sheep. But I do think that would have just added that extra layer of like, yeah, okay, there's the prompt, you know. I think wolf would have worked better because it's like, oh, she looks like a wolf, but actually, she's not. Actually, she's a person, you know. I do kind of wish that he had said kid here. Now, granted, I do think overall the word kid is used a little too many times in this story, but in this particular phrasing, I would consider 17 a kid. I would not consider 17 a child. And the whole point is that he's calling her a kid, and she's like, I'm not a kid, I'm 17. And so I feel like, because the phrasing is the whole point, I feel like that should have been kid there. And I like that he's messing with her, that he knows that he can't change her back. And so he's like, no. You know, he's kind of like playing around like he's gonna talk about it. Very evocative descriptions of her, you know, tantrum. A little bit nitpicky, but if somebody is flailing around, I feel like it's gonna be hard to grab their ankle. And also, is he super strong? How easy is it to hold a 6-year-old up by the ankle? Again, a bit nitpicky. Like, the story is very good, so pretty much all my critiques are just nitpicks. But I don't really like to see a calm down in a story like this, because if somebody's upset, especially this upset, and then you say, calm down, you're gonna make them 1,000 times more upset. And it's just not good advice. And so, like, this might be one of the few situations where it would work. Like, okay, she's already been screaming a lot. She's got her emotions out already. He is holding her by the ankle. He is kind of promising, I will talk if you calm down. So I do think that there are more reasons for her to calm down than one would usually have. But this is just a terrible thing to say to somebody who is upset. And I don't like seeing basically the advice of like, oh yeah, like, that's what you say to somebody who is upset. Calm down. Of course. I don't really like seeing that perpetuated, you know? So might just be a peeve of mine that's not actually a problem with the story, but it is a peeve of mine to see. I do like the description of her going lax, though. I do like the reveal that she, you know, it just needs food, you know? And I think that's what you were intending for the prompt, that she is this robber, but actually she's just a kid who needs food, and he is this sorcerer, but actually he's gonna help her out by the end and stuff like that. And I do like that is cool. It's just a little bit hidden. This story could have benefited maybe from what I was saying with Documancer's story of using sheepy or wolfy words for one or both of them to better convey how you're using the prompt. Might have worked. Though it might have been difficult because this is a more hidden symbolic use overall. And I do really like the whole, like, he's like, hey, just ask, I could have helped. And she's like, that's what they always say. I believe her. I believe that she probably started out begging and asking for help, and then nobody actually gave it to her, or people only gave her scraps. And so she's like, I need more than this to survive. I need to resort to actually robbing people. That is sad and realistic and makes sense. Also, so take a look at yourself. Do you think I'm like other people? I feel like it's kind of an odd response. I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't. It is a response to what she was saying, but the thing is, like, whether or not you can turn someone into a toad, or you can turn someone who's 17 into a 6-year-old, does not mean you're a kind person. In fact, it's actually kind of an argument that you're not a kind person. And so her being like, yeah, everybody says they'll help if you ask, but they don't. And then him being like, I'm a sorcerer. I'm not like other people. I would have helped. It's like, those things don't really connect. You know, that just because you're a sorcerer doesn't mean you'd help if you were asked. And I do like that she's going and, like, stamping her foot going, fine, lesson learned. And you can kind of tell from that tone, I don't think the lesson is learned. And then I like the reveal that he can't actually fix the curse, but it's not permanent. And I do like, you know, that he helps her, that he's like, hey, you know, I'm not going to leave you to starve out here. I do feel like there could have been a better response here. I feel like you could have done a play on her getting old, you know, like, that's gonna get old eventually. So will you, or, you know, something like that, I think would have worked better as the last line. But I really like this story. I think it's very dynamic, a lot of fun. I would love to see more of these characters. If she does become his apprentice, I would love to see stories about that. I just think it's really cute and a lot of fun. Let's see. How many of stories have we unlocked? All of them. Huzzah! Thank you for the update. Awesome. I love the story is very how to sidekick speedrun, yes. Dynamic intro flying kick. Des said, yeah, it seems weird to pickpocket someone in the wilderness when presumably there are only two of you. Pretty hard to slide up against someone without being noticed. Exactly. But though now that creates a hilarious image of like sneaking through the woods, like putting your hand in somebody's pocket and they're just like turned to you. You're the only other person in these woods and you're very noticeable and obvious. It's like, what you doing? Maybe the trees and animals are washing their pockets too. See, that's the thing. That's how she got caught. Yeah, that's fair. If she was genuinely trying to pickpocket someone in the wilderness, that's why she got caught. I can see her trying to pickpocket a tree. They know too much. Reidrev, I also really like that he's actively making things more difficult for himself. Well, turned you into a child, now suffer. Wait, I can't leave a child alone. Well, come with me, kid. I'll take care of you. So that's an interesting thing about this story, right? Because he says here, not to mention 17 is still a child. And this could be one reason to keep the child phrasing, because he says, I'm not going to leave a child to starve alone in the woods. And we have established whether she's 6 or 17, he thinks she's a child. And so that sounds like even if he just like happened upon her base in the woods and like, or maybe she did go up to him and go, hey, I please money, please food, then he still would have helped. And so like that does help with the he's a sheep image, that regardless on if she is actually she's a 6-year-old or a 17-year-old, if she robbed him or if she didn't, I think he still would have helped, just because he's not going to leave a starving child in the woods. Because that's going to get old. You know what's not going to get old? You. I mean, she will in 3 days, unless you're saying that, like, he's going to keep her young forever. Oh. Wolf just like posted something in Spanish, I assume, like te calmas o te calmo, and then Polybot said, you calm? Question mark. Oh, from Portuguese. And Wolf says, that's not what it means. You calm. If I was upset and then somebody in that tone was like, you calm? That might cheer me up. That might work. Highway robbery is more likely on the road. Highway robbery is literally robbery committed on the highway. Indeed. Hence the term highwaymen, referring to robbers, bandits, thieves. Yep. Calm down or I'll calm you down. Well, that's certainly not going to help someone calm down, for sure. I would not advocate for saying that either. If you actually care about the person. Now, if you want to hurt the person, sure, go ahead. But if you actually care about the person and you genuinely want to help them, I would not be saying that. Alright, there's the ad. Anybody who's still here during the ad, do you have suggestions for... And thank you so much for submitting, Sam. Do you have any suggestions for midstream questions?
I see, Kitty. I can pick you up and snuggle you and show you to the people. Yes, we're about to go to our break. We're about to... Oh, let's do the full camera. Oh no, where's the mouse? Yeah, there we go. There's Kitty. There he is. He's like, please let me down. Oh, you baby. You're just a fluffer. You're just a fluffer nutter. Yes, you are.
Hearts for the kitty, yes. Aya. Aya. How about, do you have do you have an idea, like an almost fully formed story idea that you just don't want to write? That's curious. Sounds like an interesting question to me. Ever have? Gotcha. Do you, well, I should be asking you guys first, but do you guys like that question? What's the thing we haven't discussed? Well, that is something I don't think we've ever discussed. When I initially saw your question, I thought it was going to be more along the lines of like, when you sit down to write, do you have a fully formed idea or not? You know, do you just sit down to write? But that is kind of a, are you a plotter or a pantser? Was I doing that? Was I doing the, like, did you Hellenic, I don't think I have a good answer to the question. That's fair. Yeah, if you can't think of a good answer, we might want to go with a different question. Like, I mean, I can try and think of my own answer while we're trying to think of if we want to do that one or something else. But I think my knee-jerk reaction would be no. That, like, if there's if I came up with an idea for a story I don't want to write, that I feel like I'd just be like, I don't want to write that, and not continue pursuing the idea. But on the other hand, like, I write what I want to write, and so if I don't, like, if I had an idea I didn't want to write, I guess it's the same answer. That if it's something I'm writing it. I like it. But then again, there's kind of an element of like full story idea that I don't want to write. No, but sections of a story, yes. I don't know. I feel like that part of my answer is much more in-depth and much more potentially triggery. So I don't know if I should talk about it or wait to see if we're actually doing this one. But short answer is full story idea, no, I don't think so. But parts of a story, yes. This says, this comes from an idea I've had to like a novel for the longest time. Fully formed with factions, characters, and mechanics that I don't want to have exist in the world. And the idea sticks with me, coming to mind every once in a while, but I don't want it to exist. Huh, interesting. Oh, the have everything. I've been there, man. I've had times when all I can write is thing. Huh, like, I don't know, like, and like, this is an interesting thought of like, I am wondering if this is a universal experience or specific to you, because like, that's a very foreign concept to me personally, of just like, I came up with this idea, like, and I have dived into it fully. I've created the entire plot and all the factions, but I don't want it to exist in the world, you know, like, that's very interesting and like sad and stuff, but not really something I can personally relate to, because like I said, if I didn't like the idea, I wouldn't be pursuing it to the extent where I came up with a fully formed idea with like factions and stuff. When I come to think of it, this is a yes/no question, and I can't answer more fully than no. Very fair. Well, you know, why don't we just, we can just include Deathshead's question, and then what I thought Deathshead's question was going to be, and then we'll see what happens. Did I hear a meow? Ah.
Okay, you want out? Is there somebody else who wants in? Yes, there is.
I'm sorry. I'm going to break in a sec. Do you hear his little noises?
The cutest little noises. It's a baby kitty.
Okay, is that big enough? Oops. Yeah, I think that's big enough. I can see that in my screen. Okie dokie. Let's see if if a conversation comes out of this, or everyone's like, I don't know. But yeah, okay. Need to pull up. That is where I put that. Okay. See you in a little bit. My own bonny banks and my own bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, he'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. I like to do that after I practice because it will probably sound best after I practice. But there's a try. Yeah, I think the music is louder. It's just desktop audio versus mic audio. They're different. That I think one has a different. And you know what's funny? Like, I don't think I can show you, but I can I show you there too? Maybe I can. Actually, okay, let's try that. Did you pick it up? Oh, okay. I have to go over here and go over here and go over here. And move this like that and like that. It's more work than it's probably worth. That is how quiet. That is how quiet I have set the YouTube sound and the actual desktop computer sound, and it's still really loud. I don't know why. It's in the stream chat, FYI. Alright. So it says, I use the tiniest piece of it in the Recollection Broker, if you remember that one, but I don't know how to describe it than that. I don't really want this idea to exist as a completed story. That's really interesting, because I remember really liking that story. I remember really liking that idea. And, like, I can definitely see that there are, like, some horrors to it, and, like, potentially maybe the story as a whole could go into more of the horrors of it, but just explore it. And I don't know if you want me to talk about the idea, but vaguely. That idea itself is just very interesting to me, and I remember enjoying reading about it. For the second one, I usually have an idea, sometimes half-formed or not, that I write into a story. Almost always it will change form slightly or significantly in the writing, sometimes to the point of no longer reflecting what I originally sat down to write. That's very fair.
Okay, Kat, I really should sit down. I don't want to hurt my legs and feet too much. Kiki. The cat is there.
There are what appear to be dogs outside chasing each other. I do not. Oh yeah, there's people. There's people with the dogs. But yeah, that's very fair. Of like a half-formed idea that that changes as you write it, Norman. So I have a massive universe that I've almost written nothing for because it was a daydreamed idea from my childhood that spanned years. And I hesitate to create it in any capacity because it's childish. I was a kid, and it was meant purely for my own entertainment, never an audience. And so it's the one story where I refuse to make changes to it to make it palatable for the reader. I'm too attached to it. Aww. I mean, I think that's completely fair. That's completely fair. That you might not want to share that, or if you did, that you would... that you not want to change things based on what the reader wants. It's funny because I started creating Savion's story when it was 2010. It was when I just realized I'll just say that. Yeah, it was 2010, so I was quite young when I started it. And so this is the universe that I've always, daydreamed about and within and stuff like that. And so I certainly relate to that. And I had a lot of other stories that I dreamed up as a child, but none of them got this much love, I just describe it exactly. This is the one I pursued. And so I totally understand that of for example, this is not as big of an example as you mean, I'm sure, but a small example of things that came up as a child that I wouldn't want to change is Savion's name is something I came up with when I was a child. Now, originally there was no prophesied Wayfinder character in the story, and so his name being Savion was not a problem at all. But then when it turned out that now there is this prophesied savior, it kind of makes his name a problem because it's one letter off from savior. And that's actually how I came up with the name. I didn't realize it was a real name. I thought I made it up as a kid. That is where his name came from, but it wasn't any intention with the story. And so then when it turned out there is a savior in the story and that name makes it really obvious that it's him, I don't want to change it because I'm more attached to that name than anything. I'm more willing for it to end up being obvious because of his name than I am to change his name. But I spent years with this just in my head, and then I spent years, writing it down, but only for myself, and only in recent years have I actually started sharing it with other people. And so I totally understand that I had that feeling too of I can't share this with anyone. I shouldn't share this with anyone. And I think for me, I always deep down had the desire to share it, even when I was telling myself no, this is too special. I can't share it. Deep down, I did have that desire to share it. And so if you do not have that desire deep down, you don't have to share it. Just enjoy it in your own head and let it remain pure. But if you do want to share it, then, I don't know, I guess I'd say think more on it. I don't know. Because at least, so far, my results with sharing it have been very good. You guys have been very kind, and I enjoy it even more knowing that other people enjoy it too. And I thank you for being kind and encouraging and enjoying my stories and stuff. I have not gone through your story yet, Geller. But yeah, I have a rough idea of what I want to explore and characters to do so. Otherwise, I have a hard time pinning down a plot line and character side plot arcs. It's a real problem, I suppose, of a seat flyer. Gotcha. Fair. Well, no, that actually means that you're a plotter if you need to have an idea. Otherwise, it's hard to make an idea. Animated Wiccan question 1. Yes, and a lot of them come from spur-of-the-moment ideas and something that won't inspire me later down the line. Question 2, a mixture of both. I tend to pants a lot of my writing since I'm not that good a plotter. Fair enough. You're like, I want to be a plotter, but I am a pantser. And second part of the question, pantsing. Always pantsing. I never know anything. Ever. Who are you people? I still have a bionicle SI fic idea I have since childhood that I'm working on and promptly integrating into the backstory of one of my characters. Nice. Yeah, I did say I'm out of order. But I am yet to write it. Fair. So, but that doesn't sound like you don't want to. It sounds like you do want to, but you just haven't got to it. Mika says, I actually have had this happen to me. I get inspired by things and come up with, well, maybe not a fully formed, but I start working through a story in my head, and I'll really like it sometimes, but either because of an inspiration or implications, I'll stick it on a mental shelf to do something with later, maybe never. Fair enough.
Kitty,
Are you sure? Gotcha. So you're like, I'm not sure about that one. Let's put it up here. And then either, you deal with it later or it just collects cobwebs. You jam and you had a good song out there. Marx, I don't really have fully formed ideas that I don't want to write as much as they get put on the back burner over and over. I've partially written all that I intend to finish, but it's just not a priority. The other questions is almost always fully formed. I need that movie in my head before I write it. Yes, very fair. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I relate more to that, to the idea that it's like, it's not that I dislike the idea, it's just that, I have this idea, but I'm not getting to it because I'm putting it on the back burner. and I'm much more in that camp of like needing the fully formed idea. Like, granted, sometimes it'll be that I'll have the start and I'll start writing, but I think most of the time I go through the movie of the whole scene is gonna play out, and then I figure out how I'm gonna put words to that. Hellenic, I've had both experiences before. From fold to fold, I'd say lean more to the side of the invented while writing, but most of the pieces I write in the group are fully formed, at least have a solid skeleton by the time I sit down to flesh them out. On the other hand, I forget how to pronounce that. It's a story I still don't have anything like an ending in mind for, so every piece of it is kind of invented as we go along. Fair. Yeah, and there's is she back?
it's a kitty. Are you upset that Bo has the throne?
Is that what's going on?
Well, I can give you back your table. I can give you back the table. That's okay.
And yeah, I do relate to that as well. Like, my hallowed thing story is totally pantsed. Anything I write for it, I mostly just like sit down and write. And sometimes I'll have a story that's only half, or sometimes it'll change in the midst of writing it. I'll have the movie will fully play, and then I'll go, wait, but it could be different. And once I start writing it. Yeah, also my ideas most of the times are spur of the moment things that then turn from one universe that integrate into one. Then realize this changed too much, and then I decide to use it in another setting or turn it into a standalone. Yeah, it's right by the seat of my pants most of the time. Very fair. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, you have an idea that you've planned out and then decide, this doesn't work here, but I'll use it for another story, or that story didn't get written, so let me, put it into this other story. I relate to that as well. Earth, I mostly grew up from my childhood on a diet of short story anthologies. You're sounding like a bookworm already. Nomming on those short story anthologies. When I write, I tend to just sit down with an idea and let it lead me in writing. My stories almost feel like they write themselves. My problem is, as a result, my stories feel always one-offish and don't really have a large-scale plot in mind leading me somewhere. Interesting. Do you not enjoy, plotting stuff out? If that's something that you're like, I don't like that my stories always feel one-offish. I want a larger plan. is there something stopping you from plotting things out that way? Or are you like, my brain just doesn't work that way, and so I don't know how to create a larger plot or something like that. What was that song? Very Lavender Town. There are a lot of songs that played. I don't, let's see, where, go over here? No, go over here. Sounded like the Frozen thing. The Binding, Head Basket, Clockwork. So going backwards, like the Binding. So we have not started the Binding. Okay, so the last song you heard was Head Basket. Then the one before that, Clockwork Overture. Then Deep Woods, Fluffy Clouds, Gearworks, I Believe in You, Nasty Shadows, Insane Shadows. I don't know where we started. I don't remember which song we started on. But hopefully the one that you're looking for is in that lineup. Fully Formed also feels like it's asking a lot. One of the things holding me back from really writing my books is that once it's written and canon. If I change anything, it'll be inconsistent or worse, a retcon. Or I fear coming up with an idea that won't work with what's written could possibly be better than anything I'd previously planned. Until it's written, it can all be changed or adjusted. Well, here's the thing. I think I've talked to you about this before, but like, once it's published, yes. Once it's written, no. Things that are written absolutely can be changed, and personally, I feel like for me, like, getting over that mentality is what allowed me to be the writer that I am today, because I remember I used to have that feeling too of like, I want to keep this in my head because it's better in my head and it will never be as good written down. And then once it's written down, now it's canon, now it's there forever. But that's not true. Like, what's written down can still be changed and can be messed with. And, you know, I don't have the energy to go grab one, but you should look at my drafts. Like, my drafts are full of slashes and parentheses and stuff that I'm like, I'm not sure. I might like this phrasing better, and like alternate endings and stuff like that. It's all very cattywampus. It's very clear just looking at it that you're like, this is a jumbled mess of ingredients and scaffolding. This is not a fully created cake or building. You know, this isn't a fully created thing. This is on the page. It's written. It's there, but it's not a fully fledged thing. And like the things that we've written for the writing group, like there are things that I've written in the past that are now inaccurate to my story. Plenty of things, and so. And, like, even if you write a full draft of your book, well, now it's the time to have beta readers. Now's the time to edit your book and make it better and stuff like that. And so, yes, like, publishing is when to be afraid of that. So, like, yes, that is an absolutely valid fear when you publish something. But just writing it down doesn't mean it's canon, doesn't mean that changing it later would be a retcon or inconsistent or anything like that. It's just you getting your ideas physically out there in the world, and they can be adjusted and stuff from there. Reidrev, question 1, in all caps, yes. It's called Saint Austral. It's an apocalyptic folk horror body horror story. The main concept is Saint Austral, where the flesh always grow but the soul never dies. The thing is, there's just no plot at all. It's just a bunch of world-building elements and disparate character. Question 2, I usually have the main character villain, more often than not villain, and the general vibe of it. For the rest, I either plan it for a month or figure it out as I go. Interesting. You start with your villain. That's very curious. Aerith to Mako, I really get what you're saying about canon and the freedom when something is yet to be written. But I've come to feel like my stories here, while I want them to be a greater whole, I realize they might not be. I often think of how William Gibson wrote Neuromancer by starting with an earlier short story he wrote, Burning Chrome, which reworked it into becoming a novel. So I sometimes wonder if I have to treat my stories as sort of pre-canon, canon to some future larger story. Yes, I love that. That's a great word for it. Pre-canon. That's totally how I think of my stories to the writing group. This is pre-canon. This is me figuring out canon. It's the skeleton and ghost of canon, you know, of the full story as it will be in canon. I love that. I was gonna say something more to that. Oh yeah, I just elaborating on what I said before. Like, I think I've said this before, but I mean, it's kind of related to what I was saying to Norman. Like, there's so many different ideas that I used to have for stories, and I still have the book that has like all the ideas. But you know, I can look at the title or the summary of the idea, and I can look at it now and be like, I don't remember how that story went. And it might even be like, I remember the vibes. I remember I had this idea. I don't remember how it went. And the thing is that if little baby Kaylie had written down like scenes from the ideas or just more, and instead of going, oh no, I have to keep it in my head because I have to keep it perfect. Sure, I guess, baby Kaylie, it is perfect, but it will never be in the world now because future Kaylie doesn't know what your idea was. And so letting it be imperfect is letting it be in the real world, letting it be physical. Like, yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Sure, if you keep it in your head, it will be perfect, but it will also be unseen by others and maybe even forgotten by you. But if you write it down, yes, it will be imperfect, but it will be in the world. It will be something that you can share with others. It can be something that you yourself can remember. Yeah, some tracks might be louder too. Yeah, that I think you guys were on one of the Shadows songs. I can try and warn you. Gotcha, fair. This is go ahead about the recollection broker, and I can go into more details about why I feel this way if you're curious here or in the Discord or in DMs. Gotcha. I wish I'd seen that earlier. Now I'm like, I do want to talk about it, but also we're already getting late. But the story was basically, if I recall, like somebody meeting the recollection broker in a tavern. And she was like, I want to give you my memories because like it was a whole world where memories could be like taken out of a person's head, and like I can't remember what all the extent was, if it could be put into a different person's head or what, but I think it was something like she didn't want to remember her son, and the recollection broker was her son, you know, or that I remember that was the twist of it, is that he was the son. Like, or maybe he was giving her back, like maybe she had like given him her memories and then she didn't have them, and she was like, oh yeah, past me, put an alarm to go here to get my memories back. I don't remember them, but I remember to come back for them. And then she gets them back and remembers. I'm not sure. I don't remember. So, but I do find that very interesting, this idea of like a world where memories can be removed from people's head and like stored by someone and given back and stuff like that. But I can also see, I can totally see how like messing with a person's memories, taking them out of somebody's head, potentially tampering with them, that could get to a very dark place. I can definitely see how that could go somewhere that you don't want it to go, and you might be like, just in general, even if like I don't write it going to those dark places, okay, well, I don't want to put that idea in other people's heads and make them go to dark places with it. So like that's fair. Yeah, there's a lot of that in my universe. Why is this character named this? Because Child Me thought it sounded cool. Exactly. Aw. Norman says, I had a character named Skoda because I was doing history research and there was a type of artillery cannon with that name. Kept calling that character by that name for years before I found out that Skoda was also the name of a shitty car brand. Kind of ruined it for me. Yeah, but like for me, I've never heard that name before. So I think it's fine to keep, even if, and like, unless the car brand is shitty for moral reasons, as long as it's just like they make bad cars, I think that's fine. Because you could, like, clearly, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I would hope that people would be able to see, like, he's probably not named after the car brand. And so I think it's fine to name your character that. Like, I feel like there are names that I don't know how to describe it exactly, but there's certain names where it's like, yeah, pretty much the whole world knows this name for a certain thing, and so if you called your character that, then it wouldn't really work. But then there are other things like that where it's like, okay, maybe a lot of people know about the car brand, but I didn't. It sounds like Ghoulish didn't. So, you know, maybe only part of the world knows about it, and those ones are, I think, are more okay to still go with. Oh, gotcha. Skoda Works was one of the major industrial concerns in the Bohemian part of the Austrian Empire and later Czechoslovakia. Shame it's associated with the shitty car brand given its historical importance. So it's like it's even better. There are positives to it. I didn't realize the weapons and the car brand were named after that same guy. Neat. So Child You didn't look it up. Child You was just got sad and stopped calling your character that. Norman says, the flesh always grows. I'm imagining someone growing flesh just like overtaking the world, rolling over everything, turning the world into fleshy plains. It makes me think of the City of Meat story by Drake. Round 234, The Ghosts of Stories Past. I like that, actually. That actually works. Marx. I'm so annoyed at younger Marx for not writing down my ideas that I no longer remember the details for. Exactly. I left some old stories by on purpose because I felt they were too derivative. Gotcha. This is the reasoning is a little more complicated and esoteric than this story could go to dark places. I mean, fair enough. I'm just kind of, I don't know, summarizing a thought. Hello, Lorenzo de Boss. I did not see you arrive. Very fair. And I see Wolf has a quote from C.S. Lewis. When I was 10, I read fairy tales in secret and would have been ashamed if I had been found doing so. Now that I'm 50, I read them openly. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. Exactly. Love that quote. And I super relate to it because totally when I was like becoming a teenager, I was like, oh, I'm not allowed to like these like kids cartoons anymore. And now I'm like, it's Bluey time, baby. You know, now I'm like, it's time to watch my cartoons. Let's see. Oh, I missed these. That's the original question, says Wolf. No, if it's coming from my mind, I generally want the story to exist. The problem is I have so many, I'm overwhelmed. To the latter question, I generally start with a single idea and develop it via permutation or adding more interplaying elements. For example, Finveld initially didn't have any influence from works like The Time Machine, War of the Worlds, or The Island of Dr. Moreau. However, as I developed the setting, those elements started to be integrated and mixed with what was already there. And that's fair, yeah, for sure. Sometimes, as Massa, I feel like I've fully formed ideas that turn out to still be missing a surprising amount of details that I only discover after I start writing. That's a mood. Generally, though, if I come up with an idea that is coherent, I will at least start writing it. Whether I finish it is another story. Most of my stuff is developed as I write, though, and some of those developments end up being quite surprising to me. That's very fair. Yeah, I'm so with you on the idea of, like, you can watch something as a movie and, like, in your head and not have all the details worked out, and then sit down to write it and be like, well, how did this happen? How did this practical, technical thing happen? Well, Bluey's a great show, regardless of age. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is that, like, as a teenager, even a show like that, that's like, this is genuinely a good show, regardless of age, I would have gone, no, I can't watch that. That's a kid's show. You know, I love it, but it's for babies, so I can't watch it. But now I can recognize this is a good show for all ages, so, you know, I'll watch it. Like, I missed out on a lot of fun in childhood by being too delicate with my own dignity. Very fair. Yeah, I don't know if I should go more into my answer to Deathshead's questions, but to try to, like, more briefly and vaguely talk about it. Like, those who know will know. I think a lot of you know at this point that there's something pretty bad that happens in my story, and that originally very much did not happen. And in fact, I had long ago, like, made a vow to myself that I would never write about that kind of thing, because it's the kind of thing that bothers me, scares me, and upsets me. And, like, it would take too long to explain any details about it, but basically, like, it was something different that happened at that point in the book, and, like, I thought it worked, it was completely fine, and then I came up with the idea of what I have happening now, and at first I was like, no, you promised you'd never write about that, that's horrible, that's awful. But I had recently started doing this thing, I can't remember if I've talked about this before, but in the past, like, whenever I would come up with an idea, if like, immediately the idea didn't speak to me, I would just be like, no, I can't do that, or like, oh, it's an interesting idea, but obviously it wouldn't work. I would just go like, obviously that won't work. But I had started training myself to go, hey, when you come up with an idea, like, do a what if. Just go, okay, like, I get that this won't work. I get that your initial reaction is obviously this won't work, but let's take a second. What if? What if it could? What if it was there? And so then I can allow myself to think, okay, what would I need to do to make it work? Or like, where would this go if this did work? And many times when I started doing that, I would go, wait, actually it does work. Or wait, actually that works better than what I thought. And so apparently my what if mentality trumped over my childhood vow. Because I was like, to myself, I was like, well, what if? And after I explored the what if, I realized that my initial idea didn't work. that the initial revenge plan would not succeed in the way that I wanted it to succeed. And so I was like, oh no, like, but I don't want this in my story. Like, I need to come up with something else that will succeed. And I went down so many different branches of what else can I do for the revenge plan that will work. And nothing did. Nothing else did what I needed that scene to do. And so, like, for those who know and hopefully understand what I'm talking about, that's your kind of vague, tired explanation of why that's in there, despite me not liking the topic. Because nothing else works. And so I do understand that feeling of like, oh, like, gross, I don't really want that in there. I don't really want that in my story. I don't want that in the world. But in my case, the full story idea absolutely is something I want in the world and want to write. And the only reason that, like, that scene and that topic is in there is because once it came to mind, nothing else worked. Once it came to mind, my original idea was rendered as not working. There's an ad coming. Mark Actually, my favorite thing with that, what we were talking about earlier, is not realizing that as I had this whole school-based story detailed in my head, and only realized when I started writing that I hadn't worked out classes. That is incredible. I do love, especially if you were someone in classes at that time that you're like, wow, here's all the things the characters would do outside of classes. And then you start writing it down and you're like, but this is school. Where are the classes? Well, I'll get it up and ready while the ad is getting itself ready. Oh yeah, I didn't look up king noises. I guess I could, during the break, mute the ad. Mute my, mute my desktop for, for you guys, for OBS, but not for me. I'm more tired than usual, and that's kind of a problem. Ad, where are you? Ad, what are you doing? There you are. Thank you. Yes, king noises, Owl House. Okay. Yes, okay, I can play seconds of this and it will work. It will do exactly what it is supposed to. Honestly, even that, just the subtitle, works. But the Owl House, but it's just king sounds. But yeah, it's the those kinds of things. I don't know if I can play the whole thing, if that'll be a problem, but there's a couple seconds of it. It's just like, and now I'm not remembering what noise I made earlier that I was likening to it, but I'm sure it was a kind of noise. Yes, little gremlin even. Oh no! Oh, I whoops. I did not unmute the desktop. I put it put it on screen and then moved it there, but didn't actually unmute it.
Come on, before he hurts himself.
Ow!
But yeah, there's the little sounds. Hopefully you heard it that time. Alright, so if I end up having to do that working outside classes, and what I have written for that story is way too long for a novel. Oh, interesting. Wow. I also make these noises, says Coolicious. Very fair. Yes, Goblin Cat very much feels like an accurate description. I think I make those noises too, says Marx. Yeah, that's accurate. Oh, next to Alea, you could dress as king. How would I do that? I never know how to cosplay as non-human characters and make it actually look good. I imagine like 20 of those sounds playing all at once. That's the lag goblin's plotting. Oh, I love that new canon. They're all plotting together. Alrighty, let's do this. Tempting Face with a Core of Disinterest. Tales of the Souls of Earth by Galler. 347 words. Do you come here often, handsome? The woman said, obviously interested in the incubus. John, who looked nervous, groaned internally. Yeah, I am a student at this university. In which class? She asked, making him sigh. Engineering and mysticism, John replied, murmuring, Please don't say it. Aw, what a shame. I would have liked to know each other better, she replied while pouting, making John click his tongue. But I feel we could enjoy the lovely day together outside classes anyway, right? I wish I wasn't designed like this. John thought some of his kind, or other males, would have liked to have this advantage, but since he wasn't a jackass or interested, he didn't find any point in doing this. Look, Alicia, cutie. Alicia. John thought carefully about his words. I'm not interested in dating. Friendship, yes, but I am not looking for a partner. Huh? Alicia tilted her head, her dark locks flowing to her shoulders. Oh, that's a shame. You are quite the catch. Well, unfortunately, I'm not interested. John didn't need to say more of that. I'd rather focus on my studies. Well, aren't you fun? Alicia deadpanned. It doesn't help that you are devilishly attractive. Just because I am built for seduction doesn't mean I will go out of my way to do that, John stated. He wished he wasn't built to be a being of carnal temptation. The medieval times, and those of his kin who played it straight, didn't help with everyone's perception of them. Well, I tried. Alicia shrugged and smirked impishly, her intent clear. Unless you changed your mind. No. It was John's turn to deadpan. Screw being polite. Not even in your dreams. In reply, she let her tongue out at his blank face, to which John simply sighed, feeling that he had garnered the attention of a gremlin. This was dumb. All this interaction was dumb as hell. All because of his freaking face. And throw up those moths and monsters a cheer for the story if you loved it. I sounded like a Banjo-Kazooie character when I was doing the lag goblin thing. It's been so long since I played one of those games. Right here. I apologize in advance that my reviews for the next few stories are going to be a lot more tired. Aw, Kaylie says your voice acting makes the characters alive. That's great to hear. I really like this story, and it's kind of funny that we were talking about this sort of thing with Marx's story. Kind of perfect that Marx's story started the supporters and yours started the Encores. But I will reiterate that as someone who is ace themselves, I like when stories go the non-sexy route. I like stories like this where things very much could go somewhere sexual, and it is decided that we are not going to go to that place. I enjoy that a lot, and I wouldn't say that I relate to John because I do not experience this, luckily, but I relate to him in his friendship. Please, let's just go with that, But I really like... So I guess the first thing to discuss would be... was your intention that he is not interested, period? That he's just, not interested in sex or romance? Potentially he himself is ace or arrow? Or did you mean that he is interested, but, not in her? That he is interested in sex and romance, but... not in this person, maybe not in casual hookups in general. Maybe he, I don't know if this is what you meant, but I feel like it could be really interesting if he actually really wanted a romantic and sexual relationship, but the problem was that he can't actually get something of substance because everybody gets the big horny around him. That around him, everybody gets very lustful. And so he can never know, does this person actually love me? Does this person love me for me? Because it's just an aura of lust that he gives off. And so, I feel like that could be a really interesting place to take this. So I'm curious what your intention was with him as a character. I feel like they all could work, but they're all very different. I do like the, like, you come here often? Yeah, this is my university. It makes, I mean, it makes me think of the idea of, like, you come here often, handsome? This is my house, you know? I do like that you start to set things up with the, please don't say it, you know? I might have italicized it to give it kind of a quiet sound, but it works, you know? So John thought some of his kind or other males would have liked to have this advantage, but since he wasn't a jackass or interested, he didn't find any point in doing this. So I like what you're going for here, of like, yeah, others, you know, especially other incubi or male humans would be interested in, would find this a gift, would find this a boon, but I don't. Totally get that. That makes a lot of sense. The phrasing here is, there's a little bit of awkwardness in the idea of would have liked to have this advantage. Kind of reads like the idea of like, oh, I wish I could have that advantage. I don't have it, but I wish I could. Which doesn't really work with his kind, because his kind do have this advantage. So, as something like, you know, John thought some of his kind or other males would have liked this advantage. You know, I think might work better. And then, but since he wasn't a jackass or interested, I do really like the phrasing of that. I do really like that comparison of jackass and interested. That's great. But there is a bit of a strangeness in the fact that it kind of implies that, like, if you're a male who's interested in that, you are a jackass. And that's not true. That's not the case. You can have a high libido, and that's fine. And you aren't inherently a jackass if you have a high libido. Now, if John, like, is not interested in her, yet he decides to sleep with her even so, that would make him a jackass. But especially because you specify jackass or interested as separate categories, then it makes it sound like, what would make him a jackass? If he was interested, like if he was like the other males, you know? But that's not the case. There are some jackasses out there who have a high libido, but having a high libido doesn't make you a jackass. This is a little bit nitpicky, but I feel like it's an interesting thing to discuss. So I often talk about physical descriptions and stuff like that. So first of all, my usual critique of, we don't necessarily need to know her description. You could use those words elsewhere, but that's not really the issue with this description for me. The issue with this description to me, especially with the words like locks and flowing, those are rather romantic words. They're rather like, oh yes, her beautiful locks flowing. I guess just all those words of dark locks flowing together reads like, ooh, what a beauty. I feel like that suddenly makes it seem like he's attracted to her. And that is the exact opposite of what you are going for with this story. He is explicitly not attracted to her. And so I think either A, taking out the description, B, only describing her when she shows up, or C, using more neutral language of like, she had dark hair, you know, or her hair, I'm just thinking of more romantic words. I looked up synonyms to flow, and the first one that comes up is discharge. Yeah, that doesn't sound romantic, but that also doesn't work. Oh, yeah, these are all for water. Specifically. I guess leaking could be interesting. Her dark locks leaking to her shoulders. That would seem very uninterested. Dribble could work. Yes, lovely locks discharge across my shoulders. Ew, your locks should not be discharging. Yeah, those are unique words. I'm looking for a more general, normal word. So, if you can think of a word, chat, tell me. But yeah, like, I'm sure there's a verb that can be used there that is more neutral, like, you know, just her dark lock or her she had black hair, you know. But yeah, I'm also curious, because he's an incubus, and he's presumably been an incubus his whole life, and presuming that he's grown up, you know, with like a human lifespan, he's in college now. I feel like he's been dealing with this for at least since he went through puberty, right? So at least for a few years. And so I'm kind of surprised that he doesn't have a speech prepped. Now, granted, I don't know what all his story is. I don't know if he is interested, but not like this, you know. But I feel like he would have a general speech of like, all right, so like, let's see, did I write something down? Yeah, like, you're not really interested in me. I'm an incubus. Walk away and you'll be glad you did. You know, just have something like that. He could also just say, I have a girlfriend. That's the classic way to get, you know, a suitor off your back. Is just to say that. So I feel like, so I like what you have. I think it works. But there is that little question of why he doesn't have something prepped. It does feel odd that she does go, you know, okay, sorry, well, I tried. Unless you changed your mind. When he just said a second ago that he is not interested. Now, granted, maybe that's you trying to indicate just how strong the incubus magic is. That a second after him rejecting her, she's saying this. But I think saying something like, this is your last chance. I'm walking away. You know, I think would sound a little more natural there. I also don't know how it doesn't help that you're devilishly attractive really connects to this. This really works for me. I like this bit a lot of like him going, well, I'm not interested. And then her finally going, well, aren't you fun? You know, I think that works super well. But going, it doesn't help that you're devilishly attractive. Well, especially because that's already been established. And she was kind of now going to the, oh, well, you've got a poor personality to go with it. Doesn't really connect for me personally. I do like this idea of like the medieval times and those of his kin who played it straight. Didn't help with everyone's perception of him. I like the medieval times being thrown in there as like people and a time period. I think that's great. I'm curious what you guys thought of the built and designed thing. If that like stuck out to folks in the chat or not. I don't know that it stuck out at first, but I think because it was said multiple times, I think, you know, that third time I'm kind of going, this seems like an odd way to describe it, but also like if this world has a creator, has some kind of god, well, then he was literally built that way. I really like, this is probably my favorite line. I totally, as long as I read it right, I totally got how you wanted that to be read. I'm like, no. I thought that was great. I like the description of, it was John's turn to deadpan. Screw being polite. That's a great way to mirror what she said before and keep the story moving and show what his attitude is right now. And I love not even in your dreams. That's so great because like incubi are dream demons. And so going, yeah, not in real life and not in your dreams either. It's such a perfect thing, a perfect burn for an incubus. I love that. So John simply sighed, feeling that he had garnered the attention of a gremlin. I understand that he's feeling miffed right now. I understand that he's like, oh, like, you are starting to look less human and more like a gremlin as we speak. I do get that. but also at the same time, it feels a little mean for him to go after her when it's his aura's fault. That he has the horny aura, that he makes people lustful around him. And so it feels a bit mean for him to be like, ugh, like, you're such a gremlin. When it's like, it's not her fault. Like, she's just a normal person who's drawn in by your aura and is turned into a gremlin, you know, by your aura. So yeah. And speaking of which, I do kind of like the ending, though there is kind of this question of here of, well, I don't think it's just his face. Like, sure, I'm sure he has a devilishly handsome face, but I'm assuming that there's more magic going on here. I'm assuming that he has this aura, this incubus aura that makes people want to be with him in that way. And so it kind of works, but also I feel like he would know at this point it's a lot more than his face that is causing this. The horny aura. The aura. Don't scrunch his nose. No, don't like that. I don't know if Hellenic has waited yet. Let's go up. I even laughed at Dawn as the Dawn dialogue came up. Oh, that's great. That's a high compliment if I was able to make you laugh at your own story. This basically describes a friendship between a calm person and a feral gremlin. Nice. It's the someone will die of fun meme. Give Andrew Nutter the credit for turning my incubus into an ace, not sexually interested demon, because I wanted him initially to be just nervous. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Anyway, Wicked. I love that twist, honestly. Yeah, me too. Mako, the big horny laughs. Gally, the original idea is that he was nervous around women because of his hyper charisma, because of a childhood screw up that ended up with a friend in a hospital, in place of which people are quite racist against demons like him. Whoa, that's a lot more detailed than I expected. I just want to smooch a lady with my clothes on. Nothing else happens. Is that so much to ask? Exactly. And that. Savion. They promptly ran the hell away from town. Gotcha. That was an actual typo. Oh yeah, the two up above. Reidrev, fun story. Love the twist and the interpretation of what's a wolf. Oh yeah, so you have the kind of a similar thing of, with Marx's like a certain hunger, you know, like a wolf, and like you think he's gonna be like that, but no, actually, no, he's not interested. However, I do find the phrase built for seduction a bit odd. It doesn't exactly sound organic, especially because it's repeated several times. Yeah, that might be what stuck out to me. It might be this idea of like, it goes beyond like, oh yes, God created me this way, to I am a robot who was built in a lab. I can see it being repeated and then having that kind of vibe to it. High libido does not equal lack of manners. Exactly. Good point. Should have been more descriptive with her appearance. I'd say less, so you don't need to describe her appearance. I'd just take it out and it wouldn't be an issue. I wasn't trying to be romantic. I kind of use words like that. It is a pretty word. I do like the description. It's just the problem is that we're in John's head, and so it's how if he's viewing her locks as dark flowing ones, then that sends a signal. It's supposed to be neutral. I sometimes accidentally slip into purple or poetic prose due to the stories I read. Very fair. Oh gosh. That's a little bit of my mental damage from me to you today. Here, have the gift of mental damage. Alex. Alex from Marx's stories. America's meme. Emotional damage. I'm not sure what. Oh, I gotcha. Ghoulish says, well, saying you have a girlfriend. It used to be. Too many people are okay with cheating nowadays. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize that was no longer an acceptable defense, that it wouldn't work. I have a murderously jealous yandere girlfriend. Oh, yeah. That's the way you gotta go. I have a girlfriend. Oh, that's okay. No. A jealous, murdery, yandere girlfriend. Oh. Gotcha. Alex said, initially it was dialogue that was way more grosser and perverted until Internetter caught how messed up that was, and I fixed that up. I appreciate that. So he was deadpan and angry at the end, the dialogue, since she did something that did upset him. I actually think it worked fine in this version. Like, I think in this version it's more that she just keeps pestering him. Like, she doesn't say something specifically perverted, but she just keeps at it. And so he's like, I am done with this. You know, that works very well for me. I didn't realize that. I was thinking general charisma, but I think I messed up. It's just in the fact that you made him an incubus. If you meant general charisma, you'd have to pick a different creature or just describe that. An incubus is very specifically a sex dream demon. And, like, that is what they're built for. Generally, that is, like, sex is what they feed on. That's how they get their food. And so, like, immediately when you say incubus and somebody seems sexually interested in him, well, at least romantically interested. I guess maybe I did assume sexually. But I will automatically assume sexually, and that's what the aura is. Because of incubus. So if you want a general charisma, you'd need a different creature. Hellenic might not be around, it seems like. Yeah, he might be asleep. Oh, Hellenic is European? I don't think I realized that. Not sure referring to there. Oh no, okay, so Dallas. Deathshead. Says Hellenic is marked American. Okay, yeah. Nice. To look into the psychic power of magnetism. Alright, well, greatly enjoyed this story, Galler. Let us go on to our next story. I think Greg has been tagged, but if you want to tag him again, you can. I hope it was nice. I hope it was helpful.
Kitty, you're so cute. Two cats.
You're welcome. I think I know how to pronounce that now. Alright. Let's do this. Blue Midnight by Greg. 327 words. Content warning, planetary loss. Only one weapon curbs our addiction to murdering those with different views or origins. It is the first sword humanity has wielded that is large enough to sunder Earth. Born of 1,000 years of math and science. A mushroom grown first in a mind, then a lab, then detonated over living humans. You ride deeper in the water, aboard Vengeance. Isolated from civilization. Hidden in a dark world beneath a sky full of eyes. Alone like each crew member. Boarding, you brought a few books to add to the library. Each of your compatriots did the same. A rotisserie of reading for each to share and carry you through the expanse of boredom and soft terror. Your shared nightmares often focus on calamity, whether wrath or pestilence or astronomical event. Inchoate dreamscapes of surfacing to an already dead world, or dying together in a mystery never solved. Dive officer. Bow planes, full dive with depth 125er. Hands tight, you push the wheel forward, but not as steep as the order, tempering your descent to drop fast enough to minimize the chance of being seen off the foreign coast, but not so fast as to pull the recently debarked SBS forces down with Vengeance's significant undertow. Later, your hands shake for hours. You have paid your country in blood, sweat, and years, but it will never be done. This job can never be done. A low hum from Vengeance's turbines accompanies your sleepless musings between shifts. 54 Tridents equals over 400 W-88s equals the ability to transform no less than 400 cities into scorched abyssal pits. The ability to obliterate perhaps upward of 1 billion people within a few seconds and 1 billion more in the following weeks. This weapon cannot be unsheathed. In a small, dark mirror, you adjust your uniform that no one outside your crewmates will see. Though uniformed, you must never see combat. You guard wolves so terrifying that they must always remain sheep. I hope those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it.
That's cute. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby cat. Oh, you're so soft.
See, that was a king noise. The little alrighty, Rue. Oh yeah, I guess this is a debut. I didn't note that, but yeah, Greg is an actual new person. So, extra applause for a new person and a new story. I'm sorry, I'm going to be reviewing you. You're gonna get tired, Kaylie, reviewing you. But this is a very good story. I definitely enjoyed it. Let's see. How do I want to begin? I guess I will begin with, so when I first read this story, I ended up being quite confused by it. And the reason that I was confused by it is because of the content warning. Because I saw Planetary loss, and I was like, okay, so we're gearing up for a sci-fi story. And we'll talk about more of like the specifics and stuff as we go on, but because the story is so, like, I don't know, poetically written, it's not super definitive of like of, hey yo, we're in a nuclear submarine. And so like, I don't know, I guess I can like start going into it of like, okay, only one weapon curbs our addiction to murdering those different views or origins. Okay, that does sound like humanity today, but that could be humanity far in the future in a sci-fi world. It's the first sword humanity's wielded that's large enough to sunder Earth. Oh, okay. So, like, now we're gonna, like, we might have, like, traveled across worlds and now we're coming back to sunder Earth. You know, that kind of thing. So yeah, so, like, nothing is explicit that it's a military sub. And, like, that's not necessarily a problem. The only problem is me not knowing what the story was about. And I honestly don't think I would have had this problem without the content warning. The other thing about the content warning is there isn't any planetary loss. And so I think something like potential nuclear apocalypse or discussions of nuclear war, you know, I think that could have worked better. And using Earth maybe instead of planetary could have also helped. But yeah, because if the content warning said Earth loss, I might have still like thought about sci-fi, but I would have thought, okay, this could be dystopian. But planetary made me think it was a planet that wasn't Earth, and so actually, yeah, now that I'm remembering it, once I got to Sunder Earth, I was like, oh, wait, like, the planet is Earth. Okay, you know, it's not some other planet. So yeah, I think that, yeah, I think that either, some version of, like, potential nuclear apocalypse, threat of nuclear apocalypse, that kind of thing, I think would work better as a content warning. And to be clear, I'm glad you included the content warning because, you know, I generally tend to think that including a content warning that isn't necessary is better than not including one when there needs to be one. And so I like that you did that. But the other thing that I've said before about content warnings is that they need to properly warn of the content. And so if they don't properly warn of the content, then they don't work as a content warning. So there's a bit of that going on here. I'm curious if anybody else was a bit confused as to what was going on. I'm curious if anybody else did not catch this is about a nuclear military sub. But it's extra funny because when I read, like, you know, these weapons cannot be on the sheaths, you have to, the sheep, stuff like that. I was like, oh, this really reminds me of this story I once heard about, like, a nuclear sub where, like, they lost contact with, I don't know, with home base, and, like, they were supposed to detonate, and so, like, 3 of the people, like, turned the keys and were ready to detonate, and one of the people was like, no, let's not, and he, like, saved the world because he didn't detonate. And so I was like, this totally makes me think about that, not realizing that's what the story's about, like, not that story specifically, but, like, a nuclear sub. Like, it's not it's not a sci-fi story with a comparison to a nuclear sub. It is about a nuclear sub. But all that, you know, out of the way, or mostly out of the way, I really liked that. Once I realized that the story was actually about a nuclear sub, I was like, oh, this is good. Like, oh, I like that then. Okay, so let's start going through details. So only one weapon curves our addiction to murdering those different views or origins. I have mixed feelings about this line because on the one hand, like, oof, that does sound like us. Oof, that does sound like humanity. Always, you know, going after the other and doing horrible things just because somebody is different. But on the other hand, that feels like a bit too strong and opinionated of a line to have out of the gate. Because the rest of the story is not that opinionated. The rest of the story is not, like, judging, you know, people. And so I feel like, the thing about first lines is that they kind of are an advertisement for the story going forward. They're like, hey, this is where we're beginning, and they can kind of be like a microcosm of the story sometimes. And so having your first line and be incongruous with the rest of the story is more grievous than any other line being incongruous with the rest of the story, because you're setting up what the story is with that first line. And so I feel like having a very opinionated first line when the rest of the story is just more of a story, I feel like is maybe the wrong impression there, though the idea there is an interesting one and like a oof but true, you know, kind of thing. I do really like the first sword humanity has wielded that is large enough to sunder Earth. That's a beautiful like metaphor there. It makes me think of what is that? Is it like the sword of Damocles, like the sword that's like always hanging? It makes me think of that. Born of 1,000 years of math and science, a mushroom grown first in a mind, then a lab, then detonated over living humans. Now, I hope that I'm a smart person, but sometimes when I read these stories, I'm like, am I in fact a dumb person? Because when I first read this line, and like I said, I'm already thinking, hi, we're here for a sci-fi story, I thought we were talking literal mushroom. And so I was like, oh, okay, so we have like this strange sci-fi mushroom that's gonna destroy the world. Interesting. I realize now it's a mushroom cloud. It is a beautiful metaphor for a mushroom cloud. Everyone else I've talked to got it first shot. And granted, everyone else I've talked to immediately knew it was about nuclear subs too. But now that I know, oh yes, this is about nuclear warfare, then it works. Like, I really like that image. Like, that's so creative and interesting, the way of phrasing that, of like, this is a mushroom cloud, but comparing it to an actual mushroom. And I already, even on my first read, when I thought it was a mushroom, I loved that phrasing of grown first in a mind, then a lab. That's such an interesting idea of, yeah, like, whenever we create something like this, be it an artificially created actual mushroom or a mushroom cloud, yeah, all these things are first grown in the mind. It's kind of what we were talking about with Deathshead's question, right? Of like, do I want this idea to exist? Do I want this idea to be put in the minds of others? But yeah, so I really like that image of a mushroom going in a mind than a lab, and then I like it even more knowing that it's about like, it's not a literal mushroom, it's a mushroom cloud. I do think that's one of those things that is dangerous with these 350 word stories, because with something like this, beautiful writing, beautiful imagery, love it. But it does run the risk of something like that happening where people might think, oh, literal mushroom, you know? You said in your note you were like playing around with second person and stuff like that. And I think generally it works, but the one place where it didn't work for me is where it got introduced. Because we start with first person plural. And then we kind of go like, just like third omniscient. And then we go second person. And so I was like, wait, there's a you? Like, I'm here? And so I think, granted, saying only one weapon curbs your addiction would be even stronger of an intro, like even, I guess, more intense of an intro than it already is. But, you know, having a you somewhere in that first paragraph, I think, would be helpful to have that, we're in second person now, it'd be a little less jarring. Sky Full of Eyes is very interesting. I, to be honest, did not really get it until now, that I think you're saying in the ocean, like, you know, the land above is like the sky. And so, like, anybody could be watching. Like, we don't want to be found. We're the sub under the water. We want to stay hidden. Anybody on the surface could be looking for us. I like that. I like the rotisserie of reading. That's a great image. I like the carry you through the expansive boredom and soft terror. I love your adjectives there. And like, they're so evocative, the idea of like, the boredom is all encompassing, it's expansive, it threatens to consume you, but the terror is like soft and creeping, and it's like gentle in its horror. Like, that's really cool. And then I really like that idea. Well, it's a terrible thing, but like, I like the way you're describing it, of like your shared nightmares, of all of the crew has nightmares, be them like actual nightmares as they're sleeping, or like daydreams, you know, things that they're thinking about during the day. They're always thinking of what they might need to do. I like that a lot. I think that works very well for the story. Inchoate dreamscapes is a beautiful phrasing. I feel like that word is a big word that can easily be a bit of a flirmular, but it's very pretty and very fun to say. And then that image of surfacing to an already dead world or dying together in a mystery never solved is very evocative. That, yeah, I can imagine the nightmare of even thinking about that, of like, okay, like, you know, there's so many different angles of what to have nightmares about with this. There's what it's going to do to everyone else, and there's what happens when we get out, you know, kind of thing. And then, like, the pestilence is like an apocalyptic word. I really like that. So, let's see. I think having a dialogue tag of who's talking here would be quite helpful. Because as is, I'm like, assuming it's some superior officer, but are they on the ship? Are they on the sub? Are they the SBS forces? Are they something else? Are they Jim right behind our main character? I really don't know. And it just kind of comes out of nowhere. And so I think having a little bit of a dialogue tag there would be good, so it doesn't seem so like something's being thrown at you and you don't know where it's coming from. And the thing is that when I thought that this was a sci-fi story, so I had not heard of bow planes before. I honestly didn't know that subs have little, I don't know what to call them besides bow planes, but you know, little things on the side that help them dive. I don't know much about subs, and so I didn't know about those. And so I actually thought like we were in the sky, and I was like, oh, okay, so I guess we're calling our, like, maybe we're in a little spaceship, like how, like, what Anakin and Obi-Wan fly around in at the start of the third, Revenge of the Sith, is that what that one's called? Like those kinds. Oh, well, I guess it's X-Wings. It's like any of them. It's in any of the Star Wars movies. Why did I only think of those ones? But yeah, like those. Like, yeah, those are something that goes around in space, but it's also like a plane. I was thinking, oh, hey, dive officer, bow your plane. Like, bow your X-Wing towards the Earth. Bow your plane towards the Earth. And so... and the other thing about it is, now that I know what bow planes are, now that I know they're little, like, rudder type things on the sides of the sub, why would, like, let's say this is the captain, why would the captain go, hey, dive officer, you remember those things on the side of the sub? What are they called? Bow planes? Yeah, bow those planes. Like, I don't know why he would be calling out the bow planes now that I know what that actually means. Now, granted, I don't work on a nuclear sub, but that seems a little strange to me. And I guess I'll talk about this in general. So in the group we have this thing called the Flurmler. And so what the Flurmler is it's basically like anything, well, maybe you know what?
Sorry, kitty.
I'm going to show you a clip that's going to perfectly describe what the Flurmler is. It's clip sharing day, boys. I just grabbed this. What's happening? I just grabbed this and the timestamp for it, and so if I have it on hand and it's perfect, I might as well just show it to you guys. I don't need to become a member. I'm a Patreon. Or patron. I guess that would be okay. So 8:34. Okay. Here we go. All right. So unmute desktop audio. And then go over here. So this is Game Grumps. Bionic Arm plus emus equals this game. Tears of the Kingdom 4. It's a little clip for it.
This is a crystal refinery.
Oh.
I could take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. An energy well can increase the capacity of the energy cell you are carrying.
Hello, welcome to my schmoople lair. You can exchange booples for skadooples. Shall I exchange your 17 scruples for 28 skadooples?
He hands you like a DVD player manual.
Oh, even just like reminding myself of that clip, the first time I rewatched it, I was cracking up. It's so funny to me. But that is, I hope you could hear it. But that's what a flurmler is, that it's like anything that, so like in that clip, right? Energy wells. Okay, Aaron knows what energy is, and Aaron knows what a well is. And he could probably put it together if he was thinking about it, that like, okay, a well, like this is like a storehouse. It's a thing that holds water. So an energy well would be a thing that stores energy. Hello, Carl Kais. Welcome. We are a writing group. We have a prompt every week, and I'll write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream by me on Saturdays. So if you're interested in that, Deathshead has supplied the link for you so you can join our Discord. Even though like Aaron knows what those words are separately, especially when he's getting a bunch thrown at him, it's like, this just sounds like nonsense. And so I've used flurmler as just a stand-in every word for that happening in a story. So like anytime there's a word that the reader will not know. And this could be like a word that you created for your universe, that it could be like, I could literally call my my currency like croms, but once I'm like, yes, I traded, well, that's not great. I was gonna say I traded 17 croms, but you're gonna know that croms is currency from the context there. But, like, I mean, the example it's a really good example, because it's like, welcome to my schmoople lair. It's like, what is a schmoople? You can exchange scruples for spadooples. It's like, what are any of those things, right? Like, and so, but basically, the point of all that setup is to say, your story has some flurmlers in it. And so, for me, they are bow planes, SBS forces, 54 tridents, and over 400 W88s. I don't know what any of those words mean. I don't know what bow planes are. I don't know what any of those things are. And so, to me, then it just ends up reading as like, dive officer, blah, blah, blah. The debarked blah, blah forces, 54 blooby-loos equals over 400 boobadoos, and you don't want that. You don't want the flurmlers in your story, because that hinders the reader from understanding. And again, this could, corroborate what I was saying about, I thought this was a sci-fi story. I don't know what a lot of these things are, and so because I can't fill in what they are, then I was either not filling them in or filling them in with sci-fi things, like, oh, bow your plane, like, this is a command, bow the plane, and so all that to say, like, having the captain say something like, you could just have him say full depth with depth 125er, or like, dive officer, make our depth 125er. I would hopefully understand that better. I honestly don't know that this dialogue needs to be there in general. You could just have a general summary of like, the captain calls you to dive, and after, I think that would actually be clearer than what you have here. But even just removing the bow planes would make that clearer. And then SBS forces, I don't know what that is. I have looked it up, and I know it's special boat services. But I didn't know what it was, and so it's just like a random thing. And like, I think actually this one would be the best example here of you can use more mundane and more easily understandable words for it. I'm not remembering what tridents are, but let's assume that the tridents are submarines. So like 54 submarines equals over 400 warheads equals the ability to transform no less than 400 cities into scorched abyssal pits. Well, now I completely understand. Because like, yes, like, of course, like, anybody who knows these things and like, they're fine. They can understand the story. They might enjoy it more for these things. But you have alienated anybody who does not know what these things are, and you don't have to. The story can be completely understandable without having to mention these specific things. And my dad was in the Navy. He didn't know what SBS forces were. He didn't know what W-88s were. So, like, even somebody who is in this world didn't know what these words meant. And so I feel like that's especially a reason to go, okay, let's either not use those words, or let's use words that are more understandable to a wider audience here. I'm very curious about the not as steep as the order thing that I know why he's doing it, why you are doing it. That yeah, it's explained why you're doing it, but I'm curious why, again, presuming it's the captain who is calling this order, why wouldn't the captain know? Why would the captain say full dive when you can see, hey, we need to not be seen, hey, we need to not pull the SBS forces down with us. And like for SBS forces, like what you could replace that with is just like the other boats on the surface. Like, granted, you might, I don't know how you could do that with only 2 words. I guess just like pull the other recently debarked boats. Then that would work. Like, we don't need to know that it's SBS forces. And me now looking up, okay, special boat services, to me doesn't really add anything to the story. The story, like, knowing it's just generic boat and knowing it's SBS forces, at least to me, doesn't make the story read differently. But what does make the story read differently is not knowing what SBS forces are. I do like this image of later your hands shake for hours. There's kind of a question in there, though, of, as far as I know, this is kind of a routine order. This isn't like, okay, prepare to launch kind of order. This is just like, hey, we're in a sub, we're gonna dive sometimes. And so if Homie is, their hands are shaking for hours after a routine order, this feels like the wrong job. This feels like the wrong job for them. And granted, like, maybe they were drafted, maybe they didn't have a choice in the job that they went into. But so I like that this is showing this fear, like, this is such a scary job that even a routine order would make your hand shake for hours. That is really interesting and very evocative. But then it also is like, that feels so strong that it feels like this is not the right place for them. You have paid your country in blood, sweat, and years. I absolutely love the rhyme of tears and years and replacing tears with years. And it works. Like, yeah, you pay your time. You pay in years. I think that is fantastic. One thing, though. I feel like in this kind of job, in this kind of story, it feels a little odd to say blood when there are actual soldiers out there literally giving their blood to their country. And so, yes, like, blood, sweat, and tears is kind of a hyperbole. It's just like a cliche, a hyperbole that is often said. And so, like, it is often said even when a character has not bled for whatever this thing is. But when you're using something like this, I'm totally blanking, there's a word for, like, Navy, Coast Guard, all the things. And then there's a word for, like, the soldiers. Like, one of them is military, and I'm not remembering which one it is. This is how little I know about this topic. But yeah, like, and granted, like, I don't know for sure what all Homie has gone through. But if the only service that he's given is living on this sub and, you know, keeping, not firing the warheads, well, like, I don't think you've paid the country in blood. And other people in, like, different branches of the military have. And so that feels, I don't know if insensitive is the right word, but this feels like, I like the phrasing. I really like the twist on the cliche, because twisting it to years makes it not be cliche anymore. Or like at least twist it and makes it fun and new and different. But especially because you're already twisting it, that having that in there is like, I don't know. I have thoughts. I see an ad incoming. Looks like Crom is a cryptocurrency. Oh my. I guess Crom is a currency word. And Wolf says, I'm pretty sure there is a country with has a currency called Crom. And then he says, I was thinking of Chrome, I think. There's also Cromer from Delta Room. Do I know about web novels? I think I do. What are you asking about them? Krone is currently the currency that the Danes and Norwegians use. 2 different ones. Interesting. Come on, Ad. Where are you? Yeah, Lore Olympus is a webcomic I like, but I call that a webcomic, not a web novel. Assuming you're not a sub, so I can't respond. Sub. Okay, stand by. So, like, maybe you guys can.
Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty.
Here we go. I'll try again. My on bonny banks and my on bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So that's me trying to sing that like that, and then I'll try. Oh, that's on the screen. Oh, I should just. Well, yeah, I don't know. And I can try singing it as. My yon bonny banks and my yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond. I was able to sing this earlier. I can't seem to get that high now. Let's do the chorus. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll oh, why am I getting worse as the stream goes by? He'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Didn't mean to do that, but I guess it'll be a better test. So, like, I think that's, like, the head voice and chest voice thing. But, yeah, my voice is tired. That's probably it. But I always feel like people want you to go into that chest voice. But I always feel like I sound kind of, like, monotone. When I do that, I feel like it sounds worse and sounds better when I sing in that, like, softer voice. But also, that was, like, the worst performance of it so far. So... yeah, that perfect answer, Anime. Anime Wiccan said about the web novel stuff. Yeah, I can see why you're worried. I've never published something as a web novel, so I can't really help in that regard, but something that I can say is that the best thing for your writing is to learn how you can personally enjoy the process. Regardless of what you do with it, the point is to fall in love with it as a story you write. Yes, exactly. So if there's anything that is sucking the joy out of your writing, I would say don't do that, or don't do it in that way. So if you, like, writing a chapter or publishing a chapter every week sucks all your joy out of it, don't do that. Do it as a season, or do something else with it. Please do not use AI, I beg you. AI is theft. AI takes the writing of other writers and mashes it together. And so it is not just it's not just the AI coming up with its own thing. It is taking the writing that other people have made. So imagine if you wrote something that you loved and you saw what you wrote in somebody else's work because they used AI. Like, I would think and hope that you would not be okay with that. So please don't participate in that. But aside from that part, yeah, I would say do whatever. Yeah, Deathshead agrees. And whatever you do, don't use AI. Like, I don't care what you do otherwise, but please don't use AI. But yeah, like, I'll see if there's anything else to say. And, like, I read webcomics, but I don't know about, like, web novels specifically, so... and I have never, like, published a web novel or anything like that, so I can't really give you advice on how to do that, because that's just not necessarily the world that I'm in. And even though I read webcomics, I don't necessarily know the publishing side of it. So I can't entirely help you there. I can only say general advice as a writer. Oh yeah, it was daily. You said daily updates rather than weekly. Oh, that's really intense. But yeah, I think that's a great idea to, like, write the first season fully and then publish that and then work on the next one. Or what you could do is you could have the full season ready to go, and then you could publish each chapter of that season, like, every week or every day or however your pace is, and then be working on season 2 while you're in the process of publishing season 1. Or if you're willing to wait, you could write the entire thing and then just publish it after you're done. Yeah, easy. Your voice is tired. And then, like, you can always, use writing groups like ours to hone in your craft and make your writing better, or test things out and stuff like that. Yeah, Reidrev agrees with the seasonal approach. Yes, Mika says, don't use AI. It won't be your story. If you have to update every day, best option is to write all. Then once it's done, you can post a page a day or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I mean, I thought you were great. I usually sound better when I sing at a lower volume regardless of pitch. Aw, that's really sweet of you. and very interesting about the like volume. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not going to go too much into this because I really do. Like, it's already super late, and I have another story. But I think, like, if you're afraid of writing and losing interest, then I definitely would say writing the whole thing and then only publishing it once you've wrote the whole thing would help with that. Because you know that you're not going to lose interest because you're done. Or you'll write and you'll lose interest, and you'll be like, I'm glad I never published. Carl Kai seems to agree with what I said, so that's I'm glad I could help her. That works. Just voice usually has more support. Head voice is more airy. Yeah, I think that's what it was then. I don't think it was falsetto. Isn't falsetto something only guys have? And B, isn't it specifically like not just like an airy voice, but like super higher than your voice should go, kind of high. But anyways, I'm a little distracted. I do like the equals thing, though. I really like this image of, this weapon cannot be unsheathed. That's probably my favorite image in the piece. And then let's see. First of all, like, it's fine, but I'm not sure we need the uniform given such, like, emphasis at the end. It feels a little odd that we're talking so much about the uniform when that's not really what's important. So I think just ending the piece on this weapon cannot be unsheathed, or ending on you guard wolves, like, this weapon cannot be unsheathed. You guard wolves so terrifying they must always remain sheep. I think that would be a bit punchier of an ending. And as for the wolf and sheep thing, at first I didn't really think anything of it. I was just like, yeah, it works. No problem. But the more I think about it, the more I'm wondering if that works. Because the thing is, the idea of so the original idea is a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? And so it's like, this is a wolf that is put on a sheep's wool, but ultimately they're a wolf who intends to hurt, the herd. And so it's the opposite is true with sheep and wolf's clothing. Okay, this is a creature in the clothing of a wolf. It looks like a wolf, but ultimately its true being, its true character is a sheep. And so, like, I think saying it's a horrifying weapon that could destroy the world, but that's a wolf, but as long as it's not detonated, it's a sheep. I don't know if I would agree with that. I would say it's a wolf. Like, that's its nature. That is who it is. That is what it is. On the inside and on the outside, it is a wolf. It is this bad thing. Just because it's asleep doesn't make it not a wolf. And so I think that if you had gone for the crew being sheep in wolf's clothing, I think that would have fulfilled the prompt a little bit better, because the crew, like, might seem like, oh my gosh, like those people on the nuclear sub, like, oh, they're terrifying. But ultimately they're terrified themselves. Ultimately they don't want to fire these weapons. And so, like, the whole world might be like, oh, there's people out there, like, with subs, like in subs with warheads, they could detonate at any moment. And so the whole world views them as wolves. But when you see what they actually go through, they don't want to fire. They're terrified. And that actually can make your handshake for hours image work even better, because it's like, not only are they like, I don't want to fire, they're terrified of, like, normal everyday life on the sub. And so I feel like you had a great use of the prompt here, but that's not what you used as the prompt. That's not what you called out as the prompt. And I will say, I actually am fine with you saying the prompt out loud at the end there. It didn't bother me too bad. It's just the fact that I'm not sure if I agree with that logic. That's my critique of it, but I think the prompt is absolutely there, even if it wasn't your intended use of it. So yeah, I quite like the story, and I did like a historical piece. We don't get a lot of those, and so, especially because I've always found that story about the nuclear sub that was never, detonated, very powerful. Like I said, I was very excited. I was like, oh wait, it's actually about that. And your writing and your imagery and your metaphors and stuff are absolutely beautiful. Let's see what folks have been saying. Aerith says, I think the only planetary loss that really occurs is the metaphorical visions of potential destruction that the nuclear weapons could cause rather than do cause. Yeah, so you must have said that before I said potential or threat. Aerith says, I did find it very vague. I did get it was about a nuclear sub and so forth, but found it very vague. Like you said, it's written almost poetically, and that makes it rather vague when reading, to me at least. Yes, agreed. So your writing is gorgeous. Your writing is so beautiful. But the problem with poetic language also means that it can make it more difficult to understand than a bit more grounded language. And I feel like you can have more of a mix. You can have, like, okay, things that are more clearly grounded, like saying warhead instead of, like, I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe that's not the best example. But I guess, like, using this first paragraph again as an example, like, sword is a metaphor. Like, a mushroom, okay, this is also kind of a metaphor. Grown first in a mind, like, this is all, like, interesting, poetic, language and stuff like that, and it's not really a sword. Like, okay, it's a bomb, not really a mushroom. It wasn't grown, you know, those kinds of things. That makes it beautiful, right? That makes the language beautiful. That makes it interesting. But that also can easily make it unclear. And so that's definitely something to look out for and think about and watch out for. Yeah, Sword of Damocles sounds like a correct metaphor. Nice. Reidrev says, super cool story, but I had to read the comments to figure out what it talked about. I do love it, but I have a tiny criticism. A mushroom grown first in a mind. From the little I know about the nuclear bomb, the most horrifying part is that not even those who launched it expected such destruction. They had the numbers, the stats, but most of them didn't imagine the very scale of what it unleashed. Oh, interesting. So you're kind of critiquing it as like, oh, like people thought of this destruction, and you're going, actually they didn't. Actually, they didn't realize how much destruction it would cause. That's interesting. Era says, I thought the eyes in the sky might have been satellites in orbit looking for tactical threats. Ah, okay. The formula gets defined to the best of my ability. The Flesh Horse entry in the Universal Archive. Also lol with the clip. He's... These are real objects and organizations, not made-up terms. That's not the point. A flurmular, assuming that's what you're kind of referring to, does not have to be a made-up term. It could be, but a flurmular is anything that the reader can easily misunderstand or just not understand. So, like, that's kind of why I like the Game Grumps clip, because energy wells, right? These are words that we know. This is like, even if putting those words together makes a fantasy object, these are actual words that we have in English, and you can deduce what that means just from the words. But it still is, like, for Aaron, especially when multiple ones were thrown at him at once, he still was like, I don't know what this means. I don't understand what's happening. They sound like nonsense, even though they're not. And so, like, in this case, absolutely, these are real things. But that doesn't mean that I or others know what those real things are because you use such a specific term. Like, you could use a word, I think, for example, like, Eddie's story a while back, right? He had the Moirai in it. I know what the Moirai are because I'm familiar with Greek mythology, and I have a character that's based off of them. But I think a lot of people don't know who the Moirai are. And so to anybody who doesn't know who or what the Moirai are, that's a flurmular. Then you're like, what is that? And so, yeah, like, just because they're real things, like, to me, doesn't make me go, oh, it's a real thing, so, like, it's fine, leave it in. To me, I'm going, well, I couldn't understand the story very well because you had a bunch of these at once, and there are more understandable words that you could have used that could have made me understand and enjoy the story just as much as those who do know the specific words, if that makes sense. Yeah, Flurmler is really a question of accessibility, whether or not the story is accessible to your audience. That's a great point of it. Exactly, that it's like, because there are some stories where like, so I'm trying to think. Like, I know that like Wolf writes a lot of stories based on like Japanese mythology and stuff like that. And people immersed in Japanese mythology, you can use very specific words for different like yokai and stuff like that. And they're totally gonna get it. It's like, this is your target audience, they're gonna get it. You do not need to like dumb it down for the lay people. But, you know, if you want your story to be more accessible to a wider audience, and or your story isn't for a specific audience, it's for a wide audience, well, then maybe you should use more accessible words. And I'm pretty much always going to critique stories for not being accessible, because if you're writing for this audience is not a specific audience. This audience is not somebody who knows all about Japanese yokai. This audience is not an audience who knows all about nuclear warheads. And so I'm pretty much always going to say, okay, how could we make this more accessible to the writing group? How could we make this more accessible to our general audience? If that makes sense. Mako says, I really thought the last herd was asleep, and I feel like that makes more sense. Yeah, the wolves being asleep. For me, it's a soldier that's going to betray its comrade, because a wolf to ensure the weapon stays sheep. Ah, interesting. So actually, this is kind of similar to how I read it the first time. The first time I read it, when I thought this was a sci-fi story, I thought, like, okay, dive officer, bow plane. So I thought, okay, here we are. Go down towards Earth. It's time to blow up the Earth. And so then when I read this, I did get that vibe. I did get that vibe of like, I'm not going to blow up the Earth. Like, the person who has the sword, has the weapon, has decided not to fire, has decided I'm going to keep them always sheep. I feel like knowing, okay, the story's actually about a nuclear sub. I don't know for sure that that's what was meant by that line. It could be. But I didn't get any impression that the other crew members were raring to blow up the Earth. They all felt just as scared as our main character, or some layer of like, I don't want to do this, I have nightmares too. And so it doesn't really feel like any betrayal is necessary once I understood it. There you go. I mean, on the other hand, some were worried detonating a nuclear bomb would set the entire atmosphere on fire. Yeah. I haven't watched Oppenheimer, but my dad did, and he said that there's like a scene where, assuming this is what really happened, that they're like, yeah, there's like a chance here that we're going to blow up the Earth, and it's like, I don't care how small the chance is. That's not good, you know? Yeah, exactly. Ghoulish says, yeah, it's why I use words like taint or corruption rather than the Japanese kagare, which is a similar concept. Exactly. Like, kagare might be the more accurate word, but anybody who doesn't know Japanese or doesn't know this concept would be like, Thermaler, what does that mean? But taint and corruption, totally understand, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to explain it better. I mean, others, please feel free to weigh in. But, like, I get that it's proper terminology on a submarine. But especially because my dad, who is in the Navy, who should know these things, didn't. That tells me that, like, this is worth making more understandable to a wider audience. If, like, everybody was like, I totally understood what these words are, then I might be more like, okay, I'm the odd one out here. But the fact that not only did I not understand it, not only did a friend of mine who I asked about this not understand it, somebody in this field didn't understand it. That makes me go, well, you lose nothing. You lose nothing to use the more mundane word. You use nothing to use the more understandable word. Different topic, but Wolf said, assume from like Wikipedia or something. Both sexes are physically capable of phonating in the falsetto register. Prior to research done by scientists in the 1950s and 1960s, it was widely believed that only men were able to produce falsetto. And one possible explanation for this failure to recognize the female falsetto sooner is that when men phonate in the falsetto register, there's a much more pronounced change in timbre and dynamic level between the modal and falsetto registers than there is in female voices. Gotcha. That makes sense. So it's just like women have it too, but it's harder to tell the difference from just like singing high and falsetto. Gotcha. I hope I didn't critique your story too much. I greatly enjoyed it. I think you're a wonderful writer, and I think this was a very good debut. So let's continue on. Will you walk into the slaughter? Said the butcher to the sheep. Morgan and Alea, I Reidrev. 330 words. I am 14, facing the escaped ram, axe in hand. It shakes its head, staring at the blade, ready to charge with its broken horns. I remember my father saying, "Sheep aren't dumb. They know why they exist. They don't follow the shepherd's stick. They want the butcher's axe." When he was sober enough to remember he was supposed to be a dad, 3 days after my first slaughter. I am 20. I'm a soldier. We're facing the Princess of War today, and we have a new captain to lead us, Morgan. His voice is hoarse, and his fingers twitch constantly. We owe him respect. He made that very clear. I am 14, and I'm on the ground. The ram didn't follow shit. It charged. I can hear it around me, huffing, rummaging the earth with its hooves. I held my chest as I get up, the axe still in my hand. What is it doing? I wonder, but that's good. If it ran away, my father would kill me. I'm 20. The guys have been discussing the captain, Morgan. He came back from the prison of Idge as well. That explains the scars. One of them wonders why a former prisoner should lead us toward the same side he used to fight for. I answer that they're welcome to make their displeasure known. They shut up. I am 14, and the ram is dead. My hands are caked in blood. The axe is lodged in the animal's neck, and I pull it by the horns. It could have run. It didn't. Ain't my fault. Sheep want the butcher's axe, I repeat as I pull. I am 20, and I see the Princess of War for the first time. I see Morgan staring at her, his knuckles white on the handle of his sword, eyes wide in excitement. Finally you're here, I hear him whisper. I decide then that this will be my last battle. Sheep shouldn't lead men. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I'm mad I missed up on like the last little bit there. Alrighty, Rue. This is a very interesting tale. I think for the most part this is quite well written, and I really like your mirroring. I don't think this is something that we see a whole lot, and I think it worked quite well and was very intriguing and poetic and stuff like that. I will say that overall, like, I really liked, I was gonna say I really liked what was going on here, but it's like, well, I'm not sure I liked, the ram getting killed, but, like, the story was very interesting and stuff like that. But I feel like you have, like, a beautiful mirror that I'm not getting. I feel like, of course, like, you're mirroring between 14 and 20, so it feels like there's supposed to be a really strong connection that I feel like I'm not getting. And we'll talk more about it as we keep going, but that's my summary. Alright. I really like the description of broken horns there. I don't know if our main character broke them, but it kind of has this implication of either, like, they've been fighting enough that the horns are already broken, or, like, he's going after the weakest one. Granted, I guess that a fighter could have broken horns, well, the strong fighter could have broken horns, but yeah, so I guess there's a lot of reasons, but I like that descriptor. It's evocative and kind of gives this impression of, like, either they've been fighting a while, or he's, like, for his first one, he's picking maybe a weaker one. I really like this description of what the dad said, and, like, this whole idea of repeating this terrible thing to yourself. Like, it's obviously this terrible idea that, oh, the sheep want to die. Well, I would hope that, you know, any reader reading that would go, that's not objectively true. I don't think any animal wants to die. I don't think you can say a whole species just wants to die. But this is totally the kind of horrible thing that we might, like, repeat to ourselves, right? I mean, it kind of makes me think of the beginning of Greg's story, that, you know, one weapon curbs our addiction to murdering those with different views or origins, right? That it's like we, you know, we will look at somebody with different views and origins, and we will come up with a whole negative story about them. We will other them. We will get to the point where we're killing them. We tell ourselves things about them that, you know, lead to wars and murder and death and terrible things. And so this is kind of like a smaller version of that. This is like, instead of with grand wars, well, I know that the 20 thing is the grand war, and that's kind of the point. But, you know, the 14 one is the simpler, you know, smaller version of that idea of, like, there are things that we as humans tell ourselves that are terrible things, that are clearly not true, but we tell them to ourselves to make it easier, because it makes it easier to kill the sheep if they want to die, you know? So I like that idea. That's another oof but true idea. And I like that idea of when he was sober enough to remember he was supposed to be a dad. Like, that's a really powerful image. That's very cool. I'm not sure what the 3 days after my first slaughter means, because isn't this your first slaughter? I don't know if you mean, like, okay, boy, let's go to the slaughterhouse and like, chop up the meat. I don't know if that was the first slaughter, but, like, this is the first sheep that he's slaughtering. And so he can't be remembering and repeating to himself something his dad said after his first slaughter if this is his first slaughter. I also think that this sentence is a little bit long. I think that separating it would help. And I think just taking out 3 days after my first slaughter would help as well. You could just, and actually maybe rearranging stuff would work. Like, let's see. I remember my father saying, when he was sober enough to remember he was supposed to be a dad, sheep aren't dumb. They know why they exist. They don't follow the shepherd's stick. They want the butcher's axe. Yeah, I think that would work. I think that would, I think that would work. This is a bit of a nitpicky thing, and I'm no sheep expert. What have we learned I'm not an expert in today? I'm not a bird expert. I'm not a harem expert. I'm not a submarine expert, and I'm not a sheep expert. But as far as I know, the point of a shepherd's stick, a shepherd's crook, is literally to grab the sheep. Like, when the sheep is about to try and eat some grass on a cliff, you can grab it. Or, you know, if the sheep is about to run in the wrong direction, you can grab it. And so the point of a shepherd's stick is not for them to follow it. And so it feels very odd to say, the sheep don't follow the shepherd's stick. It's like, the shepherd's stick exists in the first place because they don't follow directions. The shepherd's stick itself exists to grab them when they don't do as they're told. And so why would they be following a shepherd's stick in the first place? That's not why it exists, you know? But even though there's that issue with this, like I said, I do like that, you know, idea, the horrible, you know, comparison stuff. So I guess, you know what, let's go to the end first. So my biggest confusion with this story comes at the end, because we have the last line as sheep shouldn't lead men. So clearly our main character has made the connection from Morgan to the sheep. And so he's decided Morgan is a sheep. I don't think that sheep should lead men. I'm out, man. But I as the reader haven't made the connection. Where I thought the story was going is that I thought the story was going to end with, wait a second, I'm the sheep. Like, I'm walking into the slaughter like I want it. No, thank you. Let me leave the war. And that actually would have worked perfectly for me if the main character was realizing they were the sheep. But the fact that it's Morgan who's the sheep, well, now I'm like, I don't really see it. I don't really know how he's the sheep. Because he doesn't seem suicidal to me. He doesn't seem like he wants to die. Now, granted, the more I think about it and look at it, I think what you probably meant is that him saying, finally you're here, is him going, yay, death. It's him going, yay, slaughter. The Princess of War has arrived, and I don't know if he's meaning to kill me or to kill my soldiers, but that kind of thing. But he's just saying you're here, and like assuming that that's Alea. I know that they used to be friends as kids, and so like, to me, I honestly just first read it as like, yay, I get to see Alea again, you know, or yay, like, this will be a fun fight. This will be a fun rivalry kind of thing. Not, death, please, one order of death, you know? And, like, you have your images here of, like, his voice is hoarse and his fingers twitch constantly. Okay, so there is, like, a softness to this. So, like, potentially a sheepness to that. Okay, so he was a former prisoner and he's leading us to war on the same side he used to fight for. Okay, maybe being a prisoner could be likened to a sheep. But especially because our main character is like, well, you're welcome to share with the class, and stands up for Morgan. Then that makes the end make even less sense to me, because it's like, well, wait, but our main character is the only one who liked Morgan. The main character is like, hey, you need to respect him. Like, stop voicing your displeasure about him. And so I think it would have worked better for me if, like, in the 20 section, he was getting more and more disillusioned with Morgan, or at least, like, well, he meets Morgan and it's like, okay, he's demanding respect, but he doesn't necessarily command it. He doesn't necessarily, his presence doesn't command respect, so he has to, like, tell us that we need to respect him. Okay, not a great start. And then we learn that he used to be a prisoner, and if our main character was, like, kind of, I don't know how you'd phrase it, but was kind of thinking, like, I don't know if I want to be led by a prisoner. Like, why would he be doing this? Instead of standing up for him, then I feel like that would have worked a little bit better for me. And then I also feel like if you added more to the finally you're here, and or you added more to the internal monologue there of, you know, making it clear that you mean he is into war or he is suicidal. Or not he is into war, but like he is suicidal or he wants his soldiers to die, then I think that would help a lot. Let's see. I like the ram didn't follow shit, it charged. I like that feels very much like how a kid would think and respond. Kid, 17, 14, could still be a kid. It would respond. Oh, where'd you go, kitty? Where you are. To something that the dad said. The dad gives this lofty advice of like, the sheep want the butcher's axe. He doesn't follow, you know, the shepherd's stick, and it's like, yeah, I didn't follow shit, Dad. It charged at me, you know. So I love hate the line of like, oh, I wonder, but that's good. If it ran away, my father would kill me. It's very evocative. It's very interesting. The thing is, the dad's not important in the story, unless he is, and I didn't catch it. Like, as evocative as the lines about the dad are, I feel like they are not as important as giving us more info on why Morgan is the way that he is. So you could, take that line out to give more words to the Morgan part. Though now that I'm looking at your word count, you did have 20 words. It's very interesting to hear that he is leading us to war against the side he used to fight for, especially if they're facing against the Princess of War, and the Princess of War is Alea. That's super curious. Your characters are very mysterious to me. That I don't feel like I have a good handle on who they are yet, and so I'm very curious about them. And so I do wonder if that is Alea and they used to be childhood friends, why he used to fight for her and now is fighting against her. I think this works very well. I'm 14 and the ram is dead. Just the simplicity of it. My hands are caked in blood. The intensity of that. I think it worked well. And then I think this works very well in the sense of like repeating the horrifying thing to yourself to make it easier of like, okay, his dad taught him this thing and he's like maybe not sure if he agrees with it. And then it's like, oh yeah, it could have run. It didn't. That's not my fault. It wanted to get killed, now perpetuating this terrible idea. I think that works very well. And even if I don't fully understand it, I do like this idea of kind of, he's repeating this terrible thing to himself as a 14-year-old, and then as a 20-year-old, he's going, wait a second, maybe that was a bad thing, Well, granted, I guess he's still going by that definition of sheep want the butcher's axe, and that's what he's going after. So maybe he's not saying that saying is a bad thing, but it does feel like there's a hopefulness, maybe, to the ending. I was originally thinking, like, wait a minute, like, why are you going into the battle if you're ready to be done? It took me a couple reads to realize, like, that, like, he's seeing her because we're in battle. He's seeing her because we're like, she's on the horizon, and he's like, yeah, finally you're here. And then like they're kind of actually in the battle, and so homie's like, yeah, this is my last one. Yeah, after this I'm out. I'm already in it now, but after this I'm out. Didn't it say that this is his first slaughter? Oh. I totally thought that there was a line in there that was like, this is the first ram that I ever killed. But it doesn't say that, does it? Never mind then. In my mind, the first slaughter was killing the sheep for the meat, and I put it here so I can give a little context about the saying. That would be an odd thing for the dad to say unprompted. Well, I mean, if this is their livelihood, I can imagine him saying it kind of unprompted. So this, he said it was this killing the sheep. I'm not sure. I put 3 days after because I thought it would add a bit more tragedy. The dad consoling his son 3 days too late. But yeah, thinking about it, it does bog the sentence down. That is really interesting. That is one of those things that's like, there's a little too much to that to get in 350 words, but I do really like that idea of like, oh yeah, he's sober, he woke up, remembered he's supposed to be a dad, comforted his son, but it was 3 days too late. That is interesting. Like, I actually took the story at its word that he'd killed the sheep before this. That this happened prior and this was a different one. Reidrev, yeah, I didn't do Morgan very well this time. In my mind, Morgan is this part of the story as completely embraced self-destruction. Just doesn't want to go while Alea's still alive and kicking. And yeah, the Princess of War is Alea. Interesting. I feel like that gives me both answers and questions, because you do seem to be saying that that interpretation was correct, that he is bent on self-destruction. But you're also saying that as long as Alea's alive, that he doesn't want to go. So, are you saying that he wants to kill Alea and then himself? Is that what's going on? I was going to say, wait a minute, but then then that means that he doesn't want destruction going in here because she's still alive. But maybe your point is we're going into this to kill Alea. That's the point. That is not important. That's true. I just thought putting a bit more context on the character's way of thinking would make the character more human. It does. Like, you are right about that. That is the unfortunate thing about these 350-word stories. Like, it's good. I like the parts about the dad. It's just super evocative and emotional. And so, like, me saying it's not important, it can be removed, isn't me saying that it, like, detracts to the story. Like, it actively adds to the story. But there's, like, more basic stuff that's important, like knowing that Morgan is self-destructive, that is, that those words would be better used for. Does that make sense? The first letter is a normal killing of a sheep, not the battle with a ram. What is a normal killing of a sheep, then? I assumed this was just what they did. This was their life. So Morgan is seeking mutual destruction, Reidrev says. Exactly. You just did a number on him, so Alea is one of the big reasons he was brought there. Well, I don't really know what you just is and how and why it did a number on him, but it does sound interesting to read about in more stories. Shepherd with the stick, cute. So basically, like, he had a more healthy mindset, and then he went to this place and it messed him up, and then and now he wants to die. That's very sad. But maybe that's the point. All right, Hiru. Well, and thank you so much for submitting, Reidrev. I'm glad we were able to read your story. But since Sam's is unlocked and we've already read it, so then now it's time to go to the announcing the prompt for next week. Thanks for your feedback. You're welcome. The ram escaped its pen. Oh, is that what escaped means? I guess I didn't even think about that. I guess I thought of escaped as in, like, he had it and then it escaped. Like, had it, was gonna kill it, and then it escaped. So it escaped its pen. I don't know why they killed the ram instead of recapturing it, but I imagine normal killing is just killing a sheep to eat it or to sell for other people to eat it. Gotcha. All right, yes. Drum roll time. All right, this looks weird, but we're gonna go with it. All right. In third place, with 15 votes, is Putting the Romance Back in Necromancy. I didn't know I got third. I didn't actually look at that closely because the winner was so clearly winning. But very interesting. Glad you guys still enjoy that prompt. In second place with 16 votes is, I was wrong. A very interesting prompt. I like the tone of it. I put a shrugging emote. I was gonna put like an X or something on it, but the shrugging emote was just so funny to me. I'm like, I was wrong. But our prompt with 22 votes is Misspent Youth. I feel like it looks even creepier in that screen, but I usually don't click on the actual list, and I was like, it's kind of creepy with all the blackness. But yeah, it was like a clear winner on both. It won with 6 over here, and it won with 16 over here. I guess this one had 14 over here, but it was definitely the winner for sure. Also, I said this in the chat, but I was super proud of my emotes this time. I've always liked this one for Misspent Youth because it's like a child crossing thing, but that's also like danger youth, like misspent youth, a dangerous thing about youth. Majestic Decay, Wilting Rose, Unwelcome Home, you know, a house, but it's all in ruins. The Beauty of Being Broken. I probably used a broken heart for that one, but I like the bandaged one. Is this not the most bad guys have more fun image that could be? And then the shrugging one. Also, I keep forgetting, but Deathshead, is there a specific emote you'd like me to use for Beauty is the Beast? Because I used the masks for a long time, but I got kind of bored with him and wanted to use other stuff, and so then I used the little stabby bear as like, oh, like, it's a cute bear. Oh no, it's actually gonna stab me. And then for this one, I was just kind of riffing on what I said last stream when I showed these off of, he's a distinguished gentleman. He may be a wolf, he may seem like a beast, but he is beautiful. And stuff, so let me know if there's a specific emote you want for that. But anyway, so yes, this is, oh no! Well, if you're gonna stop submitting it, then I might start submitting it for you, because I really like it. But our prompt is misspent youth. Definitely one of those that's made it to the poll a few times, but at last it's its day in the sun. So yeah, this is basically, I mean, I think we had a definition in the secret supporter chat of, yeah, so misspent youth is actually, like a saying, the time when one is young and doing things that are not considered wise or proper, and then misspend, to spend wrongly, squander. Yeah, so by this definition, it would just be that, like, youth in general is just misspent. It's just when you're out doing, you know, drinking or doing drugs, you know, or with a boyfriend you shouldn't be with, or you know, stuff like that you're out partying instead of doing your homework and stuff like that. But it can also be stuff like, you know, somebody on, I mean, I was just saying, like, somebody on the streets or something like that would feel like I didn't get to have a youth because I grew up on the streets. But then again, does misspending have some level of, like, intent to it? Because, like, if you were forced to be on the streets, is that misspending your youth? I don't know. But yeah, so there's the idea of, like, doing dumb stuff instead of going to your classes. It could also be like somebody is studying something that other people think is misspending. That it could be like somebody in a magic school is studying dragonology, and they're like, oh, the dragons have been extinct for years, and you're dedicating all your studies to dragonology? What a waste. Like, you need to study more useful things. Could be that kind of thing. The nice thing about this prompt is that it's rather subjective, and so you can have it in both the sense of, like, I'm looking back on my youth and I feel like I didn't spend it right. And that could be, I didn't spend it right because I was out partying instead of going to my classes. But it could also be, I didn't spend it right because I went to my classes instead of partying. You know, I wish that I enjoyed my youth more. It could be, and like I said, it could be somebody else saying, I think you're misspending your youth, but the person who's actually doing it is like, no, I'm not. And they could be right, they could be wrong, you know. And youth is also wonderfully subjective, that a child, like, you know, a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old, this is perfect with Sam's story of, like, a 6-year-old and a 17-year-old are both children, or both kids, you know, like, they're both youths, and so, but even, like, a 20-year-old, that could still be considered youth, and so you could pick something somebody did when they were 6, or something somebody did when they were 22, and both could be a misspent youth, you know? Reidrev, oh, that's fun. I thought something else completely. Someone reminiscing on their youth and realized that they wasted it. Yeah, exactly. So it could be, you could write about the act of somebody drinking and partying instead of going to class, Or you could write about, okay, now this person is like in their 40s and they're like, I wish I didn't, drink all that time. It could be reminiscing or talking to somebody about that youth being misspent. Ooh, I like that. Hellenic says, ooh, what else would be cool? A story about somebody who traded their youth to a fairy to obtain something and then regrets their purchase later on. Literally misspent youth. I like that. That works very well. Hellenic, I know exactly what story I'm doing with this prompt. Who doesn't like ancient immortals reminiscing on old times? Exactly. That's what I'll be doing too. And that's a good point, that having an immortal character, well, their youth could be when they were 100 years old, or like a dwarf or an elf character. Their youth could be when they were 100 years old. That would work very well. Let's see if the stream chat has anything to add. Wolf says, finally! So the inspiration is threefold. The first is a tabletop RPG of the same name. The second is an actual play I watched of it. The third is a song with similar vibes. Nice. Why is the game called Misspent Youth? Is the game where you play teens misspending your youth or something? Ooh, nice. So, but if it's a story of youth, well, it's gonna be a happy one for Morgan and Alea. In any case, I think I'll focus more on Alea this time. She needs spotlight as well. Nice. But yeah, so lots of different ways that you can take it. I'm very excited to see where things go. Is this the well, aside from Arlageddon, is this the longest stream I've ever done? Because it's about to be 10 o'clock. It is very late. Yes, who do you want me to raid? Tell me. If you don't tell me fast enough, I might just go, because I do really need to go and eat dinner. It's very late, but it's been a fun time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Lots of different discussions, lots of wild and interesting discussions today. Oh, Reidrev, it's 4 a.m. for you. Well, I'm in good company. It's late for both of us. It's late for one of us, early for another one of us. Both of us are going past the time we probably should be. Yeah, I guess I can move this back down here now. You play teens fighting against dystopia. For the mechanics is giving up your ideals for something that's more realistic. Interesting. That sounds kind of sad. It kind of sounds like too realistic of a game. I want to play people with... I want to play a paladin with weird lofty ideals rather than like... I'm gonna play a teen burdened by society who has to learn to give up their dreams. Yeah. Strixline is live. Who is Strixline? Where I don't recall that name, unfortunately, but I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust you. They're a good peep. Not watching any more Twitch, so I'm fine with the just ending fair. Writing streamer, perfect. Alrighty, Roo. Oh, I didn't talk about the backups. Well, real quick, if your story was not read on the stream, then you're not out of luck, because we do backup readings. So if you submit your story to the queue, it's first come, first serve. Yeah, you can read your story in the voice chat with the other writers, and you'll discuss it a lot more back and forth. You can submit your story for you to read it, someone else to read it, or just lurk, whatever you want. There is the link. Join us or else. What's the or else? We have to know before we raid. You'll get left out. The peer pressure of youth. Alright, well, I will see you all next time. Well, we will see. We will see in what ways we have misspent our youth. Goodbye.